This video continues with True Words Resonance. Black Dragon, Conqueror of the Heavens, True Words Resonance. Dark silver light, like the faintest ray of dawn before daybreak, stubbornly seeped out from the source core fragment, tightly wrapped in filth deep within the Black Dragon's chest. Each bit that seeped out was accompanied by the Black Dragon's violent tremors and pained, suppressed roars. That fragment, like an ancient spark covered in silt and rust for eons, finally began to arduously revive its innermost, true light and heat under the Black Dragon's chanting of the incomplete true words of Guisu and the tireless blowing of its own origin power. However, how could the poison of order covering it easily retreat? That dark green filthy energy and cold geometric patterns, like the most stubborn parasites and seals, frantically counterattacked and strangled, attempting to drag those wisps of pure dark silver light back into the abyss of pollution. The cold rules of order and the filthy energy of aberration intertwined, forming tangible phantom shackles that emerged and tightened around the fragment, making a silent creaking sound that mixed with the grinding of bones inside the Black Dragon, making one's teeth ache. Jiang Yu held fast to the echo channel, his spirit like the finest thread wrapped around the edge of the Black Dragon's collapsing consciousness. He had to both share that soul-tearing pain and strive to maintain the channel's stability, providing the Black Dragon with a negligible yet vital anchor. He could see that the invisible power transformed from the 3 incomplete true words fragments, like 3 different shaped chisels all pointing at vital points, were constantly striking the weakest logical nodes and energy connections of the poison of order. The power of the first segment of the true words, fluidity, plasticity, like flowing water, constantly washed over the rigid, fixed, defining shell of order, causing fine cracks to appear on its surface. The power of the second segment of the true words, return, dissolution, like strong acid, attempted to dismantle the structural stability of the restraint from within, making those cold geometric patterns become soft and blurred. The power of the third segment of the true words, paradox, countercurrent, was the most profound. It did not directly confront, but instead created brief short circuits and contradictions within the logical circuits of order itself, triggering internal energy disorder and conflict. The 3 cooperated, and though not perfect, they happened to hit certain inherent flaws of the poison of order. After all, it was a distorted rule forcibly attached from the outside, fundamentally conflicting with the return to silence nature of the fragment itself, and its structure was not seamless. The penetration speed of the dark silver light was accelerating, gradually gathering from wisps into streams. Small areas of dark green filth on the periphery of the fragment began to fade and peel off, and those cold geometric patterns also began to twist and break. But the backlash of the poison of order also became increasingly violent. The eroded areas erupted with even stronger pollution energy, trying to pollute and assimilate the newborn dark silver light. The pressure the Black Dragon endured grew exponentially. Its body twitched violently, and strange blood droplets mixed with dark green and silver light began to seep from the gaps in its scales. Its aura rapidly declined, and the sound of it chanting the true words became intermittent, nearly vanishing. "Hold on, it's almost finished," Jiang Yu shouted in his heart, pouring his spiritual power unreservedly into the echo, trying to add fuel to the Black Dragon's nearly extinguished fire of consciousness. He could feel that the resonance of the source core fragment itself was getting stronger, and its rejection of the poison of order was becoming more obvious. Just one more push. However, the Black Dragon's power really seemed to be on the verge of exhaustion. Its chanting stopped completely, and its massive body slumped powerlessly in the void, with only the dark silver patterns still instinctively flickering weakly, maintaining the final purification process, but the speed had greatly slowed down. The purification seemed to be on the verge of failure. At this most critical moment, a sudden change occurred. It wasn't that the Black Dragon or Jiang Yu had sparked a new power, but rather it came from the outside, from the vast and boundless wall of listening. Perhaps the Black Dragon's chanting and the intense purification process just now had produced a resonance far exceeding expectations with some deeper information sediment in this area. Or perhaps the increasingly pure origin aura of the return to silence, emitted when the source core fragment woke up had touched some recording or response mechanism of the wall of listening. Centered on the Black Dragon and Jiangyu, the countless information etchings in the surrounding void that were originally floating slowly or fixed on the wall suddenly lit up with varying intensities of light. They were no longer silent, but seemed to be plucked simultaneously by an invisible giant hand, beginning to emit a low, grand chorus full of ancient, weathered charm. This was not chaotic noise, but a more complete, more profound, and more directional information torrent. The torrent did not directly impact the Black Dragon and Jiangyu, but instead, as if finding its home, spontaneously converged toward the source core fragment being purified in the Black Dragon's chest. Within the torrent were countless information fragments, more complete and clearer chapters of the true words of Guisu, vague imprints regarding the nature and origin of the source core, historical experience, shadows of fighting against various alienation and pollution rules, and it might even include notes left by ancient beings who had long since perished and had tried to understand or utilize the power of return to silence. Not all of this information was beneficial or understandable. It was mixed with a large amount of contradictory, broken, and even dangerous content. But at this moment, under the guidance of the source core fragment's own strong desire to return and the Black Dragon's unyielding will, the relatively positive and orderly information related to purification, return, and true words was instinctively filtered and absorbed by the fragment. In an instant, that fragment erupted with unprecedentedly brilliant light. It was no longer a weak dark silver, but had become a blazing silver-white glow, as if compressed from countless stars. The purification process, which had been struggling to penetrate, suddenly accelerated 100-fold, 1,000-fold, under the blessing of this vast information torrent from the wall of listening. Like ice and snow under a scorching sun, the dark green filth and cold patterns composed of the poison of order melted, evaporated, and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. They let out silent, unwilling shrieks, but could not withstand this double wash from the origin of return to silence and ancient memories. The Black Dragon's body no longer trembled in pain. Instead, it was gently wrapped in that silver-white light. The origin of return to silence within its body was like a dried-up riverbed welcoming a torrential flood, rapidly growing and surging. The dark silver patterns spread across its body, now completely transformed into a flowing silver-white river of light, coursing through its body incessantly, constantly washing and nourishing every inch of its wounded flesh and soul. Jiangyu was also enveloped by this grand chorus and the light of purification. He did not directly absorb that information torrent. It was too massive and dangerous for his souls. But the pure aura of return to silence and the purification intent contained in that light were like the clearest spring water, washing his exhausted, nearly depleted spirit and body. The hidden injuries and fatigue left by the impact of the information turbulence earlier were actually recovering rapidly. He watched everything before him in shock. The Black Dragon seemed to have transformed into a silver-white cocoon of light, suspended in the void, receiving the baptism and gift of the wall of listening. And that source core fragment was like the core of the cocoon, constantly absorbing the converging information, becoming brighter and brighter, more and more, complete. This process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When the grand chorus in the void gradually subsided, and the countless information etchings returned to calm or dimmed, the silver-white light wrapping the Black Dragon also began to slowly withdraw inward. The light dissipated. The Black Dragon revealed its form once again. Its size didn't seem to have changed much, but its entire presence had undergone a world-shaking transformation. The original heavy, pained aura eroded by pollution was gone, replaced by a vast, ancient, profound, and newborn-like pure majesty. The scales all over its body were no longer pure pitch black, but shimmered with a restrained dark silver luster, as if incorporating starlight. The places that were once pollution patterns and later evolved into dark silver patterns had now completely transformed into naturally grown, more complex, and mysterious silver dragon patterns, faintly pulsing in sync with some rhythm in the void. Most eye-catching were its eyes. Those dragon pupils had completely turned into pure silver white, like two miniature bright moons reflecting the endless void and wisdom. Deep within the pupils, star swirls seemed to rotate slowly, containing a profound understanding of return to silence and its own existence. It slowly and steadily raised its head, its gaze looking toward Jiangyu. This time, the thought transmitted through the echo was no longer weak or intermittent, but clear, stable, and full of power. I have returned. It was no longer I'm back, but I have returned. A difference of one word meant a fundamental transformation and a leap in cognition. Jiang Yu looked at this ancient dragon before him, which had been reborn and possessed an aura as vast as an abyss, his heart filled with unspeakable excitement and relief. They had succeeded. They didn't just passively suppress the pollution, they actively purified and awakened the essence of the fragment, even receiving a gift from the wall of listening. How do you feel? Jiang Yu asked, his voice trembling slightly. The black dragon, perhaps it should be called the silver dragon now, moved its body slightly, and the void seemed to ripple along with it. The poison of the shackles is purified. The source core fragment has preliminarily awakened and fused with my origin. My power has recovered somewhat, and my understanding of return to silence far exceeds before. There was a calm confidence in its thoughts. That just now was. The wall of listenings, resonance, and gift for the return of the children of Guisu, the black dragon explained. My purification triggered the related true words and memory echoes recorded on the wall. They helped me complete the final purification and supplemented some, missing cognition and power foundations. It looked toward the distant Gixu core, its silver-white dragon pupils flashing with complex light. I already know the path ahead. To completely master the power of the fragment and unlock the final origin seal, I need to go to the heart of the source sea, near the core, for the final baptism and tuning. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. Heart of the source sea? From the name alone, it was clear that it must be an area closer to the Gixu core and even more dangerous than the wall of listening. But before that, the black dragon's gaze returned, falling on Jiang Yu with an unprecedented solemnity and equality. You, Jiang Yu, your will, your knowledge, your echo, were the keys to me reaching this point. You are already closely linked to my destiny. It paused as if making an important decision. I will share some of the cognition regarding the foundations of the true words of Guisu and the essence of the source core obtained from the wall of listening, and guide you to preliminarily sense and harness a wisp of the power of Gixu. This is a pact of symbiosis and also a necessity for facing the hardships on the road ahead. Jiang Yu was stunned. Sharing the knowledge of the true words of Guisu, guiding him to sense the power of Gixu. This meant he would formally step into this mysterious and dangerous system and truly stand side by side with the Black Dragon, not just as an assistant. The danger was self-evident. The level of the power of Gixu was too high. Any slight carelessness could lead to being assimilated or backlashed. But the opportunity was equally massive. This would be a key step for him to understand the deepest secrets of this world and master true self-preservation and even counterattack power. Looking at the Black Dragon's clear and trusting silver pupils, Jiang Yu did not hesitate. Okay, he nodded heavily, we, together. In this place where all things return to silence, after experiencing trials of life and death together, the man and the dragon were finally going to join hands and formally knock on the door leading to ultimate secrets and power. The resonance of the true words not only purified the shackles, but also connected two completely different yet fate-intertwined souls. A new journey is about to unfold in the depths of Gixu, Symbiotic Pact. In the void, the Black Dragon, or rather, the Silver Dragon as it should be called now, floated opposite Jiang Yu. The dark silver luster and natural dragon patterns flowing across the Silver Dragon's body merged strangely with the eternal backdrop of the power of Gixu, as if it were originally a part of this empty, silent place, merely manifesting its form temporarily. Jiang Yu still appeared tiny, but he stood straight, his eyes showing no fear toward the unknown power, only complete focus and acceptance. You must remember, the Silver Dragon's thought rang directly in Jiang Yu's soul like the clear sound of an ancient bell, carrying an unquestionable solemnity. The power of Gixu is the end and the origin of existence, the sea where rules slumber and are nurtured. It is vast and boundless, embracing everything, yet indifferent and heartless. Direct contact and mastery is like walking on thin ice, One must use true words as the boat, will as the rudder, and origin resonance as the anchor. True words are not incantations, but the sounds of understanding and defining specific rule levels and information structures of Giksu. Every sound and every rhythm corresponds to a state, a tendency, or a rule disturbance. Will must be resilient and pure like the void itself, capable of containing all things without being fixed by any single definition or emotion. Your otherworld soul may be an advantage, for its essence is abnormal, perhaps making it easier to understand the paradoxes and chaos of Giksu. Origin resonance is the connection between me and the source core fragment within my body. You are connected to my echo, which can serve as a bridge to sense the outermost and gentlest ripples of the power of Giksu. But remember, the bridge is not yours. Excessive reliance or extraction will instead damage your foundation. Jiang Yu listened intently, carving every word into his heart. He knew that the silver dragon was teaching him one of the ultimate lessons of this world. First, I shall teach you 3 basic syllables of the true words of Guisu and their meanings. The silver dragon spoke slowly, not through thoughts, but by actually producing sound. That voice was low and distant, as if coming from the end of time, each syllable carrying a strange vibration that caused the stray points of light in the surrounding void to resonate slightly. The first syllable, Yan Chinese letter, symbolizing the transition from existence to nothingness, the dissipation of energy, and the dilution of information. Not destruction, but return to silence. Meaning, peace, acceptance, dissolution. The second syllable, Su Chinese letter, symbolizing the reversal of flow, the tracing back of time, and the return to the source of a state. Not a regression, but tracing the source against the stream. Meaning, focus, tracing, insight. The third syllable, Yan Chinese letter, symbolizing the sprout of order within chaos, the unfolding of possibilities, and the reorganization of information. Not creation, but directional disturbance within disorder. Meaning, guidance, shaping, evolution. The 3 syllables respectively correspond to termination, countercurrent, and evolution, forming the 3 most basic and core movement tendencies of the power of Giksu. The silver dragon chanted them 3 times, each time accompanied by a specific flickering of the dragon patterns on its body and subtle changes in the surrounding void energy. Jiang Yu focused all his attention, not only memorizing the accurate pronunciation of the syllables, but also using his heart to experience the feelings and imagery the silver dragon transmitted regarding each syllable. This was 100 times more difficult than learning any language or rune, as it pointed directly to the underlying rules of the world. Try to chant them. No power is needed, only seek the union of intent and sound, the silver dragon said. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, discarded distracting thoughts, recalled that strange rhythm and the meaning transmitted by the silver dragon, and slowly spoke. Yan. The voice was dry and stiff, barely audible in the void, with no phenomena occurring. Su. It remained the same. Yan. The third attempt was still a failure. Jiang Yu even felt a wave of emptiness and stagnation as his soul tried to simulate that feeling, as if he were about to lose himself in the endless void and nothingness. The silver dragon was not disappointed. The true words of Guisu are not mastered in a day. You must repeatedly visualize their meaning with your intent until the feeling enters your soul. I can help you calibrate. As it spoke, the silver dragon extended a front claw and gently tapped Jiang Yu's brow. The tip did not touch the skin, but a point of pure silver-white light, carrying the truest imprint of the 3 syllables' meanings, was directly injected into the depths of Jiang Yu's consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt as if his soul had been immersed in a cold sea of information that was constantly annihilating and reappearing. He saw the quiet process of stars turning into dust, felt the subtle touch of time flowing backward, and captured the trajectory of a sliver of order being born from chaos. Though it was only for a moment, the feeling was incredibly clear and profound. It was 100 times more intuitive than any verbal description. So, that's how it is, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. He tried again, and this time, instead of mechanically imitating the syllables, He combined the feeling just imprinted in his soul with the pronunciation itself. Yan. The voice was still not loud, but this time, the void around him seemed to darken for a split second, and the trajectories of a few floating points of light showed extremely minute disturbances, as if they were about to be diluted. Su. The voice carried a strange echo, and Jiang Yu felt his tracing back of the feeling from when the silver dragon taught him. The knowledge became a bit clearer. Yan. As the sound fell, in the void before his fingertips, a few points of light that were originally moving randomly seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, briefly arranging themselves into an extremely simple, fleeting pattern. Success, although the effect was minuscule and almost negligible, he had indeed, for the first time, triggered the outermost ripples of the power of Gixu. An indescribable sense of exhaustion instantly hit him. Just these 3 basic syllables had almost exhausted the little mental strength he had just recovered. In the depths of his soul, a slight frostbite sensation remained from contacting those grand, cold rules. Very good. A flash of approval appeared in the silver dragon's eyes. Your comprehension and soul resilience exceed expectations. But this is only the beginning. The power of true words increases with the depth of understanding and backfires with reckless action. You may silently contemplate their meaning daily to temper your will, but do not chant them lightly unless necessary. Jiang Yu nodded and took note, panting as he steadied his spirit. Next is sensing the power of Gixu. The silver dragon continued. Relax your mind and follow my origin fluctuations through the echo. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, placing his full trust in the silver dragon. Through the increasingly stable echo channel, he clearly perceived the source core fragment within the silver dragon's body, which had been preliminary purified and merged with the silver dragon's origin, radiating stable and profound fluctuations like a miniature, gentle Gixu core. The silver dragon began to consciously guide an extremely minute strand of the power of Gixu, which had been filtered and tamed by the source core fragment, slowly flowing toward Jiang Yu along the echo channel. The moment that power entered Jiang Yu's body, his whole being shuddered. A grand sensation, cold, empty, and seemingly capable of dissolving all things yet embracing everything, instantly filled his entire body. This was not destructive energy, but more like a background or substrate of existence. Wherever it flowed, Jiang Yu felt that the tiny hidden injuries and impurities in his body and soul left behind by previous battles, and passing through the vortex of slumber were being slowly washed and dissolved. But at the same time, a strong fear of being diluted and assimilated also spontaneously arose, as if he were slowly becoming a part of this void, losing his independent self. Guard your heart, you are an anomaly. Your existence itself is a disturbance distinct from the keynote of Gixu's extinction. Accept its purification, resist its assimilation. Use your will to define your relationship with the power of Gixu. The silver dragon's thought rang out like a warning bell. Jiang Yu grit his teeth fiercely. In the depths of his soul, that core imprint from the other world, along with his persistent will to survive, explore, and protecting the black dragon, protecting hope, exploded forth. He no longer passively endured, but actively sought to understand this power and divide its boundaries with himself. The power of Gixu can wash away my hidden injuries, but it cannot take away my memories and emotions. It can become a tool for me to perceive the world, but it cannot become the entirety of my existence. Under his stubborn will, the minute power of Gixu flowing into his body seemed to be given a new definition. It no longer tried to assimilate indiscriminately, but began to circulate within him in a more ordered and controllable manner, like a cold and clear stream, nourishing and purifying every corner of his soul and body. Although he could only control an extremely tiny wisp, and controlling it was exceptionally taxing, requiring full concentration, it meant that he was no longer a passive recipient of the power of Gixu, but had begun to try to become its limited user. That is enough. The silver dragon cut off the power transmission at the right time. The first sensing ends here. You have preliminary established a sense of boundaries. In the future, you may use the echo daily to borrow the convenience of my source core to sense and guide a wisp of the power of Gixu, tempering yourself and increasing your understanding. Remember, act according to your ability and progress step by step. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the entire world was somewhat different. He still stood in this dead, silent void, but his perception of the surrounding dust and points of light seemed to have gained an indescribable layer of understanding. Though his body was exhausted, he felt a sense of cleanliness and lightness from the inside out. He knew he had stepped onto an unprecedented path. The road ahead was treacherous, but at this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented certainty. The relationship between him and the silver dragon was no longer just that of researcher and experimental subject, allies, or partners. Through sharing the mysteries of the true words of Guisu and guiding the sensing of the power of Gixu, a deeper level of connection had been established between them, based on shared power, cognition, and destiny, a covenant of symbiosis. The silver dragon looked at him, its silver-white dragon pupils reflecting Jiang Yu's firm and clear gaze. Prepare. The silver dragon's thought came as it looked toward a side of the ever-changing Gixu core in the distance, where a deeper, slowly undulating sea of light seemed to be composed of pure source power. The heart of the source sea is ahead. The true test is about to begin. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and nodded. One man and one dragon adjusted their direction in the void and walked side by side toward the heart of the source sea, which nurtured the ultimate secrets and power of Gixu. The covenant of symbiosis was formed. The journey of Gixu had officially begun. Source of the sea ripples, heart of the source sea. As the silver dragon and Jiang Yu approached, the true face of the area known by that name gradually peeled away and stood out from the eternal void background. It wasn't an ocean. There were no surging waves or clear shorelines. It was an incredibly vast and deep interweaving of light and shadow that occupied almost their entire field of vision. One might call it a sea of light because its main body was composed of countless, extremely fine silver-white and dark blue points of light. These points of light were not static, but moved in an incredibly slow, yet unimaginably rhythmic rise and fall, like a boundless sea of stars breathing evenly. However, within this ocean of light, countless shadows of varying sizes and shapes floated and were embedded. These shadows were not physical entities, but more like the manifestations of information, black holes, rule faults, or existential absences. They swallowed the surrounding light points, distorted the texture of space, and emitted a heart-palpitating sense of nothingness and finality. Light and shadow did not oppose each other here. Instead, they intertwined and coexisted in a higher-order manner, forming the core and most chaotic power source pool and information graveyard of Guisu. Just by approaching the edge of this area, Jiang Yu felt a pressure more direct and majestic than that of the wall of listening. If the information of the wall of listening was sedimentary and available for reading, then what the heart of the source sea emitted was a pure and primitive torrent of existence and non-existence, constantly washing over the intruder's soul, testing the stability of their existence and the clarity of their definition. The dark silver dragon patterns on the silver dragon's body lit up automatically, forming a soft halo that enveloped both it and Jiang Yu, resisting the outermost layer of assimilation pressure. Even so, Jiang Yu still felt as if his consciousness was exposed to strong radiation. He needed to constantly focus his will to maintain the continuity of his thoughts and his perception of self. Heart of the Source Sea, the place where the primal power of Guisu gathers and settles, and also the final destination for the cycle of all Guisu creations and information residue. The silver dragon's thought came through, tinged with awe. The source core fragment within our bodies, its complete form was born here. To thoroughly awaken the fragment's power and unlock the final primal seal, we must enter the Sea of Origin, find the source current that resonates with the fragment, and undergo its baptism and synchronization. How do we find the resonating source current? Jiang Yu asked, his gaze sweeping over the boundless, light-hand shadow-interwoven expanse. Here, conventional senses of direction and detection methods were almost completely useless. I must actively release the aura of the preliminarily awakened fragment within me and supplement it with the complete chapters of the true words of Guisu to issue a call, said the silver dragon. The resonating source current will respond naturally and guide us. However, this action will also disturb the Sea of Origin and may attract the attention of other things. Other things, Jiang Yu felt a chill in his heart. Within the Sea of Origin, besides the primal power, there are also existences formed from pure Guisu information, rule fragments, or ancient obsessions that sleep or wander here. The silver dragon's voice carried a hint of gravity. Their forms are unstable and their natures unpredictable. Some are nearly harmless, while others are extremely dangerous, actively attacking or assimilating other anomalous existences. Our call will be like throwing a stone into still water. It will inevitably cause ripples. In other words, the process of awakening power could itself be a battle. There's no other way, is there? Jiang Yu asked. None, the silver dragon replied succinctly. Then let's begin. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. I'll guard the perimeter and deal with any interference that may appear. The silver dragon glanced at him and nodded slightly. It felt a bit more recognition for the decisiveness and responsibility Jiang Yu showed at this moment. The silver dragon said no more. It raised its head and floated at the edge of the heart of the source sea, the dragon patterns all over its body glowing brightly. The source core fragment located in its chest, which had already preliminarily fused with its origin, was pushed to its full capacity. A pure, vast aura of Guisu's origin, carrying the sense of an ancient call, suddenly spread out like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, surging toward the depths of that light and shadow interwoven sea of origin. At the same time, the silver dragon spoke. It was no longer individual syllables, but a low, solemn, and rhythmic tone as it began to chant a more complete and complex chapter of the true words of Guisu. This chapter of true words was not the scattered fragments from before, but a preliminary integration the silver dragon had made based on its own understanding and the gift from the wall of listening. The content covered multiple levels such as silence of existence, trace of the countercurrent, and evolution of chaos, aiming to announce its own existence, call for a response from the same source, and request the baptism and recognition of power. Every syllable of the true words perfectly matched the primal aura it released, as if composing a musical score for the invisible call, making it more penetrating and persuasive. Jiang Yu stood guard behind and to the side of the silver dragon, his mind highly focused. While using echo to feel the surge of power and the rhythm of the true words within the silver dragon, he expanded his perception of the pitifully weak power of Gixu he had just mastered to its maximum range, staying alert for any abnormal movements in the Sea of Origin. The silver dragon's call and the chanting of the true words were like ripples thrown into the Sea of Origin, rapidly spreading into the depths. At first, the Sea of Origin maintained its slow and rhythmic rise and fall, as if it didn't care about these ripples at all. But after only a few breaths, the change began. First, a light-hand shadow area closest to them suddenly accelerated its flow. The light points became brighter, the shadows deeper, and a faint sense of being watched was projected over. Immediately afterward, the Sea of Origin further away also began to surge, as if a sleeping behemoth had been disturbed. Suddenly, in the Sea of Light a few hundred meters to their front left, a relatively dense shadow area abruptly boiled. That shadow twisted and stretched, finally condensing into an indescribable thing. It was like a shifting aggregate composed of countless tiny dark tentacles and cold geometric planes, with a flickering dark red light spot at its center that looked like an eye. The aura it emitted was cold, chaotic, and filled with hatred and a desire to devour ordered existence. It's here, Jiang Yu's heart tightened. This thing felt somewhat similar to the Purifier's poison of order, but more primitive and chaotic, like a product of order being completely polluted and twisted by the power of Guisu. As soon as that shadow aggregate formed, it let out a silent, soul-piercing shriek and lunged toward the silver dragon, who was chanting the true words. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding light points were swallowed, leaving a briefly existing void trail. "Leave it to me," Jiang Yu barked. He knew he couldn't allow the silver dragon's calling ritual to be disturbed right now. He took a deep breath, combining his barely recovered mental energy with that sliver of weak power of Gixu he could control. Facing the pouncing shadow aggregate, his hands quickly formed an extremely simple hand seal that contained his preliminary understanding of annihilation and evolution, and then he pushed forward. There was no flashy energy beam, only an extremely faint, almost invisible fluctuation that, like a pebble thrown into water, struck that massive shadow. The power of this attack was likely not even enough to tickle the aggregate. Jiang Yu's goal was not to repel it. What he wanted was interference. That weak fluctuation, carrying the meaning of dissolution and directional disturbance, accurately hit near the flickering dark red eye spot at the center of the shadow aggregate. The shadow aggregate's movement experienced an extremely brief, almost imperceptible stagnation. Its chaotic aggressiveness seemed to have its rhythm disrupted by this sudden rule disturbance of opposite nature, like a program experiencing a momentary logical error. That single moment of stagnation was enough. Although the silver dragon did not interrupt its chanting, the dragon patterns all over its body flashed violently. A pure silver ripple composed of the primal power of Gui Su spread out from it like a ripple on the water's surface, gently but resolutely sweeping over the shadow aggregate. The silver ripple touched the aggregate, and there was no explosion or impact. That mass of shadow was like a snowball thrown into hot water. It let out an even more shrill, silent shriek as its form began to rapidly dissolve and collapse, finally turning into wisps of black smoke that were reabsorbed and assimilated by the surrounding light points of the Sea of Origin. The first threat was easily resolved by the silver dragon, taking advantage of the momentary interference created by Jiang Yu. But the crisis was not over. It was as if the silver dragon's call and the commotion just now had completely activated this area. More shadows began to squirm and aggregate. In the distant sea of light, several even larger and more solid outlines emitting different dangerous auras appeared, slowly turning as if they too had noticed this side. And the silver dragon's calling ritual clearly still needed time to receive a response from the source current. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's forehead. He knew the true test had only just begun. Ripples in the Sea of Origin had already risen. The storm might arrive in the very next moment. Source and baptism. The collapse of the first shadow aggregate was like lighting a spark for more potential dangers. The silver dragon's continuous calls and chanting of true words were like lighting a bonfire in a silent forest, attracting eyes peeking from the darkness. To the left, a previously calm light spot area suddenly distorted, and several order remnants composed of pure, cold light, resembling giant sea snakes, precipitated from it. They had no physical form and emitted a formatting aura similar to that of the purifier, but more rigid and deathly still, winding their way toward the silver dragon to strangle it. To the right, a deep shadow Uzumaki accelerated its rotation, spewing out a large number of tiny, locust-like information residue aggregates. They varied in form, but all emitted a chaos and hungry intent to devour, swarming in to cover the sky and earth. Further away, those massive shadow silhouettes also began to move. Although their speed was not fast, the sense of pressure they brought was like a collapsing mountain. Jiang Yu's heart leaped into his throat. The silver dragon was clearly unable to distract itself to deal with all the threats. It had to maintain the calling ritual until the source current responded. Most of the responsibility for protection fell onto Jiang Yu's shoulders. He had no time for fear. His mental power was highly concentrated, and that wisp of weak power of Gixu he could control was driven by his will like the most agile thread, quickly weaving and shuttling through the void. He couldn't perform powerful attacks, but he could try misleading, interfering, and creating obstacles. Facing the strangling order remnants of light, Jiang Yu flicked his fingers repeatedly, shooting several points of power of Gixu energy fluctuations, containing the meanings of Su, backflow, and Yan, evolution, like marbles toward the key nodes of energy flow on the snake bodies of light. He barely identified these nodes through his echo perception and his newly acquired understanding of the true words of Guisu. Upon impact, the light that had been smoothly strangling suddenly experienced slight stutters and flow disorders, as if foreign objects had jammed into precise mechanical gears, and the strangling movements became sluggish and uncoordinated. Facing the overwhelming information residue aggregates, Jiang Yu changed his strategy. He poured more mental power into his comprehension of Yan annihilation and gestured in the air, laying down an extremely thin but wide-reaching dissolution field in front of him. This field couldn't completely destroy the residues, but it could continuously dilute and slow down their impact speed and degree of condensation, as if spreading a layer of invisible, thick asphalt before them. After a large amount of residue rushed into the field, their speed plummeted, their forms became blurred, and their threat was greatly reduced. As for those massive shadow silhouettes in the distance, Jiang Yu was temporarily powerless. He could only hope that the silver dragon's calling ritual would be completed before they truly arrived. Jiang Yu's response was precise and ingenious, utilizing his weak power to the extreme. Every interference and obstruction bought a precious breath of time for the silver dragon. Although the silver dragon could not speak, Jiang Yu could clearly feel the approval and increasing focus it transmitted through the echo. The calling ritual reached a critical moment. The true words chapters chanted by the silver dragon entered their climax, and the light of the source core fragment within its body became as fierce as a miniature sun. The original calling fluctuations it released reached an extreme intensity, even triggering a large-scale resonance from the surrounding source sea, with the rhythm of rising and falling light and darkness beginning to synchronize with its chanting. Just as those few interfered order remnants were about to readjust, the overwhelming residue was about to break through the dissolution field, and those massive shadow silhouettes in the distance were about to enter attack range, at that critical moment. From deep within the heart of the source sea, a response finally came. It didn't come from a specific direction, but rather as if a certain part of the entire source sea had come alive. A condensed and gentle source current, of an indescribable color, as if woven from countless types of light and non-light, seemed to cross time and space, ignoring distance, and quietly flowed out from the depths of the ocean of interwoven light and darkness, winding straight toward the silver dragon's position. Wherever this source current passed, those violent order remnants, information residues, and even the massive shadow silhouettes in the distance retreated and dissipated in terror, like encountering a natural enemy or a sovereign, merging back into the background of the source sea. It was as if their existence was so insignificant and out of place before this source current, which represented a certain orthodoxy and origin of Gixu. The silver dragon's chanting reached its highest pitch, then slowly lowered and finally stopped. It opened its silver-white dragon pupils, gazing at the flowing source current with awe and longing. The source current arrived before the silver dragon, but it didn't strike directly. Instead, as if possessed of life, it first gently touched the dragon patterns on the silver dragon's body, as if confirming something. The dragon patterns instantly erupted with unprecedented light, reflecting the brilliance of the source current. Once confirmed, the source current slowly wrapped the silver dragon's massive body entirely, like a mother's embrace. There was no world-shaking commotion, only a deeper, grander silence that descended. The silver dragon, wrapped in the source current, seemed to become part of the light and darkness itself. Its form flickered within the source current, and only those silver-white dragon pupils remained bright, glancing at Jiang Yu through the barrier of the source current and transmitting thoughts of reassurance and waiting. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing slightly, though he remained vigilantly on guard. He could feel that the silver dragon's aura was undergoing a fundamental, transformative change within the source current. It was a deeper level of purification, completion, and synchronization. The baptism had begun. Jiang Yu couldn't specifically perceive the process of the baptism, as it seemed to involve the most fundamental level of the silver dragon's existence. However, he could see the colors of the source current wrapping the silver dragon constantly shifting, sometimes like a brilliant galaxy, sometimes turning into a deep gloom, and sometimes presenting a scene of primordial chaos. The light of the source core fragment within the silver dragon was perfectly synchronized with the changes of the source current, as if conducting a silent dialogue and fusion. This process lasted for quite a long time. Time was hard to measure in the void. Jiang Yu waited silently, recovering his heavily consumed mental power while sensing the silver dragon's increasingly vast, deep, yet purer and more complete aura through the weak connection of the echo. Finally, the wrapping of the source current began to thin, and the light gradually withdrew. When the last trace of the source current's brilliance merged into the silver dragon's body, the baptism ended. The silver dragon fully revealed its form once again, Its change was even more startling than before under the wall of listening. Its size didn't seem to increase, but the texture of its existence had taken a qualitative leap. The dark silver scales all over its body no longer seemed physical, but were instead condensed from the purest starlight and void, flowing with a restrained and profound luster. Those natural silver dragon patterns became more complex and mysterious, as if directly carved with some underlying rules of Gixu, pulsing slightly with its breath and faintly resonating with the rising and falling rhythm of the entire heart of the Source Sea. Most striking were its eyes. Those silver-white dragon pupils now seemed to have become two miniature hearts of the Source Sea, with the depths of the pupils reflecting scenes of interwoven light and darkness, life and death, containing unparalleled control and profound understanding of the power of Gixu. An aura that was vast, ancient, and immense, yet carried a newfound majesty, naturally radiated out, making this piece of void seem like its domain. Jiang Yu could even feel that the source core fragment within the silver dragon was no longer a fragment, but was completely activated and thoroughly fused with the silver dragon's origin, becoming the core and source of its power. The pollution of the shackles that had once plagued it had long since vanished, as if it had never existed. The silver dragon slowly stretched its body, its movements possessing a sense of flowing harmony, as if every tiny action was in accord with some rhythm of the void. It looked down at Jiang Yu, the light in its silver pupils gentle and profound. I have succeeded. Its thought rang out directly, no longer the returned from before, but succeeded. It meant it had completely finished the transformation from being bound and polluted to fully controlling its own Gixu origin and obtaining the recognition of the Source Sea. Congratulations, Jiang Yu said sincerely, his heart full of emotion and joy. After all the hardships along the way, they had finally seen the most fruitful results at this moment. This is all thanks to you, the silver dragon's thought carried sincere gratitude. Without your wisdom, courage, and echo, I would have already been annihilated under the shackles or lost on the path to Gixu. It paused and looked toward the distant Gixu core, which was still ever-changing, but seemed no longer to exert pressure on it, a sharper light flashing in its silver pupils. The shackles are removed, the origin is restored, and the Source Sea baptism is complete. However, the threat of the purifier remains, the predicament of Amazon Lily is unresolved, and the ultimate secret of Gixu. Its gaze returned to Jiang Yu. Our path is not yet finished. Jiang Yu nodded. Gaining power was not the end, but a means to face greater challenges and explore deeper truths. What should we do next? Jiang Yu asked. The silver dragon pondered for a moment. I can now more clearly perceive the pulsation of the Gixu core. There may exist key information regarding the origin of the purifier, the mastermind behind the shackles, and even the final truth of Gixu. But directly approaching the core is still extremely dangerous, even for the current me. Additionally, it looked back the way they came. I wonder how Amazon Lily is doing now. Her Majesty Hancock fought with her life to gain a chance for us. This kindness must be repaid. Jiang Yu's expression turned solemn. Indeed, they had gained power, but they must never forget where they came from, and they certainly could not ignore their benefactors and companions. Can your power now contend with the purifier? Or is there a way to safely leave Gixu and return to the Amazon Lily Sea area? Jiang Yu asked the crucial question. The silver dragon felt the new power surging within its body and sensed the environment of the surrounding Source Sea and the Gixu core, then slowly said, to contend with the purifier itself might still be insufficient, but if it's just its field or outpost, I should have the strength for a battle. As for leaving, it raised a front claw and gently swept it across the void. A tiny, silver-sparkling Gixu fissure appeared silently in front of its claw tip. Inside the fissure, it wasn't the void of Gixu, but rather a distorted scene of seawater. My understanding of space has greatly increased due to the source current baptism. Combined with the power of Gixu, I can attempt to briefly open a Gixu fissure leading to the outside sea area at a relatively weak point here, the silver dragon explained. But this fissure is unstable. Maintaining it requires power, and the exit location is difficult to control precisely. Being able to leave was good news. As for the exit location, As long as they didn't appear directly in the center of the purifier's field or some dead end, there would always be a way. Then, let's first return to the Amazon Lily Sea area to investigate the situation before deciding on further plans. Jiang Yu made the decision. If the purifier is still there, we might find a way to break the siege. If things have changed, we can then explore ways to reach the Gixu core. The silver dragon nodded in agreement. Good. I also need time to stabilize my newfound power and familiarize myself with my new abilities. It raised its front claw again. This time, more power of Gixu gathered at its claw tip, the dark silver dragon patterns flowing with light. It swept several times across the seemingly empty void in a manner containing a specific rhythm. A more stable, roughly human-sized oval Gixu fissure slowly opened in the void. Silver light flames flowed along the edges of the fissure, and the internal scene constantly distorted and shifted, finally settling on a deep, surging scene of dark currents, exactly the kind of deep-sea environment they were in before entering the vortex of slumber. The passage is formed, but it can only be maintained for a short time. The silver dragon looked at Jiang Yu. Let's go. Jiang Yu took one last look at this place of Gixu that had witnessed countless miracles and dangers. Then, without hesitation, he leaped into the silver-sparkling Gixu fissure side by side with the silver dragon. With a flash of light, the fissure closed silently. The heart of the source sea returned to eternal silence and undulation, as if no one had ever undergone a baptism or opened a passage there. In the depths of the distant Amazon Lily Sea area, in a dark trench far from the purifier's field and the chaos belt, space distorted slightly, and a silver fissure quietly opened. One dragon and one person stepped out from the fissure, returning to the familiar, yet peril-filled material world. A new chapter was about to unfold beneath the waves. The journey home was fraught with difficulties, deep, cold, and silent. This was the first sensation Jiang Yu and the silver dragon felt after returning to the material world through the Gixu fissure. They appeared at the bottom of a massive ocean trench, surrounded by jagged rocks and a pitch-black environment, with only a few pale-glowing deep-sea creatures swimming slowly in the distance. The intense water pressure was easily blocked by the power barrier naturally emitted by the silver dragon. The silver dragon quickly closed the fissure behind them, the silver light vanishing in an instant without leaving a trace. It coiled atop a massive undersea rock, its dark silver scales shimmering with a restrained luster under the dim light. Its silver-white dragon pupils scanned the surroundings cautiously, its vast spiritual perception acting like an invisible radar to rapidly sweep the sea area. This place should be quite far from where we entered the vortex of slumber. The silver dragon's thoughts arrived, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Space anchoring via the Gixu fissure is difficult, and deviations in the exit are common. However, I can confirm we are still within the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. Jiang Yu floated beside the silver dragon, observing the surroundings with the help of the faint light from the dragon's barrier. He could also feel that while the energy environment here still held traces of the eerie fluctuations from the chaos belt, it was far better than the suffocating pressure of order from before. At least, the purifier's field did not directly cover this area. Can you sense the direction of Amazon Lily, or Her Majesty Hancock's presence? Jiang Yu asked. This was his primary concern. The silver dragon closed its eyes and concentrated. The fully activated source core, no longer a fragment, within its body emitted soft, yet profound fluctuations. These waves seemed capable of penetrating the seawater to capture extremely distant and faint information. After a moment, it reopened its eyes, a look of gravity flashing through its silver pupils. To the southeast, about 800 nautical miles away, there are traces of intense energy conflict as well as a heavy mix of order residues and chaos pollution. That is undoubtedly the area where Amazon Lily is located. But it paused. I have not directly sensed Her Majesty Hancock's unique and powerful life signature. I only detect a large cluster of mixed, weak life signals filled with grief, fear, and tension, along with a few relatively strong energy sources struggling to hold on. Jiang Yu's heart sank. He couldn't directly sense Hancock's presence. Could it be? He didn't dare think further, forcing himself to remain calm. Is the purifier's field still there? What's the specific situation? The field has contracted, the silver dragon said after careful perception. Its coverage seems much smaller than when we left, but its core still exists, and its aura is more condensed and complex. Furthermore, on the outskirts of the field, the chaos belt triggered by our information toxins has not disappeared. Instead, it has formed a bizarre stalemate or fusion state with the order edge of the field. Both sides are slowly eroding each other, yet neither can completely consume the other, turning that area into an extremely dangerous, rule turbulent zone. I fear any living being that approaches would be instantly shredded or twisted. Can Amazon Lily's defenses hold out? Jiang Yu asked. The aura of the defensive array is extremely weak and fragmented, the silver dragon said in a low voice. It seems to have endured tragic depletion and destruction. However, in the core area of the island, there is still a relatively stable ring of energy protection. It should be the final line of defense. Those clustered life signals are within it. The situation was worse than expected. Although the purifier's field had contracted, it was more condensed and dangerous, forming a stalemate with the chaos belt. Amazon Lily's defenses were shattered, Hancock's fate was unknown, and the people were trapped in the core. We must head there immediately, Jiang Yu said resolutely. The silver dragon nodded. Indeed, but we must be cautious. Though our strength has grown, the purifier's true form is unpredictable, and the stalemate zone between the chaos belt and the field is extremely dangerous. It is not advisable to cross it directly. Can you perceive a relatively safe path? Or can we use the Gixu fissure again to jump directly near the island? Jiang Yu proposed. The silver dragon pondered. Jumping directly to the island's core is too risky. The spatial disturbance is intense, and it might trigger the alertness of the purifier or the chaos belt. A more stable method is to approach stealthily from the periphery to scout the situation first. It closed its eyes to sense again, its dragon markings flickering with light as it used the power of Gixu for a more precise information scan. After a long while, it pointed toward the east-southeast. In this direction, about 300 nautical miles away, there is a transition zone where the energy is relatively calm. It should be a weak area formed by the mutual cancellation of the order field, the chaos belt, and the normal sea. Sneaking in from there, and then finding an opportunity to approach the island core might be feasible. All right, let's take that path, Jiang Yu agreed. The silver dragon said no more, its body swaying slightly. The surrounding seawater seemed to gain a life of its own, automatically parting to form a passage with minimal resistance. It signaled Jiang Yu to follow, then swam toward the designated direction at a speed far exceeding that of the previous submerged dragon, silent and invisible. Jiang Yu followed closely, wrapped within the silver dragon's power barrier, allowing him to move freely in the deep sea. As they swam, Jiang Yu carefully felt the silver dragon's current power. Its movements were fluid and natural, reaching a kind of harmonious resonance with the surrounding seawater and even the deeper spatial energy, as if it were fundamentally a part of this deep sea. Wherever it passed, even the most sensitive water disturbances were minimized. Its concealment ability was more than a grade higher than the submerged dragon. Clearly, the source sea baptism had brought it more than just an increase in power. It had gained a profound understanding of the nature of power and its application. Along the way, they passed through several eerie areas polluted by the edges of the chaos belt. The seawater appeared unnaturally viscous or flowed backward, light was distorted, and occasionally, they could see the remains or mutants of deep-sea creatures that were twisted and emitting chaotic auras. However, the silver dragons skillfully bypassed these areas or used gentle spatial power to smooth their way through. About an hour later, they arrived at the transition zone the silver dragon had mentioned. This place was indeed peculiar. The seawater presented an unstable sense of layering. The upper layer still showed faint sunlight filtering and indicating a manageable depth. The middle layer was filled with a faint, multicolored energy halo, the diluted diffusion of chaos belt pollution, and the lower layer held a discernible trace of cold order residue. The three forces met, clashed, and canceled each other out here, forming a relatively quiet, low-energy buffer zone. Although still unsuitable for ordinary creatures, it was safe enough for the silver dragon and Jiang Yu. They followed this transition zone, continuing to sneak southeast toward Amazon Lily's core area. The further they went, the stronger the sense of order residue in the water became, but it was also mixed with more traces of chaos pollution, as well as the faint scent of blood and lingering gunpowder smoke. Clearly, this sea area had witnessed a tragic battle. The silver dragon slowed down, becoming more cautious. Its perception was fully deployed, catching any minute movement or energy change. Suddenly, it stopped, its silver eyes staring intently at a relatively dark patch of sea ahead. There is something ahead. The silver dragon's thought carried a note of alert. Jiang Yu looked in the direction of its gaze and saw several massive dark shadows, like broken metal skeletons, floating silently in the water hundreds of meters away. Those shadows had sharp silhouettes, their surfaces covered in seaweed and encrustations, but one could still vaguely see their original smooth, geometrically beautiful streamlined structure. They were the wreckage of the purifier tracking units that had chased the submerged dragon before. And there was more than one. At a rough glance, there were at least 5 or 6 similar wrecks scattered across a larger area. Many of the wrecks bore terrifying scars left by violent tearing, energy burns, or spatial distortions. 2 of them even looked as if they had been blown apart from the inside by something. Was it Amazon Lily's counterattack, or caused by the Chaos Belt? Jiang Yu whispered. The silver dragon swam closer to carefully inspect one relatively intact wreck. After a moment, it sent back a thought. The wounds simultaneously contain powerful physical impact, multiple elemental energy explosions, and a trace of extremely faint, yet pure Heishoku Haki residue. Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. Heishoku Haki, this was practically one of Hancock's signature powers. It's Her Majesty. She led her people to destroy these trackers. Hope surged in Jiang Yu's heart. Since they could destroy these troublesome tracking units, it meant that after sending them away, Hancock at least retained considerable combat power and had organized an effective counterattack. The silver dragon nodded and continued to scout the surroundings. Soon, it discovered other traces. Some fragments of Amazon Lily's specialized weapons, like the heads of demon-breaking arrows, and a small amount of dark green, inactive pollution matter residue. A fierce battle took place here between Amazon Lily warriors and purifier units, possibly including monsters attracted or spawned by the Chaos Belt, the silver dragon judged. Judging by the residual aura, the battle occurred shortly after we left. Since then, it seems no large-scale conflicts have occurred. This indicated that Amazon Lily might have successfully repelled that particular pursuit or probe, but they had paid a price, and afterward they might have shifted to full defense, or, for some reason, the intensity of the battle had decreased. Continue forward, carefully, Jiang Yu said. Seeing these battle traces made him even more desperate to know the current situation of Amazon Lily. They bypassed the area of battlefield wreckage and continued to sneak toward the direction where the life signals were clustered. The pressure of order in the water gradually intensified. Although it was still largely neutralized by the chaos pollution, one could clearly feel a cold force attempting to standardize everything permeating the area. Simultaneously, a faint but stable energy curtain began to appear in the distant water, the light of Amazon Lily's remaining defensive array. They arrived at the edge of Amazon Lily's outer defense perimeter. The sight before them made both Jiang Yu's and the Silver Dragon's hearts sink. The powerful runic defensive array that should have been layered and shimmering was now reduced to a few scattered spots, still flickering with dim light. Most areas were completely extinguished and shattered. Many of the undersea reefs and man-made structures serving as the array's foundation were covered in smooth surfaces after being formatted by rays of order, or eerie holes and twisted structures eroded by the power of chaos. Amidst the wreckage of the defensive array lay even more battle traces, damaged ships, weapon fragments, and even some petrified remains, clearly the work of Hancock's slave Arrow, but also showing that the enemy had once pressed this close. The entire sea area was filled with a desperate silence and the lingering smell of gunpowder. The Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu passed through this dilapidated defense zone and finally saw the main body of Amazon Lily. The island that was once lush and full of life was now riddled with scars. Large sections of the coastline facing northwest, toward the Purifier Field and Chaos Belt, had collapsed, mountains had slid, and vegetation was dead or polluted into bizarre colors. Hovering over the island was a thin but resilient pale gold light dome, the final line of defense formed by the ancestral protection Ritual Hancock had activated earlier. Ripples constantly ran across the dome's surface, clearly still enduring the pressure of residual order or the erosion of chaos pollution from afar. Through the light dome, one could vaguely see the Imperial City area at the center of the island, where there were faint lights and dense life signatures. That was Amazon Lily's final sanctuary. And in the sky over the sea to the northwest of the island, the core of the Absolute Darkness Purifier Field, though much smaller in scope, still hung in the sky like a cold, constantly rotating black vortex. The edge of the vortex was pressed tightly against the multicolored, constantly twisting chaos belt. In the area where the two touched, space appeared unstably distorted and flickering, emitting heart-palpitating waves of danger. The stalemate continued. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon hovered in the water outside the broken defense zone, gazing at this tragic and perilous scene. Their home was in ruins, surrounded by powerful enemies, and hope was slim. But they were back, carrying new power, and carrying the responsibilities and promises they had to fulfill. "Do we enter the light dome directly?" Jiang Yu asked. The Silver Dragon carefully sensed the pale gold dome. The dome contains the power of faith and protection. It won't repel us. However, entering directly will surely alert the internal guards and might expose our movements. It's better too. Make contact quietly first to understand the internal situation, especially Her Majesty Hancock's condition. Jiang Yu agreed. They needed information. The Silver Dragon once again exercised its exquisite control over spatial power. A silver light flickered slightly around its body, and it took Jiang Yu, blending into the shadows of the seawater and light, to dive silently toward the weakest, yet most heavily guarded, point beneath the pale gold dome in the direction of Amazon Lily's Imperial City. The return path was full of mishaps, and the home was covered in dust. But the wanderers had returned, and the waves were about to rise, infiltrating the island. The pale gold ancestral protection barrier was like a giant upturned bowl, tightly enveloping the Amazon Lily Imperial City and its core surrounding areas. Complex runes flowed across the barrier's surface, constantly absorbing thin energy from the world, as well as the stubborn, unyielding power of conviction gathering from within, resisting the dual erosion of order and chaos from the outside. The Silver Dragon led Jiang Yu, like two ghostly shadows merging into the deep sea, quietly approaching the junction where the bottom of the barrier met the seawater. The energy flow here was relatively gentle, and because of the obstruction of the seawater, both light and energy detection were affected to some extent, making it theoretically the most weak and hidden entry point, and of course, the place most likely to be heavily defended. Sure enough, beneath the seabed rock wall, Jiang Yu, through his perception enhanced by echo, detected at least 3 subtle mental alarm lines and several energy-sensing runes hidden in underwater rock crevices. If not for the Silver Dragon's extraordinary control over space and energy, it would have been almost impossible not to trigger the alarm. The Silver Dragon's movements were as light as a feather. It did not forcefully pass through or destroy those security measures. Instead, it used its own power of Gixu in the most refined way to simulate energy fluctuations and an existence frequency nearly identical to the surrounding seawater, rocks, and even the pale gold barrier itself. Then, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, it led Jiang Yu through the barrier in a manner akin to phase infiltration, slowly melting inside. No alarm was triggered. In fact, the pale gold barrier only rippled slightly, as if brushed by a breeze, and then immediately returned to calm. Infiltration successful. Inside the barrier, the seawater was still deep, but the pressure seemed slightly lower, and the water quality was relatively clear. Not far above was the coastline of Amazon Lily. Through the seawater, collapsed cliffs and broken trees could be seen, a scene of complete devastation. The Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu did not immediately surface. The Silver Dragon heightened its mental perception to the limit, spreading out like an invisible spider web toward the interior of the island, especially toward the imperial city. Jiang Yu also shared the perception through echo, observing cautiously. The first thing perceived was the heavy atmosphere of sorrow, fear, exhaustion, and tension permeating the air over the entire island. This matched the mixed life signals sensed outside the barrier earlier. Toward the imperial city, the energy reactions were relatively concentrated and orderly. Besides the core energy source of the ancestral protection barrier, several powerful presences were stationed there, some of which felt familiar to Jiang Yu, Sandersonia, Marigold, and several elders. However, there was no sign of that most distinct, domineering, and sun-like presence, Hancock. Jiang Yu's heart sank slightly. The silver dragon's perception was even more meticulous. It saw the large number of people gathered in the imperial city. Most were sallow-faced with terrified or numb eyes, concentrated in the plaza and a few intact buildings, with a small number of exhausted warriors maintaining basic order. It saw busy healers and many wounded lying in temporary infirmaries. It saw the warehouse area, where supplies seemed quite scarce, and the faces of those in charge of distribution were solemn. It also heard fragments of intermittent conversation. Her Majesty, is there still no sign of her waking up? The guardian barrier of the Snake Princess Palace has been maintained for 7 days now. If this continues, the several elders taking turns to maintain it won't be able to hold on much longer. The perimeter patrol reports that darkness and the colored toxic mist, Chaos Belt to the northwest, still haven't made further moves, but they haven't receded either. Food and medicine can last half a month at most. If only pharmacist Jiang Yu and that dragon could really find a way back. That last sentence made Jiang Yu's heart ache, and it also strengthened his resolve. Her Majesty Hancock seems to have fallen into some kind of deep coma or sealed state, with the elders taking turns maintaining a barrier to protect her. The silver dragon informed Jiang Yu of the most critical discovery. Her life force is very weak, but it hasn't been cut off. It should be the aftereffect of forcefully blocking the order aberration beam and overdrawing herself to launch that final blow. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was still alive. As long as she was alive, there was hope. Go to the Snake Princess Palace, Jiang Yu made a decision. Confirm Her Majesty's specific condition first, then contact Sandersonia and the others. The silver dragon nodded. It continued to stay hidden, like an invisible ghost, sticking to the seabed rock wall and stealthily moving toward the most towering palace at the back of the imperial city, the Snake Princess Palace, which was currently enveloped in a more solid pale gold barrier, obviously much stronger and more taxing than the outer barrier. Along the way, they avoided several patrol squads of warriors who looked exhausted but remained vigilant at the waterland interface. These warriors' equipment was mostly damaged, and their auras were no longer as strong as before, clearly having endured successive bitter battles. Soon, they arrived beneath the cliff behind the Snake Princess Palace. The palace sat on a huge protruding rock, with the deep sea directly below. This was a natural defensive blind spot and the infiltration point chosen by the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon once again employed its exquisite infiltration ability. The barrier protecting the palace was denser and more complex than the outer one, containing Hancock's own Heishoku Haki imprint and the core protection runes of Amazon Lily. Forcing a breakthrough was nearly impossible and would immediately alert all the maintainers. But the Silver Dragon's level of power and understanding of rules were already far beyond what they used to be. It carefully sensed the rhythm of the barrier's energy flow, searching for the extremely brief and subtle fluctuation gaps caused by the maintainer's rotation of power or mental fatigue. Simultaneously, it channeled the power of Gixu to simulate a frequency nearly identical to the barrier's energy, but more primordial and inclusive. After waiting for a moment, just as the barrier's energy showed an imperceptible fluctuation due to one elder's mental lapse, the Silver Dragon moved. Like a wisp of smoke, it led Jiang Yu precisely through that fleeting gap, silently entering the interior of the barrier and landing in the shadows of a hidden terrace connected to the cliff at the back of the palace. The entire process was as fast as lightning and did not cause the slightest abnormal reaction in the barrier. The several elders maintaining the barrier only felt a momentary lapse in concentration, which they assumed was due to their own excessive fatigue and did not investigate further. The terrace connected to the rear hall of the palace. It was silent and deserted here, with only the faint sound of the elders' low chanting and the hum of energy flow coming from the front hall in the distance. The silver dragon concealed all its presence, and its body size incredibly shrunk amidst a faint silver flash until it was only the size of an ordinary python, coiling around Jiang Yu's arm like an exquisite silver bracer. This was one of the abilities for finer control over its own form it had gained after the Source Sea baptism. Jiang Yu steadied himself, straightened his clothes, which were a bit messy from the long underwater voyage, spare clothes from the submerged dragon, then took a deep breath and gently pushed open the half-closed wooden door carved with snake patterns at the rear hall. Inside the door was a vast and solemn hall. In the center of the hall was not a throne, but a circular altar built of pure white jade. On the altar, covered with thick brocade, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock lay quietly. She was still wearing that tattered crimson battle dress, her exquisite face as pale as paper, her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows under her eyelids, and a trace of dried blood remained at the corner of her mouth. All the dazzling brilliance and domineering aura that once made people dare not look directly at her had vanished, leaving only a heart-wrenching fragility and tranquility. There were no external injuries on her body, but her breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, with only the extremely slight rise and fall of her chest proving that life was still continuing. On the ground around the altar, a complex small array was inscribed, and 4 elders with steady but exhausted expressions sat cross-legged at the 4 corners of the array. Their hands were in seals, channeling their own haki and life force through the array into pure guardian energy, continuously injecting it into Hancock's body to maintain her basic vitality and form that protective barrier. Sandersonia and Marigold were not in the hall, likely handling affairs or resting outside. Jiang Yu's footsteps were very light, but in this silent hall, they still caught the attention of the 4 elders. They opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes like lightning, instantly locking onto this uninvited guest. When they saw clearly that the newcomer was Jiang Yu, the 4 elders simultaneously erupted with unbelievable shock and wild joy. "Pharmacist Jiang Yu," one elder cried out in shock, nearly interrupting the energy transmission. "You, how did you get in?" Another elder asked in both surprise and suspicion, her gaze sweeping toward the door and the barrier, but finding no signs of damage or tampering. Jiang Yu stepped forward quickly, stopping a few paces from the altar and bowing. "Elders, it is I, Jiang Yu, I have returned." His voice was a bit dry, and as he looked at the dying Hancock on the altar, a sense of indescribable bitterness and respect welled up in his heart. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back," a relatively older elder said, her voice trembling with excitement, but then she thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Just you alone? Where is that? Black Dragon? Did you find a way, Her Majesty?" She looked at Hancock, her eyes full of worry. Jiang Yu raised his arm, gesturing to the silver little snake coiled around it. The 4 elders' gazes instantly focused on it. At first, they didn't pay it much mind, thinking it was some kind of decoration or pet of Jiang Yu's. But when they concentrated their gaze and felt the unique aura emanating from the little snake, which, though restrained, was as vast as an abyss and perfectly blended with the surroundings, and saw those slowly opening silver-white vertical pupils containing endless depth and wisdom, their expressions instantly froze. This is that black dragon. How is that possible? Not only have its injuries healed, but its aura has undergone an earth-shattering change, and it can even control its form so freely. The silver dragon, miniature version, slightly raised its head, its silver-white vertical pupils calmly scanning the 4 elders, and a clear and peaceful thought echoed in their hearts simultaneously. "Guardians, you have worked hard. We have returned from Gixu, the shackles are gone, and the source has been restored. We remember Her Majesty Hancock's kindness." This method of communication, acting directly on the soul, along with the ancient majesty and peaceful goodwill contained in that thought, left the 4 elders with no further doubt, only unparalleled shock. They looked at the silver little dragon with its deep and unfathomable aura, then at the travel-worn but determined Jiang Yu, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The haze of despair seemed to have been torn open, letting in a ray of hope that, while not bright, was incredibly precious. Her Majesty, what exactly is her condition? Jiang Yu was most concerned about this. The elderly elder steadied herself, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said solemnly, to block that attack that day, Her Majesty overstretched all her haki and life force, even shaking her very source. We are using the ancestral source return array to barely hang onto a thread of Her Majesty's life, and using the barrier to isolate her from the outside to prevent her aura from continuing to leak or being disturbed. But Her Majesty's consciousness has fallen into the deepest slumber, and her self-repair ability has nearly stalled. If there is no external life force or special opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to wake up, and she might even gradually wither away as time passes. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. He looked at the silver dragon coiled around his arm. Light flowed in the silver dragon's silver eyes as it seemed to perform a more detailed investigation of Hancock. After a moment, its thought echoed again. Her Majesty's injury stems from an impact at the level of rules and an overdrawing of her source. Conventional treatment methods have very little effect. However, the power of Gixu contains the abilities of ending and rebirth. We can perhaps try to use the gentle power of Su, inverse flow, combined with the intent of Yan, evolutionary guidance, to slowly guide her chaotic source and shattered consciousness to trace back to a relatively complete state before the injury and evolve new life force. It looked at Jiang Yu. You have already preliminarily mastered the true words and power sensing. You can try to cooperate with me and act together. But we must be extremely cautious. Her Majesty's state is fragile right now, and the slightest mistake could make things worse. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. I understand. What should I do? The silver dragon slid down from Jiang Yu's arm and hovered above the altar, its body returning to a moderate size of several meters in a silver light to avoid an energy surge that was too strong. It looked at the four elders. Please suspend the energy input for a moment and just maintain the barrier. The treatment process needs to be led by the power of Gixu. Too much foreign energy will instead become an interference. The four elders looked at each other. Although they still had doubts, the level of aura the silver dragon was currently displaying, and its judgment of the injury made them choose to trust. They slowly ceased their techniques, but still maintained the basic operation of the array and the stability of the barrier. The silver dragon circled above Hancock, its silver-white light falling like moonlight, gently enveloping her. It began to chant fragments of the true words of Gui Su containing the intent of Su and Yan at a specific frequency, its voice low and rhythmic. Jiang Yu walked to the side of the altar and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, cast aside distracting thoughts, and connected closely with the silver dragon through echo, carefully experiencing the flow of power and meaning contained in the silver dragon's true words. Then, he tried to mobilize the tiny bit of power of Gixu within his own body, and silently recited the corresponding basic syllables of the true words, adjusting his own power frequency to synchronize with the silver dragon's. Though his power was weak, it was like adding a harmonious note to the silver dragon's grand movement of power, making the entire treatment process more precise and aligned with Hancock's own state. In the silver radiance, the power containing the dual mysteries of inverse flow and evolutionary guidance was like the gentlest spring water, slowly seeping into Hancock's broken body and the depths of her silent consciousness. This was not a strong medicine, but the most delicate guidance and awakening. Time passed slowly in the silent hall. The four elders held their breath, watching tensely. Fine sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's forehead as he concentrated fully. The silver dragon's chanting was steady and continuous. On the altar, Hancock's pale cheeks seemed to faintly show an almost imperceptible flush. Her breathing, which had been so weak it had nearly stalled, also seemed to have an extremely subtle upward fluctuation. Hope, like a tender sprout in a rock crevice, was quietly budding in this place of desperation, tracing back to spring. The silver aura flowed like a clear spring under the moonlight, enveloping Hancock. The silver dragon's low and rhythmic chanting resonated with Jiang Yu's weak yet precise assistance, weaving together in this silent hall to form a unique trace-evolve restoration melody. The power of Gixu, especially the combination of trace backflow and evolve evolutionary guidance, demonstrated its profound mystery beyond conventional medicine at this moment. This power did not crudely instill vitality. Instead, at the most microscopic level, it guided the life information and origin rules within Hancock's body that had become stagnant, broken, disordered, or even on the verge of dissipating due to overexertion and impact. Jiang Yu focused intently, sharing the silver dragon's perception through the echo. He saw that under the soaking of the silver light, the meridians and energy nodes in Hancock's body, scorched by the order aberration beam, were tracing back to a relatively complete state of energy flow at an extremely slow speed. It wasn't a complete repair, but rather first correcting the erroneous state of damage back to a to-be-repaired baseline. Simultaneously, in the depths of her origin, which was nearly exhausted and silent from overexertion, faint sparks of her own Conqueror's haki and vitality were guided and protected by the intent of evolve. Like nurturing a newborn seedling, they began to extremely slowly absorb the gentle power of Gixu from the surroundings, evolving a bit of new vitality and attempting to reconnect with the rest of her body. The most difficult part was the guidance at the consciousness level. Hancock's consciousness seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the deepest, darkest ice sea, shattered and scattered, almost losing the momentum for self-aggregation and awakening. The silver dragon's power, like gentle yet persistent silver threads, cautiously probed into that ice sea of consciousness, searching for those fragments that still possessed a hint of activity. Using the power of trace, it gently fished them up and gathered them, then used the intent of evolve to build a temporary, stable resonance framework for these fragments, preventing them from dissipating again and attempting to stimulate her innate instinctive desire for existence and responsibility. This process was meticulously detailed and consumed an immense amount of energy. The silver dragon needed to maintain high-intensity true words chanting and power output, while Jiang Yu had to maintain 100% synchronization and assistance without the slightest error. The two were like dancing on a knife's edge or practicing medicine on the brink of a cliff. The four elders stood guard around them nervously, not even daring to breathe loudly. They could feel that Her Majesty's aura on the altar was undergoing an extremely subtle, yet undeniably positive change. That fire of life, so weak it could have been extinguished at any moment, seemed to be injected with an invisible resilience. Though still weak, it no longer flickered precariously as before. Her Majesty's paper-pale face also seemed to regain a very faint trace of color. Time passed bit by bit. Inside the hall, there was only the sound of the silver dragon's chanting and the low hum of energy flow. Jiang Yu's face gradually turned pale, and sweat constantly seeped from his forehead only to evaporate. His own sliver of the power of Gixu had long been exhausted. He was now relying entirely on his spiritual power to maintain the resonance with the silver dragon and the subtle perception of the treatment process. Waves of emptiness and stinging pain came from the depths of his soul, signs of severe spiritual overextension. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, his gaze locked tightly on Hancock on the altar. The silver dragon's state was relatively stable, but the light in its silver-white dragon pupils had also dimmed slightly. The continuous high-intensity output of the power of Gixu and the extreme requirements for precision were no small burden even for it. Just as Jiang Yu felt his spiritual power was about to be completely drained, and his consciousness began to blur. On the altar, Hancock's long eyelashes, covering her eyelids, trembled ever so slightly. Immediately after, the rhythm of her breathing, which had shown almost no rise or fall in her chest, seemed to quicken and deepen a fraction. The four elders' eyes widened almost simultaneously, and they held their breath. The silver dragon's chanting paused for a moment, then became even softer and more guiding. Jiang Yu's spirit also lifted, and he forced himself to maintain the last bit of clarity, struggling to sustain the resonance. Hancock's brow furrowed slightly, as if she had encountered some trouble in her sleep or was undergoing some kind of internal struggle. Her fingers, which had been lying limply by her side, also moved extremely slightly. The signs were becoming more and more obvious. Her consciousness was being fished up and awakened bit by bit from the deepest frozen depths. A light flashed in the silver dragon's silver eyes. It knew the most critical moment had arrived. It no longer simply chanted trace and evolve, but added a shorter sequence of true word syllables containing the meanings of Giksu protection and existence anchoring, providing a stable harbor and lighthouse for Hancock's coalescing consciousness. Jiang Yu had a sudden flash of inspiration. Almost instinctively, he also mobilized the last bit of power in the depths of his soul and silently recited those 3 basic true word syllables, not to guide power, but to transmit a pure intent of calling and support. Her Majesty Hancock, wake up. This intent, through the echo, mixed with the silver dragon's true words power, like a spark thrown into the harbor where Hancock's consciousness was gathering. In an instant, Hancock's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. What kind of eyes were they? When they first opened, the pupils were dilated, filled with unfathomable fatigue, confusion, and a lingering trace of pain. But very quickly, the sharpness, pride, and will belonging to the pirate empress rapidly coalesced and revived in her eyes, like reefs revealed after the tide recedes. She saw the dragon floating above, emitting a soft silver light. She saw Jiang Yu sitting by the altar with a face as pale as a ghost, yet with bright eyes and a gratified smile. And she saw the 4 elders around her, moved to tears. Fragments of memory flooded back like a tide. The determination to block the beam at the end, the entrustment of tearing open the rift to send Jiang Yu and the Black Dragon away, the final strike that burned everything to blast the Eye of Order, and the boundless darkness and cold that followed. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but her throat was dry, and she only produced an extremely weak, breathy gasp. Majesty, you're finally awake, the eldest elder's voice choked up. She almost lunged forward but forced herself to stop, fearing she would interfere with the treatment. The silver dragon stopped its chanting, and the silver light around its body slowly withdrew, but it still maintained a gentle energy field enveloping Hancock to help stabilize her newly awakened and extremely fragile state. It looked at Jiang Yu, a hint of tired praise in its intent. Well done. Jiang Yu managed to pull a smile, but then felt the world spinning. His vision went black, and his body involuntarily fell backward. The silver dragon's tail swept gently, and a soft force caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. The 4 elders also hurried forward to support him. Pharmacist Jiang Yu has only overextended his mental strength. It is not a major issue. He just needs rest and recovery, the silver dragon explained, then looked at Hancock, who was struggling to sit up. Majesty, please do not move recklessly. Your origin is severely damaged and your consciousness has just awakened. You need to quietly regulate your breathing and adapt gradually. My power can help stabilize you, but a full recovery will still take time and your own care. Hearing this, Hancock stopped her attempt to rise. She only slowly rolled her eyes, looking at the silver dragon with a complex gaze and then at Jiang Yu, who was being held by the elders and had fallen unconscious. In that gaze, there was shock at the silver dragon's transformative change, relief at Jiang Yu's safe return, and heaviness, the recognition of her own injuries and the outside situation, which eventually turned into a deeply hidden, unshakable determination. She nodded gently, indicating she understood with her eyes. Then, she closed her eyes again and began to follow the silver dragon's guidance, actively cooperating with the gentle power of Giksu to slowly comb through her broken origin and gather her newly awakened, still scattered and weak consciousness. The silver dragon also shrank its size and wound itself back around the unconscious Jiang Yu's arm, silently regulating its own breathing to recover while continuing to maintain the protective field over Hancock. The 4 elders began to work in an orderly fashion. 2 were responsible for taking care of the unconscious Jiang Yu, feeding him a spirit-nourishing potion and settling him on a nearby soft couch to rest. The other 2 guarded the altar, ready to respond to any sudden situation at any time, their faces overflowing with a long-lost, heartfelt hope and joy. Inside the Snake Princess Palace, the tense and heavy atmosphere was replaced by a tranquility born of surviving a disaster and rekindled hope. Time continued to flow. After being unconscious for more than half a day, Jiang Yu finally woke up. He felt a splitting headache and his soul felt like a pond that had been drained of water, but at least his consciousness was clear. He saw himself lying on a soft couch, with the silver dragon wound around his arm, eyes closed in meditation. Turning his head, he saw that on the altar, Hancock was still lying with her eyes closed, but her breathing had stabilized significantly, and her face had some color, clearly undergoing deep-level self-repair with the silver dragon's assistance. An elder saw him wake up and hurried over with a bowl of warm, fragrant medicinal porridge. "Pharmacist Jiang Yu, you're awake. Quickly, eat something." This was brewed using the few remaining spirit-soothing and cheer-replenishing herbs on the island. Jiang Yu thanked her and took it, drinking slowly. As the warm porridge entered his stomach, combined with the medicinal power, he finally felt a trace of strength return to his weak body. Her Majesty's condition is much more stable. Thanks to you and this dragon lord, the elder said excitedly. Her Majesty was briefly awake just now. Although she can't speak yet, her eyes have regained their former spirit. She told us to carry on as usual and that she will make arrangements once she can move. This is truly a miracle. A great weight fell from Jiang Yu's heart. At least the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Hancock had been saved, and the pillar of Amazon lily was still there. He looked at the silver dragon on his arm and asked through a weak echo, "How are you doing?" "I am fine. The consumption was great, but my foundation is undamaged. I just need to regulate my breathing," the silver dragon responded. Her Majesty Hancock has a resilient will, and her recovery speed is faster than expected. It is estimated that in another 3 to 5 days, she should be able to regain basic movement and communication abilities. This was undoubtedly wonderful news. Just then, hurried but restrained footsteps came from outside the hall. Sandersonia and Marigold, having received word from the elders, rushed over. When they burst into the rear hall and saw the conscious but weak Jiang Yu, their sister whose aura had clearly improved, and felt the silver dragon's unfathomable yet peaceful aura, the two of them were stunned for a moment before tears burst from their eyes. "Sister, Jiang Yu, you really came back." The two sisters rushed to the side of the altar, looking at Hancock's peaceful sleeping face and then at Jiang Yu, sobbing uncontrollably. During these days, the pressure and pain they had endured were no less than anyone else's. Jiang Yu briefly informed them of the situation, focusing on the fact that Hancock's injuries were stable and she was recovering, and that the silver dragon had undergone a complete transformation and its power had greatly increased. Sandersonia and Marigold, after hearing this, were both crying and laughing, infinitely grateful to the silver dragon and Jiang Yu. They reported the outside situation in detail. The defenses were broken, supplies were scarce, and the people were in a state of panic, but relying on the final ancestral protection Light Shield and the core Imperial City, they could temporarily hold on. The Purifier Field and the Chaos Belt were still in a stalemate to the northwest, with no further movement, but also no sign of retreat. The situation remained grim, but at least the dawn of hope had pierced through the heaviest darkness. The return of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, along with Hancock's awakening, was like a powerful shot in the arm for this team on the verge of collapse. "Once Her Majesty is a bit better, we will plan further," Jiang Yu said. "For now, let Her Majesty recover in peace. We also need time to rest and reorganize." Everyone nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, the Snake Princess Palace became the de facto core of Amazon Lily. With the Silver Dragon's assistance, Hancock's recovery speed was astonishing. By the third day, she was able to speak briefly and perform simple physical movements. By the fifth day, she was already able to walk out of the hall, supported by Sandersonia, to gaze from the platform in front of the palace at the distant darkness and chaos that still loomed as a threat. Her face was still pale, and her aura was far from its peak, but the majesty and decisiveness belonging to the Empress had returned to her eyes. Standing on the platform, looking at her broken home and the distant threat, Hancock remained silent for a long time before turning to look at Jiang Yu, who accompanied her, and the moderately sized silver dragon floating by his side. "Jiang Yu and Dragon Lord," Hancock's voice was still a bit raspy, yet exceptionally clear and firm. "Thank you for everything you have done. This kindness of saving my life and the virtue of protecting the island, I and Amazon Lily shall never forget." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the subjects gathered in the imperial city below who were looking up at her. A flash of pain crossed her eyes, which then turned into a deeper resolve. "Now tell me, what exactly did you experience in Gixu? What kind of power did you obtain? And how should we break the current stalemate, drive out the foreign enemies, and reclaim our home?" The sea breeze blew past, lifting her wine-red hair. The prelude to the final battle seemed about to be personally drawn open by this empress, who had just struggled back from the brink of death. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged a look, knowing it was time to reveal everything they knew and together plan the next step that would determine their life or death. Initial strategy. On the platform in front of the Snake Princess Palace, the sea breeze swept by, carrying the saltiness of the ocean and a faint scent of gunpowder. Hancock, draped in a thick fur robe, leaned against the stone railing. Her sharp, bright eyes remained as keen as ever in her pale face as she quietly listened to Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon's account. Jiang Yu narrated their experiences in the Vortex of Slumber, the deathly silence of the Gixu Void, the information bestowed by the Wall of Listening, the baptism of the heart of the Source Sea, and finally, the power and knowledge they had gained, making the account as clear and organized as possible. He omitted excessive details and feelings, focusing on several key points. 1. Nature of the shackles. The core of the shackles was a Gixu source core fragment polluted by the poison of order, which shared the same source as the purifier, but was more primitive. Now, the fragment had been completely purified and fused with the Silver Dragon's origin, becoming its power core. 2. Silver Dragon's transformation. Not only were the Silver Dragon's injuries healed, but its essence had also been sublimated during the Source Sea baptism. It had mastered a more profound use of the power of Gixu, and its understanding of space and rules had significantly improved, placing its power level far beyond what it once was. 3. True Words of Guisu. They had inherited a portion of the True Words of Guisu, a power that directly defines and invokes the rule level of Gixu. It possesses an innate suppression against order-type rules. Jiang Yu had preliminarily mastered the most basic parts. 4. Speculations on the purifier. Based on information fragments within the echo of the Ruin of Return, the purifier is likely a high-dimensional entity or mechanism attempting to format diverse existences into a single absolute order. Its poison of order fundamentally conflicts with certain underlying rules of Gixu, such as chaos, countercurrent, and paradox. 5. Current threat. The stalemate outside Amazon Lily. The purifier's field has contracted and condensed, forming a dangerous mutual erosion and confrontation with the Chaos Belt, created by the explosion of their previous information interference bomb. The boundary between the two has become an extremely dangerous rule turbulence zone. The Silver Dragon stood by, supplementing or clarifying certain details of the power levels through mental intent. Its steady and vast aura was the best proof in itself. Sandersonia, Marigold, and several core elders were also present. As Jiang Yu spoke, the expressions on their faces shifted from shock and realization to ultimate solemnity and deep thought. So Hancock said slowly after a long silence, her voice still raspy but carrying an unquestionable penetration. The purifier's goal is to eliminate all anomalies and variables, including this dragon from Gixu and, perhaps myself and Amazon Lily, who may have become anomalies due to contact with it. And the Chaos Belt, though an accidental product, has happened to become a stumbling block that temporarily restrains it. That is one way to understand it, Jiang Yu nodded. The extremely contradictory and disordered information and rule turbulence within the Chaos Belt severely interfere with the purifier's judgment and cleaning logic based on absolute order. However, it is also slowly eroding and polluting the Chaos Belt, attempting to orderize it. Conversely, the disorder of the Chaos Belt is also eroding the stability of the field's order. The two are currently in a dangerous dynamic balance. This balance will not last, the Silver Dragon's intent rang out. The purifier's order logic possesses powerful adaptation and analysis capabilities. Given time, it will either completely format the Chaos Belt or absorb it, transforming it into a more complex and dangerous, orderly chaos. At that time, Amazon Lily will face an enemy that has absorbed the characteristics of chaos and become even harder to deal with. Hancock's eyes sharpened. In other words, we must take action before the balance is broken and the enemy becomes even more troublesome. Yes, Jiang Yu confirmed. Moreover, we cannot defend passively. Although the ancestral protection barrier is strong, its energy sources, faith, and residual energy are limited, and it cannot take the initiative to attack. Once the purifier completes its disposal of the chaos belt, the next target will inevitably be us. We must take the initiative to break the deadlock. How do we break the deadlock? Sandersonia couldn't help but ask. Attack that black vortex, the field core, directly, but all previous attacks were ineffective. The silver dragon raised its head. Conventional energy and physical attacks have very little effect on its order field. Interference and destruction must be carried out from the rule level. The power of the true words of Gui Su mastered by myself and Jiang Yu, especially the parts containing the meanings of paradox, countercurrent, and chaos evolution, has an innate suppression against its order logic. Hancock turned her gaze to the silver dragon. Dragon Lord, with your current power, if you were to confront that field core head-on, what would be the chances of victory? The silver dragon pondered for a moment, light swirling in its silver eyes as if performing deductions. If we only consider power levels and rule understanding, I do not fear its field. However, deep within that core, it is suspected to be connected to the purifier's main body or a higher dimensional power source, making it unfathomably deep. A frontal assault, even if it could temporarily shake or partially destroy the field, might also trigger a more intense backlash or unknown changes. Furthermore, I need to divide my attention to protect this island, making it difficult to exert my full strength. It paused before continuing. A more stable method would be to utilize the Chaos Belt. Since the Chaos Belt can interfere with its order, we might find a way to guide or strengthen this interference, or even, at a critical juncture, trigger a more intense rule conflict, causing the internal logic of its field to collapse, thereby creating an opportunity for us to strike at the vitals or force it to retreat. Guide the Chaos Belt? Marigold asked, somewhat incredulously. That thing is so dangerous, how can it be guided? Jiang Yu added, the essence of the Chaos Belt is a highly disordered and contradictory turbulence of rule information. The true words of Gui Su that the silver dragon and I possess, especially the power of Yan, chaos evolution, might allow us to attempt a limited directional disturbance or information injection upon it. It's like creating a specific sound or light within a chaotic flock of sheep to guide them in a certain direction. Of course, this is extremely dangerous and requires precise control. Hancock's fingertips lightly tapped the stone railing as she fell into deep thought. After a moment, she looked up, her gaze sweeping over everyone as she made a decision. A proactive attack is imperative, but we must plan before moving. We cannot be reckless. She began to deploy her orders with clear logic. Although her strength had not yet returned, the Pirate Empress's majesty and wisdom were fully on display. First, intelligence and preparation. The Dragon Lord and Jiang Yu must quickly and thoroughly scout the specific situation at the boundary between the field core and the Chaos Belt, especially the weak points in the energy structure, the fronts where rule conflicts are most intense, and any potentially safe intervention paths. At the same time, further familiarize yourselves with and test the effects of your true words of Gui Su on both, especially the possibility of guiding and exploding them. The Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Second, internal integration and defense. Sandersonia, Marigold, consolidate all warriors on the island who can still fight, and take stock of the remaining supplies and weapons, especially the blazing sun cannons and demon-breaking arrows that can still be used, as well as any special equipment that might cause interference at the rule level, such as residual, water of the Void Sea products or other ancient relics. Repair and strengthen the core Imperial City's defenses to ensure the island has basic self-protection capabilities when we set out. Yes, Elder Sister, the two sisters accepted the command. Third, treatment and recovery. Hancock looked at the elders. Prioritize treating the seriously injured and concentrate resources to ensure a group of combat-ready forces is restored in a short time. Additionally, she paused, I need to recover at least 50% of my combat power as soon as possible. Dragon Lord, Jiang Yu, your methods are effective for me. For the subsequent recovery, I will still need to rely on the power of you two." "It is our duty," Jiang Yu said. The silver dragon also gave a slight nod. "Fourth, formulate a detailed combat plan." Hancock's eyes were sharp. "Once the intelligence is clear and preparations are ready, we must devise one or more feasible plans. The core objective: use the true words of Gui Su to guide or explode the chaos belt, creating intense internal rule conflicts within the field, causing structural disorder or vulnerabilities. Then, concentrate our strongest forces, the Dragon Lord, myself, and all units capable of rule-level attacks, to strike directly at its core or key nodes, striving for a heavy blow that forces it to retreat or temporarily lose activity." She looked at Jiang Yu and the silver dragon. "The key to this battle lies in whether you two can successfully guide or explode the chaos. If successful, our chances of victory will greatly increase. If not, or if we are instead consumed by it, then all will be lost." Jiang Yu felt a heavy pressure, but a strong fighting spirit also surged within him. "We will do our utmost." A calm light flickered in the silver dragon's silver eyes. "Agreed. However, we must set clear action signals, retreat plans, and a final means to deal with the worst-case scenario." Hancock nodded. "Naturally, the specific details will be discussed in depth after the intelligence is gathered. Everyone, time is of the essence. Let us act." Everyone solemnly gave their assent and quickly dispersed. On the platform, only Hancock, Jiang Yu, and the silver dragon remained. Hancock gazed toward the ominous darkness and distorted light at the junction of sea and sky to the northwest. Murmuring, "This battle concerns the survival of Amazon Lily, and whether we can seize a true chance for life in the gap between anomaly and order." Jiang Yu stood by her side, also looking into the distance, and said softly, "Your Majesty, we will definitely win." The silver dragon hovered in the air, its silver-white scales shimmering with a quiet and powerful luster under the thin skylight, as if silently proclaiming the will and power of Gixu. The strategy was set, the storm was coming. Over the next few days, Amazon Lily was like a wound-up war machine, beginning to operate at high speed. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon went out frequently, diving into the outskirts of the Rule Turbulence Zone to conduct dangerous and meticulous reconnaissance and testing. Relying on the silver dragon's exquisite control over space and energy, as well as the auxiliary perception of Jiang Yu's echo, they carefully avoided the most violent turbulence and gradually mapped out the energy veins of the boundary area and several key conflict nodes. At the same time, they also preliminarily verified that the combination of the true words of Gui Su, led by the silver dragon and assisted by Jiang Yu, could indeed produce a faint but clear directional disturbance effect on the edge of the chaos belt. Sandersonia and Marigold consolidated the remaining combat forces on the island. Although few in number, they were all elites who had survived bloody battles, and their morale rose after learning of the Empress's awakening and the counterattack plan. They actually managed to find some old antiques from the warehouse ruins and the Elder's secret collections that might be useful. A few cannonballs engraved with ancient interference runes, a small sealed bottle of holy spring water said to be left by the first Empress that had a strong rejection reaction to abnormal energy, and so on. With the assistance of the Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu, Hancock's recovery speed further increased. The Su Yan effect of the power of Gixu, combined with her own incredibly resilient will and foundation, allowed her origin to mend and grow at an astonishing rate. Although still far from her peak, she had at least regained basic mobility and combat capability, and the pressure belonging to Heishoku Haki began to condense around her once more. 3 days later, in the evening, the Snake Princess Palace was brightly lit. All Corps personnel gathered once again. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon displayed the simple energy vein map they had drawn from their reconnaissance, marking the 3 conflict nodes most likely for guided intervention, as well as the predicted relatively weak areas of the field core. Sandersonia reported on the state of combat readiness. About 200 warriors could fight, with about 30 possessing haki and capable of some degree of rule confrontation. Various special munitions and runic items had been prepared, though limited in number, they could serve as a surprise force. The core Imperial City's defenses had been urgently reinforced, and combined with the ancestral protection barrier, should be able to withstand medium-intensity attacks for a period of time. Hancock stood up slowly after hearing the report. She still wore the fur robe, but her posture was upright and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. The haki and majesty belonging to the Pirate Empress had already been restored by 70 to 80%. Very well, she looked around at everyone. Then, according to the plan, tomorrow at midnight, under the cover of night and sea mist, the operation begins. Phase 1, the Dragon Lord and Jiang Yu will infiltrate the designated nodes and attempt to guide the chaos, creating a flaw in the field. Sandersonia and Marigold will lead an elite squad, carrying special equipment, to provide support from a safe distance outside, while monitoring the chaos belt and field changes, ready to assist or launch a feint at any time. Phase 2, if the guidance is successful and the field shows obvious disorder or vulnerabilities, I will personally take action, concentrating Conqueror's haki and the remaining power of ancestral protection to attack its core weak point. The Dragon Lord will then seize the opportunity to launch a strongest blow, striving to expand the results. Phase 3, regardless of success or failure, once the Dragon Lord or I issue a retreat signal, everyone is to immediately withdraw to the core defense perimeter and activate the final emergency plan. She paused, her voice carrying a cold resoluteness. If things become impossible, I will activate the final slumber protocol beneath the Imperial City, sealing the island deep into the seabed temporarily to wait for the future. But that is the worst-case choice. The hall was filled with solemnity. Everyone understood the significance and danger of this battle. Everyone, Hancock said finally, the fate of Amazon Lily depends on this one move. For survival, for freedom, and for everything we cherish. Fight! Fight, everyone roared in a low voice. Though the sound was not high, it was filled with the will to burn their boats. The night grew deeper, and the sea mist thickened. The final tranquility before the decisive battle enveloped this island, which had suffered so much yet remained unyielding. Unplanned, midnight. The sea mist, as thick as ink and carrying the deep sea's characteristic salty stench and faint sulfurous scent, tightly enveloped Amazon Lily and its surrounding waters. Moonlight could not penetrate it, and starlight was even further out of reach. Only the pale golden ancestral protection light shield at the core of Amazon Lily's Imperial City emitted a hazy yet resilient glimmer in the mist, like a lonely lighthouse in the darkness. But this lighthouse was not stationary. Beneath the light shield, a hidden water gate facing northwest in the Imperial City quietly opened, and several dark figures dived silently into the cold seawater and thick mist like arrows released from a bow. Leading them was the Silver Dragon. It had returned to its moderate combat size of over 10 meters long, its dark silver scales almost completely invisible in the mist and seawater. Only its pair of silver-white dragon pupils, like two cold searchlights, pierced through the mist to guide the way accurately. Jiang Yu clung tightly behind its neck, sharing perception through echo, his mind highly focused. Sandersonia and Boa Marigold each led an elite squad of 8, following closely behind. These warriors were equipped with the island's last remaining fine weapons and specialized diving gear, carrying heavy special ammunition and runic apparatuses, yet their movements were exceptionally agile, like night owls of the sea. According to the plan, they first needed to traverse a relatively calm transition sea area that still had order remnants and chaos pollution infiltration, reaching one of the predetermined conflict nodes, a region located at the junction of the purifier field's edge and the chaos belt, where the energy structure was relatively thin, but rule conflicts were exceptionally intense. The Silver Dragon led the way, not using brute force, but constantly using subtle power of Gixu to smooth, guide, or even deceive the weak order detection ripples and energy turbulence encountered along the way. Jiang Yu cooperated fully, using his shallow understanding of the true words of Guisu to help stabilize the safe passage created by the Silver Dragon. The two's cooperation grew more tacit by the day, and the operation went even smoother than expected. About half an hour later, strange sights began to appear in the seawater ahead. To the left, the seawater presented a weird sense of solidification, as if time had stopped, and light was stretched into cold geometric lines within it. This was the power of order leaking from the outskirts of the purifier field. To the right, the seawater churned with multicolored, constantly shape-shifting foam and halos, sometimes flowing backward and sometimes boiling, emitting dizzying waves of chaotic information. This was the edge erosion of the chaos belt. Where the two met, they were not clearly demarcated, but formed a front area several hundred meters wide, distorted and unstable, filled with silent energy lightning and spatial folds. This was the Rule Turbulence Zone, the chosen point of intervention. It's that vortex eye ahead. The silver dragon's thought came, pointing to an energy vortex within the front area that was relatively stable, but had internal energy conflicts as intense as the eye of a storm. It was a dynamic equilibrium point where order and chaos forces collided, annihilated, and were constantly reborn. Its structure was fragile, yet most sensitive. According to the deduction, simultaneously injecting the power of the Su, reverse flow, and Yan, chaos evolution, true words here, has a high probability of briefly breaking its balance, pumping more chaos rules into the field's interior and triggering a chain of disturbances. The silver dragon confirmed the plan again. Jiang Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate. Sandersonia and Boa Marigold commanded their squads to spread out at a safe distance behind, setting up the special equipment they carried. Several modified simple launchers capable of firing runic shells or releasing interference waves, aiming at several other points in the front area to prepare for a feint and distract any potential defensive reactions. The silver dragon no longer hid its aura. The dark silver dragon runes all over its body suddenly lit up, and the majestic and pure source power of Gixu began to gather. Jiang Yu also closed his eyes, and the three basic true word syllables branded in the depths of his soul began to resonate. He poured all his mental energy into them, preparing to chant in synchronization with the silver dragon's strike for precise frequency resonance and power amplification. Everything was ready. A sharp light flashed in the silver dragon's eyes. It opened its mouth, and a complex, low-pitched passage of true words of Guisu, containing the dual supreme profundities of reversing time and disturbing chaos, mixed with its vast source power, turned into a highly condensed silver-gray light beam. Silent yet swift as lightning, it shot toward the target vortex eye. Jiang Yu spoke at the same time, uttering the basic true word syllables. His power was negligible, but it acted like the most precise tuner, adding a humanized precise guidance to the silver dragon's massive power movement, making it fit the subtle and fragile energy structure frequency inside the vortex eye. The silver-gray light beam precisely hit the center of the vortex eye. In an instant, that energy area, which was already in intense conflict, seemed as if a super bomb had been dropped into it. There was no loud explosion, only a silent, violent tremor from the level of rules, like a glass universe shattering, transmitted through the seawater, through space, and even directly acting on the soul. The vortex eye suddenly expanded and distorted. The internal balance between order and chaos was forcibly broken. The reverse flow power injected by the silver dragon, like the most violent catalyst, slammed the already existing chaos rule fragments toward the order field. And the intent of chaos evolution caused these pumped chaos rules to begin a frantic, uncontrolled proliferation and aberration within the structure of order. It was like suddenly injecting a handful of sand and a few drops of strong acid into the interior of a precisely running clock. The front area was in violent upheaval. Large swaths of ray of order began to twist, break, and dim, frantically eroded and penetrated by multicolored chaos energy. That cold formatting aura showed obvious disturbance and lag, and the chaos belt seemed to be stimulated, surging more turbulently toward this opened gap. The first step of the plan was a success. The effect was even better than expected. "Now feint," Sandersonia ordered. From behind, several runic shells trailing various colored light tails and interference waves were fired at other areas of the front, creating the illusion of multiple attacks and further confusing the purifier field's defensive judgment. The silver dragon and Jiang Yu stared closely at the gap they had opened. According to the plan, they should next wait for obvious structural loopholes or a retraction of power within the field, then Hancock and the Silver Dragon would deliver the fatal blow. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Deep within the order field that was being frantically eroded and violently shaken, the central vortex of absolute darkness suddenly stopped its slow rotation. Next, a pure order will, colder, more condensed, and even carrying a hint of wrath than before, descended like an ancient beast awakening. That will did not directly attack the Silver Dragon or Jiang Yu, but with incredible speed and precision, instantly locked onto the gap area that had been opened and was being frantically eroded by chaos. Then, a scene that made everyone's skin crawl happened. Near the gap, all the ray of order and rule structures that were being eroded, twisted, and broken by chaos began to revert, repair, and reorganize at an alarming speed, as if time were flowing backward. The invading chaos energy was not expelled, but was forcibly dismantled, analyzed, and then formatted into a new, more complex dark golden energy structure that seemed to fuse the order framework with chaos characteristics. This dark golden structure spread rapidly, not only repairing the gap, but even starting to reverse erode the surging chaos belt energy, assimilating and incorporating it. Even more terrifying was that this process of repair and transformation was not haphazard, but faintly formed a new, more efficient defense and counterattack mode. It was as if the Purifier had learned how to deal with and utilize this chaos attack in an extremely short time. It's adapting, it's incorporating chaos into its order system. The Silver Dragon's thought carried unprecedented gravity, and the speed is too fast. Almost simultaneously, several cold order aberration beams composed of that new dark golden energy shot out from deep within the field. They were no longer aimless illumination, but precisely locked onto the Silver Dragon, Jiang Yu, and the squads of Sandersonia and Boa Marigold performing the feint behind. The speed and power of these beams, as well as the complex rule disturbances they contained, fusing order and chaos characteristics, far surpassed anything before. "Scatter, evade," the Silver Dragon shouted, its body suddenly maneuvering, narrowly avoiding a beam that brushed past. Where the beam passed, the seawater was instantly formatted into a straight, vacuum channel with a completely homogenized internal structure, which lasted for several breaths before being filled by the surrounding seawater, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Jiang Yu was also carried into a sudden flash by the Silver Dragon, feeling his soul sting from the beam's afterglow. Cries of alarm and energy explosions came from behind. Clearly, some warriors had been hit by the beams or collided with the intercepting attacks they fired. A fatal accident had occurred in the plan. The Purifier had not only quickly adapted to their attack, but had also evolved even more dangerous countermeasures. "We can't let it complete the transformation and counterattack. We must interrupt this process," Jiang Yu said urgently. A look of determination flashed in the Silver Dragon's eyes. "Forcefully strike its repair node, but the risk is immense. It might draw a more direct blow from the main body." At this critical moment, a blazing, familiar golden light, like the morning sun tearing through thick mist, soared into the sky from the direction of Amazon Lily, crossing the sea area at an incredible speed and slamming hard into the center of that spreading dark golden repair zone. Hancock had acted. She had clearly been closely monitoring the battle. When she discovered the plan had gone awry and the Purifier had begun a dangerous evolution, she launched her attack early without hesitation. This strike, condensing most of her remaining Conqueror's haki and the power of the ancestral protection conviction, was amazingly powerful, directly exploding into a devastating energy storm in the center of that dark golden area. The dark golden repair process was forcibly interrupted, and that area once again fell into violent energy disorder. But this all-out strike by Hancock also completely exposed her position and status. The central vortex of absolute darkness suddenly turned, and a thicker, more condensed, terrifying beam, as if woven from countless dark golden geometric patterns, ignored spatial distance and instantly shot toward Amazon Lily's imperial city. "Your Majesty," Sandersonia and Boa Marigold's eyes nearly split from anguish. The Silver Dragon roared, no longer caring for itself. The silver light around its body surged to the limit, and it actually forcibly tore through space, attempting to block the path of the beam shot toward Amazon Lily. However, that beam was too fast, too sudden. At this moment of crisis, another change occurred. It didn't come from the Silver Dragon or Amazon Lily. It came from, deep within that violent chaos belt at their side. Perhaps it was Hancock's Conqueror's hacky strike, filled with unyielding will and protective conviction, or perhaps it was the Purifier's terrifying beam, filled with destruction and evolution, that stimulated some deeper, misunderstood existence within the Chaos Belt. In the center of the Chaos Belt, that multicolored, constantly twisting area suddenly contracted and collapsed inward. Then, a singularity of an indescribable color, seemingly containing all contradictions and possibilities, suddenly lit up. Immediately after, an information storm, pure to the extreme, chaotic to the extreme, yet seemingly containing some older, grander will, exploded from that singularity as its center, sweeping indiscriminately toward the Purifier's field core, toward the Silver Dragon and Jiangyu, and even toward the entire combat zone. This sudden third-party turn of events, far exceeding everyone's expectations, caused the entire battlefield situation to spiral completely out of control in an instant. The plan had completely gone off track. They were no longer just facing the Purifier. There was also the Chaos Belt itself, which had been thoroughly enraged and was showing unknown characteristics, the Vortex of Paradox. The information storm that erupted from the depths of the Chaos Belt was far greater in scale and intensity than anyone had anticipated. It was not a pure energy impact, but rather something closer to a conceptual eruption of existence itself. Multicolored turbulence and contradictory information, like a flood from the dawn of creation, carried an indescribable will, sweeping indiscriminately toward the Purifier's field, the Silver Dragon, Jiangyu, and even the entire combat zone. Touched by this storm, Jiangyu felt as if his soul had been instantly stuffed into countless conflicting universes. Innumerable contradictory facts and rules exploded in his consciousness simultaneously. Seawater was both flowing and frozen, light was both a particle and a wave, space was both expanding and contracting, and time had an arrow yet was flowing backward. The dam of his sanity was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but let out a pained groan as blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Had the Silver Dragon not used the power of Gixu to protect the core of his consciousness in time, he likely would have been lost instantly, turning into another insignificant piece of information, residue within the Chaos Belt. The Silver Dragon was in slightly better condition. Its nature, originating from the source of Gixu and inherently encompassing chaos and paradox, gave it a certain resistance to such impacts of chaotic information. Even so, its Silver Dragon pupils momentarily became unfocused and confused, and the silver light around its body fluctuated violently. It was clearly struggling to maintain its own definition and logic. As for those cold, dark gold beams emitted by the Purifier's field, they exhibited a strange reaction upon touching this information storm. The beams seemed to hit an invisible, elastic wall of logical contradiction. The order logic they contained, which attempted to format everything, clashed violently and silently with the endless, self-contradictory information within the storm. Part of the beams were directly dissolved and annihilated by the antilogic within the storm. Another part was polluted, causing the structure of the beams themselves to twist and change color as their internal rules became self-contradictory, eventually leading them to collapse or veer off course. Even the aftershocks of Hancock's full-strength strike, as well as the dark gold areas of the Purifier's field that were being repaired and transformed, experienced brief stagnation and disorder under the washing of this storm. It was as if the foundational rules of the entire battlefield were being shaken and overwritten by this sudden, higher-level chaos. Taking advantage of this brief gap of chaos created by the violent collision of the 3 forces, the Silver Dragon jerked its head, forcibly shaking off the dizziness of information overload. Ignoring its own exhaustion, it activated its spatial ability once more, carrying the nearly unconscious Jiang Yu along with the Sandersonia and Marigold squad, who were also stumbling from the storm's impact, and flew back with all its might, attempting to escape the core coverage of the storm. The Purifier's field also seemed to be greatly disturbed. The rotation speed of the absolute darkness core vortex became extremely unstable, and the beams it fired became sparse and erratic. It seemed to be turning more of its attention and computing power toward the singularity deep within the chaos belt that had erupted with such a startling information storm. The storm came quickly and left just as fast. Or rather, it didn't dissipate. Instead, like a tide, after sweeping across the battlefield, it began to contract and flow back toward its source, that singularity deep within the chaos belt. As the storm receded, the combat zone temporarily regained a relative calm, but this calm was filled with eeriness. Space bore the wrinkled traces of being excessively stretched and compressed. Strange, light spots that seemed to be composed of broken logic floated in the seawater, and the air was thick with an indescribable burnt smell following the information overload. The silver dragon brought everyone to a temporarily safe area further away. Under the continuous nourishment of the silver dragon's power, Jiang Yu laboriously regained consciousness, but his head still felt like it was splitting open, and his vision was swimming with darkness. Sandersonia, Marigold, and their team members were mostly pale with erratic breathing, clearly having suffered significant mental impact. Fortunately, no one was dead or seriously injured, though most of their specialized equipment was destroyed. Everyone looked back with lingering fear at the distant information storm that was still slowly contracting, and at the singularity at the center of the storm that was becoming increasingly clear. That singularity was no longer a simple point of light. Within the contracting storm, it gradually revealed its internal structure. It looked like a hybrid of a Klein bottle and a Mobius strip, constantly rotating, nested within itself, and turning inside out. Light and shadow of undefinable colors flowed over its surface, and its very existence seemed to be in a constant state of self-negation and affirmation. It suspended quietly in the center of the chaos belt, emitting an aura where absolute tranquility and ultimate contradiction coexisted, an aura that was out of place with the surrounding frantic information flow, yet seemed to be its source. "What is that?" Jiang Yu asked in a raspy voice, feeling his cognition being refreshed once again. The silver dragon's silver pupils were locked onto that strange existence, its mind filled with unprecedented shock and a trace of inexplicable familiarity. "I do not know exactly what it is," the silver dragon said slowly, its voice carrying an unbelievable realization. "But the conception it emits is extremely similar to the description of the source of the Gixu paradox I sensed deep within the wall of listening. It might even be more complete and active." The source of the Gixu paradox. Jiang Yu remembered what the silver dragon had mentioned before, that at the end of Gixu, there might exist a source of paradox that defied common sense, rebirthing existence and information from absolute nothingness and termination. Could it be that deep within this chaos belt, due to the previous detonation of the information interference bomb and the subsequent erosion and confrontation by the Purifier, plus the powerful rule collision between Her Majesty and the Purifier just now, we have accidentally birthed or awakened some kind of embryonic existence close to the concept of the Gixu paradox? The silver dragon speculated, finding the idea staggering even to itself. A thing birthed in the material world from extreme information contradictions and rule conflicts, approaching one of the ultimate mysteries of Gixu. This was completely beyond all their previous plans and imagination. The Purifier's field also seemed to show unprecedented attention toward this newly appeared thing. The absolute darkness core vortex no longer tried to attack Amazon Lily or the silver dragon, but instead directed almost all its power and perception toward that slowly rotating vortex of paradox, as they might call it for now. The dark gold energy was no longer used for repair or attack. Instead, it began weaving and probing around the vortex of paradox in an extremely complex and precise manner, as if attempting to analyze, define, and contain it. The Purifier wants to capture or control it. Jiang Yu saw the signs, and his heart tightened. If an existence representing absolute order like the Purifier gained control over a power containing the ultimate paradox, the consequences would be unthinkable. We must not let it succeed. The silver dragon also realized the severity of the problem. It looked at Jiang Yu, We must find a way to interfere with the purifier's attempts and even try to establish a connection with that vortex of paradox. It originates from chaos, but its essence may be closer to some deep truth of Gixu. If we can communicate with it, perhaps it could become the key to countering the purifier, or even finding a way to completely resolve our current predicament. Communicating with a newly born existence full of unknowns and dangers, whose essence was a collection of contradictions. This sounded crazier than any previous plan. But at the moment, there seemed to be no better choice. Conventional attacks had limited effect on the purifier, and the appearance of the Vortex of Paradox had completely shattered the original balance, bringing new and potentially more dangerous variables. How do we do it? Jiang Yu asked through gritted teeth, wiping the blood from his face. I will attempt to send friendly and homologous mental fluctuations to it using the purest aura of the Gixu source and the true words fragments regarding paradox, obtained from the wall of listening, the silver dragon said. You must steady your mind and use echo to sense its feedback with all your strength. If it truly has consciousness or inclination, it might react to such homologous and non-aggressive contact. But remember, you must not have any intent to force or define it, or it may trigger rejection or even a counterattack. This was undoubtedly another walk on a tightrope. Jiang Yu nodded to show he understood. The silver dragon focused its mind again, but this time it didn't release powerful force. Instead, it slowly radiated its pure Gixu source aura at a frequency that was extremely gentle, open, and even carried a hint of exploration and resonance. Simultaneously, it began to chant a short fragment of true words regarding the paradox of existence and nothingness, something it had obtained from the wall of listening, but had never dared to try lightly before. These true words were obscure and difficult to understand, and their very tone seemed filled with contradiction, rising and falling, starting and stopping. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and concentrated, raising his echo perception to the limit. He filtered out the surrounding residual noise of chaotic information and focused on listening and feeling the fluctuations emitted by the silver dragon, as well as any slight change that might occur in the Vortex of Paradox. At first, there was no reaction. The Vortex of Paradox continued to rotate quietly, and the purifier's dark gold probing energy continued to weave and test around it tirelessly. But just as the silver dragon's chanting reached a specific, self-referential combination of syllables, the light and shadow flowing on the surface of the Vortex of Paradox seemed to brighten slightly. Immediately following that, an extremely weak yet crystal-clear feedback fluctuation flowed back along the source aura and true words frequency emitted by the silver dragon, directly entering Jiang Yu's echo perception. It wasn't language, nor was it an image. It was a more primitive feeling closer to the concept itself. A slight rejection of being defined. A vague curiosity toward the homologous aura. A near-instinctive disgust and playfulness toward the purifier's cold order that was trying to analyze and contain it. Yes, playfulness. Like a higher dimensional being watching a lower dimensional creature try to measure its infinity with a ruler, feeling a sense of boredom mixed with a slightly mischievous attitude. This feeling flashed and vanished, but both Jiang Yu and the silver dragon caught it. There's a reaction. It seems to have a simple inclination, Jiang Yu whispered excitedly. Silver light flashed in the silver dragon's eyes as it continued to maintain the gentle source fluctuations and true words chanting. At the same time, it tried to integrate a mental image of the purifier's attempt to capture it into the fluctuations, passing it over. This time, the reaction from the Vortex of Paradox was even more obvious. Its rotation speed suddenly accelerated slightly, the surface light and shadow shifted violently, and a clearer emotion of displeasure and resistance was transmitted. Simultaneously, the originally calmly receding chaos belt energy around it seemed to be affected by its emotions, starting to restlessly churn again, showing a faint trend of expanding outward once more to interfere with the purifier's probing energy. It's working, Jiang Yu and the silver dragon's spirits lifted. However, their actions had clearly also completely infuriated, or rather, drawn higher priority attention from the purifier, which was fully engaged in analyzing the Vortex of Paradox. The absolute darkness core vortex shuddered violently. A terrifying will, larger, colder, and even carrying a sense of compulsion and erasure than before, acted like invisible shackles, instantly crossing space to press down heavily on the Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu. At the same time, several unprecedented dark gold chain-like energies, containing complex geometric ceiling patterns, shot out from the field. Their target was directly the Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu, clearly intending to eliminate or control these two interference factors first. The Silver Dragon let out a sharp roar, forced to interrupt its communication with the Vortex of Paradox to deal with this sudden, lethal attack. Silver light erupted from its body as the power of Gixu surged out, laying down layers of spatial folds and rule barriers in front of it. Jiang Yu also endured the soul-searing pain, trying to mobilize his weak power of Gixu to assist in the defense. But the Purifier's attack this time clearly utilized a more core power, its intensity far exceeding anything before. Seeing that the dark gold ceiling chains were about to break through the Silver Dragon's defense. At this critical moment, the Vortex of Paradox, which had been watching the show, finally seemed to feel genuine displeasure at the Purifier's act of attacking a potentially interesting homologous object right in front of its face. Its rotating core suddenly contracted inward. Then, a strange fluctuation that could not be described by any existing theory, one that seemed capable of negating the existence of the attack itself, spread out in a ring from its center. This fluctuation swept over the dark gold ceiling chains, shooting toward the Silver Dragon. An incredible scene unfolded. The chains, which contained powerful order sealing strength, actually began to fade and vanish directly from the level of existence the moment they touched the fluctuation, like pencil marks being rubbed away by an eraser. They weren't destroyed or neutralized. Rather, the very concept of their existence was forcibly negated and erased by that paradox fluctuation. In just a single breath, the attacks that were enough to threaten the Silver Dragon's life completely turned into nothingness, as if they had never appeared. Furthermore, the ring-shaped fluctuation continued to spread, sweeping over part of the dark gold probing structures at the edge of the Purifier's field. Those structures also melted away rapidly, like snow under the sun. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence once more. The Purifier's field core also seemed to fall into a brief downtime state due to this method of attack, which completely exceeded its understanding of order logic. The Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu watched all this, dumbfounded. The newly born Vortex of Paradox at the center of the Chaos Belt had, with just a casual, or perhaps slightly playful, expression of dissatisfaction, so effortlessly neutralized a lethal crisis and even shaken the structure of the Purifier's field. What kind of existence was it exactly? And where would its simple yet powerful inclination, its dislike of the Purifier's order, and its curiosity toward the homologous, Gixu aura, lead this battle that had already spiraled completely out of control? A new, unpredictable variable had entered the stage. Upon the ruins of the plan, only by adapting to the situation could a sliver of hope for survival be found. Choices in a chaotic situation. The Vortex of Paradox's casual negation not only erased the Purifier's lethal attack, but also plunged that cold core vortex into a brief state of stasis. The weaving of dark gold energy halted, and the flickering frequency at the field's edge became erratic, as if sand had been forced into a precision timepiece, causing the gears to emit an overburdened creak. However, this stasis did not last long. The Purifier's logic of order clearly possessed fault tolerance and evolutionary capabilities far beyond imagination. After a brief crash, the absolute darkness core vortex began to spin once more, but this time, the direction of rotation became unpredictable and the speed fluctuated. The aura it emitted was no longer pure, cold order, but mixed with a hint of an indescribable madness born of obsession and computational overload. It seemed to judge the existence of the Vortex of Paradox as a top-level anomaly and threat. Almost all of its computing power and energy were mobilized. It no longer attempted to weave or probe, but instead began to pour out massive amounts of unrefined, raw streams of order information toward the spatial region where the Vortex of Paradox was located in a near-suicidal manner. It was like using a primitive flood of binary code to assault an unspeakable philosophical concept. Information waterfalls of dark gold, composed of pure formatting commands, gushed from all over the field, merging into a terrifying turbulence. It attempted to use the most simplistic and brutal method, information overwriting, to forcibly define and submerge the undefinable vortex of paradox. This behavior also placed a massive burden on the purifier itself. On the periphery of the field, large swathes of dark gold structures disintegrated and evaporated due to energy overload and information backlash. The speed at which the edges contracted accelerated sharply, and its range of coverage shrank at a pace visible to the naked eye. Yet, the dark vortex at the core became even more solid, its rotation carrying a desperate resolve. This frantic onslaught of order information clearly enraged, or rather, provoked a stronger reaction from the Vortex of Paradox. The shifting light and shadow on the surface of that rotating, contradictory vortex body suddenly intensified. It seemed it was no longer just playful or repelling, but felt a sense of displeasure at being forcibly intruded upon. In the next moment, it responded. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, only a more eerie phenomenon, with the Vortex of Paradox as the center, the space, seawater, light, and even the surging streams of order information within a radius of several hundred meters began to undergo various types of aberration that defied common sense and contradicted one another. Part of the seawater instantly froze, while another part boiled and vaporized simultaneously. Light was twisted into rings, yet traveled in straight lines within those rings. Upon entering this area, some of the surging streams of order information were directly erased, while others were reversed into meaningless garbled code. More incredibly, some were even copied and pasted into completely unrelated positions, causing internal strife within the purifier's own field due to logical confusion. This area seemed to have become a collapse zone for the rules of reality, where all established physical laws and logical concepts became invalid, distorted, and self-contradictory. The flood of information poured out by the purifier was like mud sinking into the sea before this paradox domain. Not only did it fail to touch the core of the vortex, but it also exacerbated the chaos and disintegration speed of its own field. And the aftershocks of all this inevitably spread outward. The Silver Dragon, Jiangyu, and the others, who were relatively close, were still swept by the edge effects of that paradox domain despite retreating at high speed. Jiang Yu felt his left arm instantly lose all sensation, as if the concept of paralysis had been temporarily deleted from the existence of his arm. Simultaneously, his right leg felt a searing heat, as if the rule of being scalded had been forcibly bestowed upon it. Even more terrifyingly, a memory of basic arithmetic in his mind briefly became blurred and contradictory. It was as if 1 + 1 no longer equaled 2. The Silver Dragon's condition was slightly better. Its innate affinity for paradoxes within its Gixu source meant it suffered less direct impact. However, maintaining the spatial barrier and leading everyone in retreat became more taxing, as it needed to constantly correct the rules of the surrounding space being disrupted by the aftershocks of the paradox domain. Sandersonia and Marigold's squad were in even worse shape. The equipment of several warriors inexplicably failed or deformed. Someone even briefly forgot how to swim and nearly drowned, saved only by their companions pulling them up. We can't stay any longer. The confrontation between these two things has completely exceeded the scope of what we can intervene in or even observe. The Silver Dragon's urgent thoughts arrived with unprecedented haste. Their conflict is creating a dead zone that is constantly expanding and whose rules are completely unpredictable. We must immediately retreat to Amazon Lily. Jiang Yu looked at the increasingly eerie paradox domain in the distance and the purifier field that was frantically pouring out information while disintegrating itself, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Their previous plans seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of the collision between these two higher-level existences. "Retreat," Jiang Yu shouted hoarsely. The Silver Dragon no longer hesitated. Exerting all its strength, it swept everyone up and transformed into a silver stream of light, desperately performing short-range spatial jumps toward the core light shield of Amazon, Lily regardless of the cost. Along the way, they could see dark gold fragments falling like meteors into the sea as the edges of the purifier's field disintegrated, formatting large areas of seawater into monotonous blocks. They could also see the expanding edge of the paradox domain, where some unfortunate fish or sea beasts caught within were instantly turned into indescribable, twisted lumps of flesh, possessing multiple contradictory states before rapidly dissipating. This was a disaster at the level of rules, transcending mortal understanding. When they finally rushed back into the ancestral protection light shield in a wretched state and landed on the cliffs at the edge of the royal city, everyone was near collapse. Jiang Yu slumped to the ground. His left arm, from which the concept of paralysis had been deleted, was slowly regaining sensation. But the process was like 10,000 ants gnawing at him, an unbearable agony. The other warriors were also sprawled about, most carrying various eerie rule-based minor injuries. Hancock, supported by Sandersonia and Marigold, had long been waiting here. She looked at the miserable state of the group, and then toward the increasingly eerie and terrifying energy spectacle between the sea and sky to the northwest. On one side was the dark vortex constantly shrinking and disintegrating, yet frantically pouring out information. On the other was the slowly rotating multicolored Vortex of Paradox, creating a contradictory dead zone. Her expression became grave to the extreme. The situation is worse than expected. Hancock's voice was raspy. Will they keep fighting like this until one side is completely annihilated, or their confrontation itself is destroying the very foundation of all rules in the sea? The silver dragon shrank its size and coiled beside Jiang Yu to recover, its silver eyes filled with worry. The power of the Vortex of Paradox seems capable of passive counterattacks, and its level is extremely high. The purifier is attempting to submerge it with raw information volume. If this confrontation continues, regardless of who wins or loses in the end, this sea, and even a wider range of the reality structure could be completely distorted, turning into an incomprehensible, dead zone filled with contradictions. The light shield of Amazon Lily cannot possibly resist this level of rule pollution for long. Everyone realized the gravity of the problem. This wasn't a war. It was a disaster occurring right at their doorstep that was enough to cause the collapse of the region's very existence. What can we do? Marigold's voice trembled. Are we just supposed to watch and wait for death? Jiang Yu struggled to sit up, enduring the dual agony of soul and body as his mind raced. A desperate situation, another desperate situation. But this time, the crisis came from two things they could not possibly match in power. Wait, too. A mad, near-suicidal thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind like a bolt of lightning. The purifier's goal was to eliminate anomalies, including the Vortex of Paradox. The Vortex of Paradox seemed to feel displeasure at the purifier's intrusion and was counterattacking. They were consuming each other, creating chaos for one another. And Amazon Lily was within the range affected by this chaos. So if they couldn't directly oppose either one, was it possible to use one to check or guide the other, thereby gaining a sliver of survival space for Amazon Lily, or even creating an opportunity to escape or seal them? This idea was extremely dangerous, filled with uncertainty, and was essentially like playing with fire. But it seemed to be the only idea at hand that wasn't just sitting and waiting for death. He looked at the silver dragon and quickly transmitted his thoughts through echo. The light in the silver dragon's silver eyes flickered intensely, clearly also rapidly considering the feasibility and risks of this plan. I thought, theoretically, there may be a slim chance. The silver dragon mused. The Vortex of Paradox reacts to the aura of my Gixu source and shows aversion to the purifier's intrusion of order. If we can briefly strengthen this resonance, we might be able to weakly influence the direction or range of its counterattack, guiding more of the paradox effects toward the core of the purifier's field to accelerate its disintegration or force it to use more power for self-preservation, thereby reducing the spread of pollution to the surrounding area. But the risk lies in, the silver dragon added gravely, strengthening the resonance means we must get closer to the edge of the battlefield and endure a greater risk of rule pollution. Furthermore, the consciousness of the Vortex of Paradox is unpredictable. If it views our guidance as a new intrusion or attempt to define it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Additionally, this action might enrage the Purifier, drawing an all-out retaliatory strike. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Staying here is also a slow death. Intervening actively, at least, offers a sliver of a chance to change the situation. Even if it just makes their confrontation more concentrated, it buys us time to reinforce our defenses or even find a final way out. Hancock, listening to their mental exchange, understood Jiang Yu's plan. She was silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over her ruined home and her exhausted, terrified people, finally settling on the destructive scene in the distance. There is no time for hesitation. Hancock's voice was decisive. Dragon Lord, Jiang Yu, I will concentrate all the remaining power of the Ancestral Protection Light Shield to open a temporary, as stable as possible, safe zone and resonance amplification point for you in the waters near the battlefield. But time will be limited, and it will greatly weaken the island's own protection. She looked toward Sandersonia and Marigold, passed the order to begin preliminary preparations for the final slumber protocol. If this plan fails, or if the situation spirals completely out of control, we must have a final path of retreat. Sister, the two younger sisters cried out in shock. Execute the order, Hancock said sharply, then looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Are you certain, even if there is only a 10% chance? Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon looked at each other. 50%, the Silver Dragon said deeply. In a gamble for life, 50% is enough. Good, Hancock nodded. The operation begins in half a quarter hour. May the heavens protect Amazon Lily. The desperate strategy was set. In this chaos, triggered by two unspeakable existences capable of subverting reality, humans and a dragon, as small as ants, would once again step forward to engage in a desperate but necessary gamble. The goal was no longer victory, but to fight for a tiny but vital deviation for survival in the cracks of destruction. Final deviation. In the shadow of destruction, a half-quarter hour was as fleeting as a single breath. In the center of the Amazon Lily's imperial city, before an ancient snake-shaped altar, the core hub of the Ancestral Protection Light Shield, Hancock and the four elders stood solemnly. They pressed their palms against the cold runes of the altar, closing their eyes in concentration as they chanted ancient and sorrowful incantations. The pale golden shield began to thin visibly, and the tremors across the entire island seemed to intensify, as if its very foundation were being drained. The shield's energy did not dissipate. Instead, under Hancock's guidance, it converged frantically toward a point several nautical miles away in the Northwest Sea, near the edge of the battlefield between the Vortex of Paradox and the Purifier. The seawater boiled and light distorted. A hemispherical temporary barrier with a diameter of barely 100 meters, composed purely of pale golden faith and protective energy, was forcibly propped open above the sea. Inside the barrier, light and shadow were relatively stable, but its surface rippled violently under the constant impact of the raging chaotic rules outside, like a small boat in a storm, liable to capsize at any moment. Now, Hancock shouted hoarsely, her face as pale as paper and blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The moment the barrier formed, a silver streak of light shot out from Amazon Lily, plunging precisely into it. The Silver Dragon resumed its combat form, its body radiating a brilliant silver light as it pushed its control over space and the power of Gixu to the limit, forcibly carving out a small, relatively stable foothold within the violent turbulence of rules. Jiang Yu stood on its back, his face equally pale, but his eyes as sharp as blades. In his hand, he held a resonance beacon, a temporary fusion of residual water of the void sea and soul imprint fragments contributed by several elders. It was extremely unstable, but at this moment, it was their only hope for establishing a closer connection with the Vortex of Paradox. The plan was simple and insane. Under the protection of the temporary barrier, the Silver Dragon would release the full aura of the Gixu source and chant the true words regarding paradox. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu would detonate the resonance beacon, releasing a complex information stream mixed with soul imprints from another world and the homologous aura of Gixu as a strong, directional signal aimed at the Vortex of Paradox. The goal was to briefly and intensely remind it how annoying the nearby order creation, the Purifier, attacking it was, and to faintly suggest that its counterattack could be a bit more focused. It was like risking being trampled to death during a duel between two giant beasts to throw a scented stone at one, hoping it would focus more on attacking the other. Begin, the silver dragon did not hesitate. Star spirals spun rapidly within its silver pupils as the vast power of Gixu's source, mixed with the obscure syllables of those contradictory true words, transformed into a condensed silver light pillar that shot straight toward the rotating vortex of paradox in the distance. Almost simultaneously, Jiangyu poured all his mental energy into the violently vibrating beacon in his hand, and, with a low growl, threw it with all his might. The beacon traced an arc through the air, and under the envelope and guidance of the silver dragon's light pillar, it shot like a precision missile toward the side of the vortex of paradox, specifically the area where it was clashing head-on with the Purifier's information flood. The beacon hit its intended target and exploded silently. A cloud of information mixed with silver light, gray mist, and strange soul fluctuations suddenly expanded, like a differently colored smoke bomb thrown onto the front where the Vortex of Paradox and the Purifier were in fierce confrontation. This sudden noise, containing the dual contradictions of being an anomaly and homologous, successfully caught the attention of the Vortex of Paradox. Its rotation suffered an extremely brief, almost imperceptible hesitation. The shifting light and shadow on its surface seemed to momentarily reflect the colors of the information cloud. It was this brief hesitation and attention that did it. The Vortex of Paradox's displeasure and rejection of the Purifier's continuous, noise-like bombardment of order information seemed to be briefly amplified and focused by this external noise, carrying both homologous and anomalous auras. The aberration effect at the edge of its originally indiscriminately spreading paradox domain suddenly underwent an extremely subtle deflection. More contradictory rules and negation forces, as if nudged by an invisible hand, tilted slightly toward the core of the Purifier's field, the very source pouring out the information flood. This tiny bit of deflection might have been negligible to a mortal, but in a confrontation at the level of rules, it was like adding a feather to one side of a taut scale. The Purifier's frantically pouring order information flood, upon touching this strengthened paradox power, saw its speed of dissolution and reversal suddenly accelerate. Furthermore, a portion of the paradox effect, like a sting moving against the current, eroded back along the information flood, directly affecting the outer structure of the Purifier's field core. The dark gold field structure, as if splashed with strong acid, began to emit large plumes of logic error smoke, and its rate of disintegration increased sharply. The core Uzumaki of absolute darkness suddenly stalled in its rotation, and for the first time, a clear, sharp noise of pain and calculation overload emanated from its will. The plan worked, although the effect might have only accelerated the Purifier's disintegration by a few percent and focused the paradox domain's indiscriminate pollution toward the Purifier by a few percent. This was exactly the deviation they needed. However, before the joy of success could surface, a lethal retaliation arrived. Their intervention, especially the beacon containing the soul imprint from another world, had clearly been perceived by the Purifier. Anomaly, variable, interference source, elimination priority highest. A cold, violent will, carrying the intent of complete erasure, instantly locked onto the silver dragon and Jiangyu inside the temporary barrier. The center of the absolute darkness Uzumaki even temporarily ignored part of its suppression of the Vortex of Paradox, as an unprecedented dark black beam, composed of pure existence negation commands, ignored spatial distance and instantly crossed the battlefield to strike the pale golden temporary barrier. The level of this attack was completely different from the previous order beams. It contained no intent for formatting or reconstruction, only the purest deletion of the target's existence itself. The pale golden temporary barrier was like paper mache before this attack. It failed to block for even a single breath before being completely annihilated and vanishing. It wasn't broken. Its very existence was directly negated at a conceptual level. The beam's momentum remained unchecked, as it pointed directly at the silver dragon and Jiang Yu at the center of the barrier. The shadow of death had never been so clear. The silver dragon let out a piercing roar, erupting all its power of Gixu source without reservation to construct layers upon layers of space folding and rule buffer zones in front of it, attempting to weaken the attack even by a fraction. Jiang Yu also exerted all his strength, mobilizing his meager power and even trying to use the true meaning of annihilation he had just comprehended to counter the negation command. But the gap was too wide. Just as the dark black beam was about to touch the silver dragon's defense, and Jiang Yu even felt his own existence begin to fade, a change occurred once again in a way no one could have predicted. The Vortex of Paradox, whose attention had been slightly deflected by their guidance, seemed to feel doubled displeasure at the Purifier's act of attacking the interesting homologous object and source of the anomaly beacon right in front of it. This time, its rotating core did not simply spread the paradox domain. Instead, it suddenly contracted inward, as if taking a deep breath. Then, a light that defied description, as if containing the final solution to all paradoxes, erupted from its contracted core. It wasn't light, nor was it energy. It was more like the materialization of a concept. This light arrived first despite being launched later. It was not aimed at the Purifier, nor at the silver dragon and Jiang Yu. Instead, it precisely struck the dark black beam of existence negation emitted by the Purifier. There was no collision, no annihilation. Only a more bizarre fusion and transformation. The moment the dark black negation beam touched the paradox solution light, its internal, pure deletion command was forcibly injected with infinite contradictions and possibilities. The command to negate existence and the concept that existence itself contains contradictions and possibilities underwent a direct conflict and neutralization at the level of rules. The color of the dark black beam began to fade and distort rapidly, eventually turning into a chaotic, meaningless gray-white light mist that dissipated into the air. Its inherent power of erasure had been dissolved by this casual, or perhaps intentional, strike from the Vortex of Paradox. Not only that, but after the paradox solution light neutralized the attack, its residual fluctuations followed the path of the attack back like an echo, reverse sweeping through the Purifier's absolute darkness core Uzumaki. The darkness Uzumaki shuddered violently. It was as if countless logic errors were exploding simultaneously within it. Its rotation stopped completely, and visible cracks began to appear on its edges. The aura it emitted plummeted from cold order to a state of chaos, weakness, and even fear. The Vortex of Paradox seemed satisfied with this result. Its rotation returned to a steady pace, and it even brightened slightly, as if it had performed a trivial task, before its attention returned to playing with the incoming flood of order information. Meanwhile, the silver dragon and Jiang Yu, having survived the disaster, hovered in midair. They stared at the Purifier's field in the distance, suddenly heavily damaged and on the brink of collapse, and at the still leisurely rotating Vortex of Paradox, their minds completely blank. They had won their gamble on that sliver of deviation. But it seemed they had also released a force that was even more uncontrollable. Was the Purifier finished? And what then? What would happen to the Vortex of Paradox? What would this sea area become? Was Amazon Lily truly safe? The answer was revealed in the next instant, in a way no one could have anticipated. The core of the Purifier's field, on the verge of collapse, that darkness Uzumaki covered in cracks, seemed to execute some preset ultimate protocol at the last moment. It no longer attempted to attack or repair. Instead, it took all the remaining order energy and information, and, in an act of self-destruction, began to compress frantically inward. Simultaneously, a force of space anchoring and information masking so powerful it was irresistible erupted from its center. It intended to completely strip and banish itself, along with the surrounding heavily polluted and distorted spatial region, from the current world plane. A space bubble over 10 kilometers in diameter, shimmering with dark gold and chaotic colors, suddenly formed around the darkness Uzumaki and began to rapidly contract, becoming blurred and transparent. It was attempting to drag itself, and this entire battlefield, including the Vortex of Paradox, into an unknown dimension or spatio-temporal turbulence. Not good, it wants to perish together and banish everything. The silver dragon instantly understood the opponent's intent. The Vortex of Paradox also seemed to perceive this attempt at forced displacement. Its rotation accelerated again, emitting strong waves of resistance as it tried to stabilize its own spatial coordinates. But this final, self-destructive banishment protocol from the Purifier was of an extremely high level of power and carried an intense rule-based compulsiveness. Two equally unreasonable and mighty forces engaged in a final tussle upon the already fragile spatial structure. The sky and sea across the entire region began to undergo terrifying aberrations. Light was stretched into spirals, seawater was upended into the sky before turning into torrential rain, and pitch-black cracks leading to unknown places appeared one after another in space. The ancestral protection light shield on Amazon Lily let out a groan of being overburdened under the impact of this spatio-temporal turbulence affecting the whole area, its light dimming sharply. Everyone, get into the underground shelters. Activate the final stage of final slumber. Hancock's command echoed across the island, her voice carrying a desperate hoarseness. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon retreated toward Amazon Lily as fast as they could, but the space behind them was collapsing and folding. The gravitational singularity created by the clash between the contracting space bubble and the Vortex of Paradox was swallowing everything like a black hole. In this apocalyptic scene, at the very last moment before the space bubble closed completely to drag away the Vortex of Paradox and this perilous land, the Vortex of Paradox seemed to reach a decision. It no longer resisted the force of banishment. Instead, it proactively transformed a portion of its contradictory and paradoxical essence into a tiny, silver-gray imprint, and, like an arrow from a bow, shot it toward the retreating Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu. It moved so fast that even the Silver Dragon could not react. The imprint ignored the Silver Dragon's defenses and Jiang Yu's resistance, silently sinking into the center of Jiang Yu's brow and into the source core within the Silver Dragon's body that had already fused with it. Immediately following that, the rotating light and shadow of the Vortex of Paradox, carrying a lingering charm of expectation or perhaps playfulness, was completely devoured by the contracting space bubble. The dark gold space bubble flashed violently, shrinking into an infinitesimal point, and then vanished completely. Along with the Purifier's field core, along with the Vortex of Paradox, and along with that terrifying sea area tens of kilometers in diameter that had been completely destroyed and polluted by their battle. Everything had vanished, leaving only a massive the void, its edges still slowly self-repairing, and its spatial structure exceptionally fragile, hovering between the sea and sky. Inside the void were distorted light rays and chaotic energy remnants, like a scar that could not heal. The sea breeze howled, kicking up salty mist. The destructive confrontation had ended, abruptly, in a way no one could have predicted. The Silver Dragon landed with Jiang Yu on a crumbling cliff of Amazon Lily. The two of them stared dazedly at the massive, the void in the distance, and at the imprint that had mysteriously appeared in their hand body, which held a cryptic connection to the Vortex of Paradox, remaining speechless for a long time. Intervention outside of the plan had brought about a deviation outside of the plan. And the final result of this deviation seemed to be neither victory nor defeat, but rather a more complex and unfathomable legacy. Was the crisis temporarily resolved? Or was it that a brand new, unknown trouble had only just begun? Embers and New Life. The colossal spatial void hung like a horrific, unhealing scar between sky and sea, silently recounting the recently concluded battle of rules that surpassed mortal comprehension. At its edges, light twisted and dimmed like roughly torn silk, slowly mending itself with an extremely faint, space-groaning hum. Within the void, residual energy embers and distorted information fragments lingered, occasionally erupting in bizarre, indefinable colored arcs before falling silent again. The terrifying sea area, dozens of kilometers in diameter, once shrouded by the purifier's field and polluted by the chaos belt, had vanished along with that self-destructive banishment. Seawater had refilled that blank, but the newly flowing water was dark and murky, carrying an indescribable sense of nothingness, as if tainted by that forbidden land's aura. The sea surface floated scattered biological remains, utterly twisted by chaotic rule flows into indescribable forms, and some strange substances emitting faint glows like solidified information blocks, reminding all that what had just occurred was no illusion. Amazon Lily, this long-suffering island, stood quietly about a dozen nautical miles southeast of the void. The once majestic, pale golden ancestral protection dome had now completely extinguished and dissipated, leaving only a few wispy trails of blue smoke and charred rune engravings at the imperial city's core altar. Large sections of the island's northwestern coastline, facing the battlefield, had collapsed and slid into the sea, exposing jagged rock faults. Most vegetation, especially on the outskirts, had withered and twisted, displaying either the rigid forms of being formatted by order or the eerie colors of being polluted by chaos. The air was thick with the smells of gunpowder, scorching, sea brine, and a faint, unsettling aftertaste of information overload. Yet, amidst the ruin and silence, a faint but real vitality was stubbornly sprouting among the rubble. In the Imperial City Square, surviving Amazon Lily residents, organized by Sandersonia, Marigold, and the remaining warriors, were emerging in an orderly fashion from temporary shelters. Most were ragged and pale-faced, their eyes holding lingering fear from the ordeal and grief for lost loved ones and homes, but more so, a relief at surviving the catastrophe, and a faint yet firm glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes as they looked toward the cliff. At the cliff's edge, Hancock stood quietly supported by her two sisters. She still wore her damaged battle skirt, her face pale and aura weak, but her back was straight, her wine-red hair flying in the sea breeze. Her once world-dominating beautiful eyes were now deep as abysses, reflecting the distant colossal spatial void and the man and dragon beside her. Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on a relatively flat rock, eyes closed and brow slightly furrowed, as if introspecting something. His complexion was even paler than Hancock's, with traces of unwashed blood near his 7 orifices, his aura fluctuating, sometimes weak as a candle in the wind, sometimes leaking an extremely subtle yet heart-palpitating strange fluctuation. That fluctuation seemed to simultaneously contain completely contradictory traits like existence and nothingness, order and chaos, affirmation and negation. The silver dragon coiled around his arm, now shrunk to human torso thickness, was in an equally peculiar state. It wasn't meditating, just quietly coiled, its dark silver scales seeming more subdued than usual, yet as if more complex and profound patterns flowed deep within them. Its silver-white dragon pupils were sometimes clear as mirrors, reflecting all things. Other times, they flashed with an extremely brief, chaotic hue woven from countless contradictory pieces of information. The source core within it, now fused as one, emitted a gentle yet persistent pulsation, faintly resonating with the almost invisible, silver-gray subtle imprint at Jiang Yu's brow. That imprint was precisely what the Vortex of Paradox had shot into them at the final moment. A moment later, Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was initially scattered and chaotic, as if he had just struggled free from a nightmare filled with infinite contradictory information. But soon, his clarity and determination recoalesced. He took a deep breath, sensing the weak yet real, newly born power within him carrying a strange paradox attribute, and the deeper connection to Gixu brought by the seemingly living imprint deep in his soul. "How do you feel?" Hancock's voice came, calm with a trace of barely detectable concern. Jiang Yu turned his head, looking at Hancock and the silver dragon, revealing a tired yet relieved smile, still alive, and, it seems, gained a bit of something. He pointed to his brow, then looked at the silver dragon. The silver dragon slightly raised its head, transmitting its thoughts. That imprint, fused with my origin, seems like the Vortex of Paradox's feedback or mark for our intervention. It doesn't grant direct power, but seems to deepen our affinity and understanding of some deeper, more contradictory rules of Gixu. Moreover, I sense that through this imprint, we might, to some extent, perceive the vague state or tendency of that banished spatial bubble and the vortex of paradox within it. This meant that terrifying entity hadn't completely vanished, but had established a mysterious and distant connection with them. Hancock fell silent for a moment, digesting this information. Then she asked the most crucial question, that purifier, is it completely banished? Will it return? The silver dragon and Jiang Yu exchanged a glance. Jiang Yu shook his head. The purifier's core field, along with most of its power, was indeed dragged away by the banishment protocol it triggered. But beings of that level are hard to say if completely annihilated. Perhaps, in some dimension or time we cannot comprehend, it still operates. And he looked toward the distant colossal spatial void. The spatial structure of this area is severely damaged, leaving intense rule scars from the conflict between order and paradox. For a long time to come, this place may become an unstable anomaly zone, possibly even attracting the attention of other things. The crisis was only temporarily resolved, far from eradicated. But at least the most direct destructive threat had vanished along with that sea area. Amazon Lily had one precious breathing room. Hancock nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this answer. She turned, gazing down at the imperial city gradually restoring order, at her people looking up expectantly, a flash of deep sorrow in her eyes before transforming into even firmer resolve. Issue the orders, her voice, though not loud, clearly carried across the cliff. Tally casualties, treat the wounded, inventory remaining supplies. Organize teams to prioritize repairing core area infrastructure and defensive runes. Dispatch scout teams to cautiously investigate the surrounding sea area, especially the situation around that void, but absolutely do not approach. Simultaneously, begin preparations to rebuild our home. Yes, Your Majesty. Sandersonia, Marigold, and the surrounding elders and warriors responded in unison, their voices filled with post-catastrophe excitement and hope for the future. Hancock then looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Dragon Lord, what are your plans? Jiang Yu stood up, stretching his still somewhat stiff limbs. He looked at the Silver Dragon, who looked back at him. Through echo, silent communication completed instantly. Your Majesty, Jiang Yu began, we won't leave for now. This journey to Gixu and this great battle have given us much and left many questions. That paradox imprint, the deepened connection with Gixu, and the potential influence of the banished purifier and vortex of paradox. All need time to digest and investigate. Moreover, he looked down at the busy crowd. Amazon Lily's reconstruction and defense might also need our strength. A flicker of gratitude passed through Hancock's eyes, but her tone remained calm. Amazon Lily thanks both of you for your aid and unwavering support. The abyss of bedrock was destroyed in the battle. I will arrange new accommodations for you and provide all possible resources to support your research and recovery. I only hope you can help Amazon Lily rebuild anew upon these embers. We will do our utmost, Jiang Yu solemnly promised. The Silver Dragon also slightly nodded. In the following days, Amazon Lily entered a tense, yet orderly post-disaster reconstruction phase. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon were settled in a relatively intact, secluded valley behind the imperial city, equipped with basic protective and concealment runes. The environment was serene, close to the earth veins, with relatively abundant energy, suitable for their recuperation and research on the newly acquired paradox imprint. Jiang Yu first spent several days thoroughly stabilizing his condition. The paradox imprint was like planting a contradictory seed deep in his soul, occasionally triggering strange cognitive disturbances or rule insights, requiring his strong will to sort and adapt. Meanwhile, he and the Silver Dragon, through echo, continuously exchanged perceptions and understandings of the imprint, gradually figuring out some preliminary applications. For example, weakly interfering with simple logical causality in small areas, or briefly applying contradictory assignments to certain energy structures, making them unstable. These abilities were still very weak and hard to control, but their potential seemed immense. The Silver Dragon focused more on digesting the deeper insights into the power of Gixu brought by the imprint. The source core within it, influenced by the imprint, seemed to become more active and inclusive, able to mobilize and simulate more types of Gixu rules, with increasingly refined understanding of space. It even began attempting to use the special connection brought by the imprint to sense and analyze the residual rule information within the distant spatial void. Simultaneously, they didn't completely isolate themselves. Jiang Yu used his pharmacological knowledge and newly gained rule-level understanding to assist Amazon Lily's healers in treating those wounded by order or chaos rule damage, with significant effect. The Silver Dragon occasionally, at Hancock's request, used its control over space and energy to assist in repairing key defensive rune nodes or transporting heavy materials needed for reconstruction. Amazon Lily's reconstruction work, under Hancock's strong leadership and the united efforts of the entire island, progressed rapidly. Core Imperial City infrastructure was repaired first. New, simpler, more efficient defensive rune arrays were re-engraved, though far less powerful than before, sufficient for conventional threats. Residents' dwellings were rebuilt in batches, ruined farmlands were cleared, new crops were sown. Usable materials salvaged from ruins were centrally managed, implementing strict rationing, but at least the shadow of despair was being dispelled by glimmers of hope. That colossal spatial void became an inescapable shadow in everyone's hearts and a key monitoring target. Scout teams dispatched by Amazon Lily after the Silver Dragon secretly applied concealment and protective measures, cautiously operated around its periphery. Data sent back showed the void was self-repairing extremely slowly, but the residual rule turbulence within remained dangerous, occasionally spitting out some incomprehensible residue composed of pure information or distorted matter. Most of these were harmless, dissipating on their own, but occasionally some with weak activity or bizarre characteristics required timely handling. Hancock ordered a PERM, a NENT, Chinese letter, established between the Void and Amazon Lily. Time in reconstruction and recovery quietly passed a month. On this day, Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon were in the valley, attempting to jointly activate the Paradox imprint to sense the distant spatial bubble's vague state. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon sharply raised its head, a strong tremor flashing in its silver pupils. "There's a change," the Silver Dragon's thoughts came urgently. That banished spatial bubble, the state of the Vortex of Paradox within it, is fluctuating violently, and an extremely weak information stream of the same origin as the imprint seems to be attempting to cross dimensional barriers, to reach us. Jiang Yu's heart shook. What information? The Silver Dragon closed its eyes, sensing with full effort. A moment later, it reopened them. Its silver pupils filled WITH Chinese letter, and a trace of deep comprehension. The information stream was intermittent. Chinese letter, YET Chinese letter, a ME, a NING Chinese letter. The gist was: game, interesting seed, sown, Gixu, return path, unfinished, watch, or meet again. As if the Vortex of Paradox, across endless dimensions of time and space, had left a playful and inscrutable message. Seed referring to the imprint within them, return path unfinished, watch, meet again. What did this information mean? A friendly reminder, a casual mark, or the beginning of another, even grander, more unfathomable game. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged a glance, both seeing DEEP Chinese letter, and contemplation in each other's eyes. Embers not yet cooled, new life already sprouting. And distant Gixu and inscrutable Paradox seemed to have quietly unveiled a corner of the future chapter for them, and for this world. The unknown journey, perhaps, had only truly just begun. The journey home is not yet over. The cross-dimensional message from the Vortex of Paradox was like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring ripples in the hearts of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Game, seed, unfinished, return path, watch, or goodbye. These words, combined together, were full of inscrutable playfulness and profound meaning, far from a simple farewell. The seed undoubtedly referred to the strange paradox imprint within their bodies. But how would this seed grow? What would it bring? No one knew. An unfinished return path. Did it mean their journey exploring the power of Gixu had not yet ended? Or did it mean the existence and purpose of Gixu itself was far from over? Watch who is watching whom, watching what. Goodbye, friend or foe, when would they meet again? Every question lacked an answer, yet they weighed heavily on their hearts. However, they knew that dwelling on these matters now was meaningless. When one's power is insufficient, any deep-seated secret is merely a burden. The urgent priority was to digest what they had gained, consolidate themselves, and help Amazon Lily find its footing. Burying these shocks and doubts deep in their hearts, Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon continued to devote themselves to their respective recovery, research, and limited assistance in the reconstruction of Amazon Lily. Another month passed in busyness and a semblance of peace. The reconstruction of Amazon Lily had shown initial results. Most buildings in the core imperial city had been repaired, and a new, simpler but wider-reaching composite defensive formation had been deployed. Although far from the ancestral protection of its peak period, it was enough to warn of and resist conventional pirate attacks or sea king's intrusions. In the fields, newly sown crops had sprouted tender green shoots. Although the soil fertility had declined due to previous pollution, at least there was hope for a harvest. On the faces of the people, sadness and panic were gradually replaced by the toil of rebuilding their homes and a faint glimmer of hope. However, beneath the surface calm, undercurrents still surged. First and foremost was the extreme scarcity of resources. The successive major battles had nearly exhausted Amazon Lily's centuries of accumulation. Food, medicine, energy crystals, weapons, and equipment all were in short supply. Although Hancock, with her prestige and iron-fisted methods, implemented a strict rationing system to barely maintain minimum operations, this was not a long-term solution. Amazon Lily needed to re-establish contact with the outside world, engage in trade, and obtain necessary supplies. But Amazon Lily's geographical location was already secretive, and now, having experienced disasters on the level of the Purifier and the Vortex of Paradox, the energy environment of the surrounding waters was abnormal, and the spatial structure was fragile, especially the massive The Void area. Conventional sailing routes were almost completely disrupted, and ocean currents had become eerie and unpredictable. Several small exploration fleets sent out had only reached the vicinity of a few familiar outer islands at most, finding that those islands had also been more or less affected, and the original trade routes were blocked by chaotic energy and currents. Re-establishing contact with the outside world would be no easy feat. Secondly, there were potential security threats. Although that massive spatial The Void was slowly self-repairing, the residual rule turbulence and the occasional information residue or distorted matter it spat out remained a hidden danger. Scouting teams had more than once discovered that seemingly harmless glowing crystals or metal fragments spat out by The Void would suddenly undergo eerie activation or energy bursts after contact with seawater or sunlight for a period, causing small-scale pollution or accidents. Even more unsettling was that a month ago, a scouting team in the waters surrounding The Void discovered a small patch of slowly moving, dull dark green stain. Its energy signature bore some resemblance to the poison of order pollution from the Purifier, but it was more inert and diluted. Although this stain quickly diluted and vanished in the seawater on its own, it was undoubtedly a dangerous signal. The power of the Purifier might not have been completely banished, with extremely faint residues remaining that could undergo unknown changes over time or under certain conditions. Furthermore, some warriors and citizens on the island who had been polluted by information from the Chaos Belt or grazed by order beams during the previous battle. Although their lives were saved through the full efforts of Jiang Yu and the healers, some were left with difficult-to-root-out sequelae. Some became abnormally sensitive or even repelled by specific types of energy, such as order or chaos. Some experienced memory confusion or loss, and others underwent subtle shifts in personality. The treatment and resettlement of these rule-based disabilities also became a new problem. Finally, there were considerations regarding high-level combat power and core secrets. Although Hancock had recovered most of her strength, she was still some distance from her peak state, and the sequelae from overdrawing her essence last time would likely take even longer to completely eliminate. The existence and power of the Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu were both Amazon Lily's greatest reliance and secret now, but they could also become new sources of attraction for anomalies. How to balance internal stability, external security, and the new troubles that might be drawn to them in the future was a question Hancock had to consider deeply. On this day, the Snake Princess Palace was reopened after repairs. Although it was no longer as luxurious as before, its solemnity and majesty remained. Hancock summoned Sandersonia, Marigold, several core elders, as well as Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, to hold a closed-door meeting regarding the future direction of Amazon Lily. Inside the palace, candlelight flickered. Hancock sat upon her throne, her aura steady, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "Everyone," she said, getting straight to the point, "our home is initially settled, but the crisis is not removed, and the path ahead is arduous. I have gathered you all today to decide upon the future strategy for our Amazon Lily." She first looked at Sandersonia. The scarcity of supplies is the urgent priority. How is the progress on exploring the outer seas and rebuilding trade routes? Sandersonia stepped forward, her expression grave. In response to Elder Sister, the 3 fleets sent out have all returned. To the east and south, the original routes are completely impassable due to drastic changes in the seabed topography and energy turbulence, and no other islands or factions available for supply were found. To the west, near that, the Void area, the dangers are unpredictable. We only conducted limited exploration and did not dare go deep. The only slight hope is in the nor-northeast direction. One fleet, after risking a crossing through a newly formed energy mist zone, discovered an extremely unstable current that seems to lead to an unknown sea area. But the situation at the end of the current is unclear, and the fleet lost one fast ship and several skilled hands, so they did not dare explore further. Hancock's brow furrowed slightly. In other words, in the short term, we are almost isolated. Yes, Sandersonia lowered her head. The stockpiled grain and medicine, even at minimum rations, can only last 3 months at most. Energy crystals and weapon maintenance materials are even scarcer. Hancock was silent for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Dragon Lord, with your understanding of energy and rules, can you artificially manufacture or convert some necessities, or improve crops to increase yield? Jiang Yu mused, Your Majesty, by using the power of Gixu in coordination with specific true words, it is theoretically possible to attempt to guide or catalyze the growth of plants, or even perform a degree of rule-based nourishment on barren land. However, this consumes significant energy and requires precise control. Otherwise, it may trigger unpredictable mutations. The Silver Dragon and I can attempt small-scale trials. As for artificially manufacturing energy crystals or complex materials, that is currently beyond our capabilities. The Silver Dragon added, the external energy environment is complex and chaotic. The risk of direct extraction and conversion is extremely high. Perhaps we can attempt to separate and refine some usable components from the information residue or distorted matter occasionally spat out by the Void. But this also requires research and carries risks. Hancock nodded, I shall trouble you too then. The trials must be cautious, safety first. Next, she looked at the elder responsible for defense and scouting. The monitoring of the Void area and the handling of those pollution residues must be continuously strengthened. Increase patrol shifts and perfect the early warning mechanism. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Finally, Hancock's gaze became exceptionally deep as she said slowly, regarding the future positioning of our Amazon Lily and our relationship with the outside world, I have some thoughts. Everyone held their breath and listened. After this catastrophe, Amazon Lily's vitality is greatly damaged, and we have become the center of anomalous events. Although the purifier has temporarily retreated, there is no guarantee it won't return, or that other similar entities won't be attracted. Continuing to maintain the past semi-closed survival model, relying solely on natural barriers and military deterrence, is no longer realistic, and resources are unsustainable. She paused and continued, we must make changes. First, while ensuring core security, we will re-establish contact with the outside world in a limited and selective manner. The goal is not to restore past trade routes, but to find new, reliable allies or trade partners. The Grand Line is vast. There must be some factions or islands that do not fear anomalies or have research into them. We need intelligence, we need resources, and we need channels to seek help or exchange in times of necessity. Sandersonia was somewhat worried. Elder sister, will this lead wolves into the house? And our location? That is why it must be limited and selective, Hancock interrupted her. This matter can be assisted secretly by the Dragon Lord and pharmacist Jiang Yu, using the Dragon Lord's spatial abilities to establish a few hidden, one-way, or controllable contact channels. The contact targets must also be carefully screened. She looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. This matter may require you two to use some unconventional means, or even temporarily leave the island. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged a look and nodded. They also needed a broader world to verify and explore clues about the Paradox imprint and Gixu. Second, Hancock's tone turned cold, regarding the rule-based disabled personnel on the island and similar situations that may arise in the future. They have bled for my Amazon Lily and must not be abandoned. But their status is special and requires centralized management, treatment, and research. I have decided to establish a serene healing courtyard in the northeast corner of the Imperial City, to be overseen by elders proficient in medicine and runes, with pharmacist Jiang Yu and the Dragon Lord providing necessary guidance. On one hand, we will do our best to heal them. On the other, we must study the nature of these rule-based injuries and the methods to counter them. This may also be important knowledge storage for us to combat similar threats in the future. This decision was reasonable, and no one objected. Third, Hancock's voice carried a hint of unquestionable majesty regarding the core secrets and final trump cards of our Amazon Lily, namely the existence of the Dragon Lord and pharmacist Jiang Yu, and our connection to Gixu and the Vortex of Paradox. This is a top secret, limited only to those present. To the outside, the identities of the Dragon Lord and pharmacist Jiang Yu will be special guest ministers and secret medicine masters of the island. Unless it is a moment of life or death, their true power and origins must not be exposed. This was a necessary protective measure. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon also expressed their understanding. Finally, Hancock stood up and walked to the window, looking at that spatial the void scar between the sea and sky in the distance, which was still present though much dimmer. We must prepare for the worst. The preliminary preparations for the final slumber protocol have been completed. If an irresistible disaster truly descends again, we must have the ability to preserve the most core seeds and wait for the day they see the light again. The palace was filled with solemnity. Everyone felt the heavy responsibility on their shoulders and the uncertain path ahead. After the meeting ended, everyone took their orders and dispersed. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon walked side by side on the newly repaired streets of the Imperial City, the setting sun stretching their shadows very long. A new journey seems about to begin, Jiang Yu said softly. Indeed, the Silver Dragon replied. The return path is unfinished, and the watch has begun, consolidating the foundation internally and exploring the lost paths externally. This is the priority of the moment. They returned to the valley where they were staying. The Silver Dragon began to attempt to use the Paradox imprint as a guide, combined with the power of Gixu, to sense and screen for possible information signatures worth contacting at the end of that unstable current to the north. Jiang Yu set about preparing small-scale crop catalysis trials and began to organize and study the various information residue samples collected from near the void. The chapter of Amazon Lily, amidst ruins and embers, had painfully turned a new page. The future remained shrouded in mist, fraught with danger. But the will to survive and the desire to explore, like wild grass in the cracks of stones, stubbornly stretched toward the unknown sunlight, tracing the north. In a few days, the Tranquility and Healing Institute in the northeast corner of the royal city had taken initial shape. It was a relatively independent and quiet courtyard, surrounded by multiple layers of soundproofing, calming, and preliminary information filtering arrays. Though simple, combined with several of Jiang Yu's true words of Guisu inscriptions imbued with the concepts of purity and tranquility. It was sufficient to isolate the chaotic information disturbances from the outside world to a certain extent, providing a relatively stable recovery environment for warriors suffering from rule-based injuries. Jiang Yu visited regularly. On one hand, he used the power of Gixu combined with meticulous medicinal adjustments to try and soothe and mend the residual rule-based trauma within their bodies. On the other hand, through deep contact with these patients, he observed and recorded the specific imprints left by different rule conflicts on living beings. He discovered that the damage caused by the purifier's orderly beams often manifested as a rigid, exclusionary erosion that tended towards singular purity. As if a living being was forcibly fitted into a harsh template, losing adaptability and vitality. In contrast, the information pollution from the chaos belt was more bizarre, manifesting as cognitive confusion, memory grafting, sensory distortion, and even occasionally leaking memory fragments or knowledge snippets completely unrelated to the patient's experiences during their dreams or brief lapses of consciousness. This research was difficult and slow, but each discovery deepened Jiang Yu's understanding of the complex interplay between rules, information, and life. The silver dragon also visited occasionally. Using his more macroscopic perspective and the subtle perception of the paradox imprint, he examined these traumas from a higher dimension and proposed some recovery ideas based on spatial and information structures. Working together, they indeed stabilized most of the wounded, and even a few mild cases began to show signs of improvement. This greatly encouraged everyone on Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, the silver dragon continued his sensing and screening work regarding the northern unstable current. He coiled deep within the valley, surrounded by a faint silver glow and the dark aura of Gixu. The paradox imprint pulsed faintly in the depths of his consciousness, like a strange heart, resonating weakly with the distant, chaotic fluctuations of spacetime. He did not directly probe the specific scene at the current's end. That would consume too much power and risk detection by unknown entities. Instead, he used the informational background noise emanating from the current itself, which had become extremely diluted and chaotic after traveling a vast distance, to inversely deduce and screen for certain possible characteristics of its source. This task was like trying to discern the subtle chemical differences of a specific drop of water in a stormy ocean. It was extremely mentally taxing and progressed slowly. After several days, the silver dragon had only captured a few vague tendencies. Within the informational background of the current source, the proportion of order and structure seemed slightly higher than the current chaotic average around Amazon Lily, yet far lower than the suffocating absolute order of the purifiers. It was also mixed with some faint, fragmentary impressions resembling industry, steam, precision machinery, and an indescribable collective will characteristic blending resilience, rigor, and even a hint of obsession. It doesn't seem like a natural sea area, more like a highly organized settlement or mobile nation with a certain level of technological civilization. The silver dragon shared his sensing results with Jiang Yu and Hancock, but the information is too vague. We cannot determine its alignment or stance, nor judge whether it would be interested in or pose a threat to Amazon Lily's existence. Hancock pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "Since we have clues, it's worth investigating. It's better than being trapped on this isolated island waiting for resources to deplete. Dragon Lord, Pharmacist Jiang Yu, I need the two of you to make this journey personally. Firstly, you possess the ability to handle unconventional dangers. Secondly, only the two of you can establish initial contact without revealing Amazon Lily's specific location and assess whether they are worth engaging with." Jiang Yu asked, "How does your majesty wish us to present ourselves?" As investigators and potential traders, Hancock had already considered this. Amazon Lily doesn't have much to offer, but we are not without resources. Our unique medicinal herbs, specially tanned sea king's leather and materials, some information crystals containing faint rule properties, preliminarily purified from void residue, and even limited, screened, and encrypted knowledge records regarding anomalies and rule conflicts. Of course, the most important commodity is the ability and knowledge you two represent. But these should only be revealed appropriately after confirming the other party's trustworthiness and genuine need. She handed Jiang Yu a small serpent-shaped jade pendant. This is my token, containing a special aura and encrypted information. If the other party includes individuals of broad knowledge or keen perception, they might interpret some of Amazon Lily's sincerity and status from it. But do not show it easily unless absolutely necessary or safety is confirmed. Understood, Jiang Yu stored the pendant. The silver dragon also nodded. When do we depart? In 3 days, Hancock said. I will have Sandersonia lead an elite squad, using the fastest and sturdiest ship, to escort you to near the current's entrance. Once you enter the current, you will have to rely on the Dragon Lord's power and your own judgment. Regardless of whether contact can be established, you must find a way to return or send back a clear message within 1 month. Agreed. 3 days later, in the darkest hour before dawn, a specially reinforced, low-profile black speedboat quietly departed from a hidden port on Amazon Lily. Besides Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, who had shrunk in size and coiled inside the cabin, the crew consisted of 10 of the most elite Kuja warriors led by Sandersonia. They were silent and efficient, piloting the ship swiftly across the still eerily unpredictable sea towards the nor-northeast. Along the way, they saw various traces left by the Great Battle: twisted and deformed reef clusters, seawater areas of strange colors, and occasionally, unstable light and shadow fissures flashing across the sky. Sandersonia, relying on superb navigation skills and a keen intuition for energy turbulence, directed the ship carefully to avoid the most dangerous areas. 2 days later, they reached the sea area marked by the reconnaissance team. A thin, shimmering mist hung over the sea here, reducing visibility. The water was a deep, dark color, and the ocean currents became chaotic. Deep within the mist, a broad, faint blue band of light with blurred edges was vaguely visible, like a giant, luminous river suspended above the sea, slowly and irregularly writhing as it extended into the denser mist ahead. That was the unstable, space current hybrid channel. We can only take you this far, Sandersonia said gravely to Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Our ship and crew cannot withstand the spatial pressure and rule disturbances inside the channel. What happens next is up to you too. Please be extremely careful. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon moved to the ship's bow. The Silver Dragon's body slightly expanded, silver light swirling as a stable, roughly 3-meter diameter silver sphere enveloped him and Jiang Yu. Faint runes flickered on the sphere's surface, isolating the external chaotic energy and information. We're setting off, Jiang Yu nodded to Sandersonia. May your martial fortunes prosper, Sandersonia and the warriors chorused in a low shout. The silver sphere slowly detached from the ship and drifted towards the faint blue, writhing band of light. Upon contact, the sphere's surface rippled violently before being swallowed and disappearing into the sea mist. Inside the sphere, Jiang Yu felt a strong sensation of weightlessness and pulling, as if being tossed into a high-speed spinning drum. The surroundings were no longer seawater and mist, but rapidly passing, fragmented lights, shadows, and colors, interspersed with snippets of meaningless noise, distorted image fragments, and even occasional cold or burning sensations abruptly brushing against the skin. Space here had lost stable measurement, and the sense of time became blurred. The Silver Dragon focused entirely on maintaining the sphere's stability while using his spatial affinity and perception of the paradox imprint to try and lock onto the weak, but relatively stable directional tendency within the current, the one he had sensed earlier, bearing the characteristics of industry, structure, and collective will. It was an extremely grueling journey. The seemingly smooth band of light was internally filled with turbulence and traps. The Silver Dragon sensed violent spatial folds or information turbulence strong enough to tear their protection several times, forcing emergency course adjustments and detours. Jiang Yu also fully channeled the power of Gixu to help stabilize the rules in their immediate vicinity, resisting the pervasive erosion of chaotic information. An indeterminate time passed, perhaps only a few hours, perhaps a full day. Finally, a different sight appeared amidst the chaotic lights ahead, no longer purely meaningless color blocks and noise, but beginning to show vague, regular geometric outlines and a low, rhythmic, mechanical background hum. Approaching the exit, the Silver Dragon's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but his gaze was sharp. Be prepared, the spatial jump at the exit might be intense. As soon as he finished speaking, the the sight ahead suddenly magnified, and the silver sphere seemed to be violently shoved out by a tremendous force. The sensation of spinning intensified abruptly, followed by a soft pop, as if breaking through a membrane. The weightlessness vanished, replaced by the feeling of solid ground beneath their feet. The light dissipated. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment. They were standing on a massive platform made of some dark-colored metal. The platform was located within an incredibly vast, seemingly boundless domed space. High above, a distant ceiling emitted a constant white light, illuminating the area below. What met their eyes was a forest of steel. Countless enormous mechanical structures of various shapes, pipes, conveyor belts, gear assemblies, suspended tracks, crane arms, were densely packed, layer upon layer, filling every inch of visible space. Most of these mechanisms were in operation, producing a low, rhythmic symphony of rumbles, metal friction, and steam hisses. The air carried faint sense of machine oil, heated metal, and an indescribable sense of order, as if from countless precision parts fitting together perfectly. The platform was not empty. Several figures in uniform, with slightly peculiar designs, adorned with gear and pipe elements, were holding surveying-like instruments, recording data from a flickering rune array at the platform's edge. The sudden appearance of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon had clearly startled them. They turned sharply. Their faces were half covered by metal masks with monocular lenses, obscuring their full features, but one could sense the shock, wariness, and rapidly rising, professionally trained scrutiny in their gazes. One of them, seemingly the leader, quickly raised a hand to press something resembling an alarm on his waist, but did not immediately activate it. He stepped forward and asked in a language with a slight metallic rasp, yet enunciated clearly. Unauthorized spatial fluctuation entities, state your identities, purpose, and spatial transit authorization codes. This is Steel Dome City's 7th outer ring, 9th monitoring platform. You have intruded into Dr. Vegapunk's directly administered critical stabilization zone. His words, conveyed through some translation mechanism, perhaps an information field permeating the air, clearly entered the consciousness of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Steel Dome City, Dr. Vegapunk, critical stabilization zone. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon swiftly exchanged a glance. It seemed the place they had arrived at was more extraordinary than anticipated. Steel Dome Order, Dr. Vegapunk. This name stirred ripples in the consciousness of Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. Although their memories and intelligence were incomplete, the word Vegapunk itself, insert hidden rumors of the Grand Line, was often associated with concepts such as the world government's chief scientist, the brain 500 years ahead of its time, and the source of mysterious technology. Was this Steel Dome City actually under his jurisdiction? The other party waited for an answer, and the air grew stagnant with tension. The uniformed figures on the platform appeared to be mere monitoring personnel, but their movements were efficient, their positioning implied coordination, and the silhouettes of the equipment on their waists and backs displayed an extraordinary level of technology. More importantly, Jiang Yu could feel that the order force field omnipresent in this space was exerting a faint pressure, as if the entire Steel City itself was a slumbering giant, slowly turning its attention toward them. Silver Dragon spoke first, his voice transmitted directly through spiritual resonance while simulating a vibration frequency close to the other party's language. We drifted off course due to accidental spatial turbulence. We harbor no ill intent, nor do we have credentials. This place, Steel Dome City, could you inform us of its specific affiliation and entry rules? He deliberately glossed over their specific origins to first test the other party's attitude and information. The lead monitor's gaze behind his monocular lens was as sharp as a scanning beam, lingering for a moment on Silver Dragon's shrunken, yet still extraordinary draconic body, and on Jiang Yu, especially on the lingering aura of power of Gixu and spatial ripples surrounding them, which were completely incompatible with the surrounding industrial order. Accidental turbulence? The monitor's voice remained steady, but gained a more business-like scrutiny. The outskirts of this critical stability zone are equipped with a 7-fold information space filter. Conventional turbulence cannot break through. Your appearance coordinates landed precisely on the monitoring platform's calibration point, with an error of less than 0.003 of an arcsecond. This is not a precision achievable by accident. The device in his hand emitted a slight hum, seemingly performing a deep scan. Detected high concentrations of unregistered rule residues, non-standard spatial topologies, and the device suddenly emitted a rapid beeping, paradoxical information characteristics, warning level elevated. At those last words, all the surrounding monitors instantly entered a state of alert, their devices changing shape as energy faintly began to converge. Jiang Yu's mind raced. The other party possessed extremely high technology and had clear cognitive and monitoring means for concepts like rules and paradoxes. Concealment was pointless, and forceful confrontation was even less wise. He took half a step forward and spoke calmly, the power of Gixu flowing slightly to restrain and smooth his and Silver Dragon's auras to show they were harmless. We indeed come from a sea area plunged into chaos by severe rule conflicts, and we are searching for a stable zone for necessary supplies and information exchange. We hold respect for Steel Dome City and Dr. Vegapunk's domain and have no intention of offending. He flicked his wrist. He didn't directly show the snake-shaped jade pendant Hancock had given him, but a faint and unique Kuja royal aura, mixed with a cert, purifying, and protective intent of the power of Gixu, was quietly released for an instant. This aura was distinctly different from the pure industrial order around them, carrying the vitality of a living island and an ancient majesty, and was immediately captured by the monitoring equipment. The monitor leader paused slightly, data flowing rapidly across his lens. Not a world government code, not a known affiliated nation lineage, possessing characteristics of primitive island guardian totems and high-level energy civilization imprints. Mixed with the primordial source of Gixu of extremely contradictory dual rules, and the highest priority paradox imprint. He seemed to be rapidly retrieving and comparing against a massive database. After a moment, he raised his hand, signaling his team to slow the energy convergence. Your feature combination is extremely anomalous. There is no perfect match record in the database. According to Article 17, Clause 3 of the Steel Dome City Temporary Management Regulations for Outsiders, and the 9th Supplementary Plan for Special Anomalous Individuals, you must immediately undergo quarantine review and be evaluated by the central brain and at least one high-level counselor. Whether you cooperate will directly affect how you are handled. Quarantine review, central brain, high-level counselor? It sounded full of uncertainty and risk. However, the other party's regulations were clear, and their attitude, while wary, did not resort to direct violence, displaying the characteristics of a highly organized civilization. This might be an opportunity to establish contact, albeit in a passive manner. Silver Dragon and Jiang Yu quickly exchanged thoughts again. Order here is strict, and technological detection capabilities are extremely strong. Forcing a breakthrough or hiding would be extremely difficult and might completely close the channels for dialogue. The other party is sensitive to paradoxes. The imprint may already be a focus. A review isn't necessarily a bad thing. It might lead to direct contact with high-level officials. We need to set a bottom line. If the evaluation results are hostile or attempt to imprison us, we'll find a way to escape then. Agreed. Jiang Yu nodded to the monitor leader. We are willing to cooperate with the review, but we request to know the basic process and to be treated according to basic civilized standards during the evaluation. Furthermore, we hope to eventually speak with personnel who have decision-making power. We have certain intelligence and needs that might also be of value to Steel Dome City. The monitor leader seemed slightly surprised by Jiang Yu's composure and the conditions he proposed, but quickly returned to his rigid demeanor. The process will be informed. Treatment depends on your level of cooperation and the evaluated risk level. The opportunity for dialogue will be decided by the evaluation results. Now, do not move and accept the first stage of stabilization processing. The device in his hand emitted a soft light blue beam that enveloped Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. The beam carried a powerful stabilizing and suppressing effect, attempting to anchor the active energy and rule fluctuations around them in their current state to prevent potential information pollution from spreading or sudden energy outbursts. Silver Dragon frowned slightly, but did not resist, allowing the beam to take effect. Jiang Yu operated the power of Gixu to cooperate with the beam's effect, proactively adjusting his state to be more stable and inert. This action caused certain readings on the monitoring equipment to drop significantly, and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in the monitor leader's eyes. Stabilization complete. Risk level tentatively set at Amber. High attention, limited threat. Follow me and stay within a 3-meter distance. The monitor leader turned and walked toward a large metal door on the edge of the platform that suddenly slid open silently. The other monitors followed in tactical formation. Passing through the door, they entered a wide corridor filled with soft white light. The corridor walls were made of a smooth alloy, seamless and integrated. Small holographic markers flashed occasionally on the ceiling, indicating different areas. The air was clean, the temperature constant, with only a very low mechanical hum coming from deep within the walls. Occasionally, sleekly designed tracked or floating robots glided by silently, ignoring the group. They took a high-speed elevator platform that descended vertically for a considerable distance, then transferred to a silent maglev railcar, traveling through a complex network of steel corridors. Everything they saw along the way was a scene of high automation and perfect order. In massive workshops, robotic arms precisely assembled complex components. In laboratories, liquids flowing with strange light circulated through transparent pipes. They even saw personnel wearing similar but more refined uniforms operating consoles covered in light screens, discussing technical parameters that Jiang Yu could not understand at all. This place did not seem like an island or a ship. It was more like a complete, unbelievably massive industrialized nation buried somewhere underground or within a mountain. Its technological level and degree of organization far exceeded any civilization Jiang Yu had previously encountered in the Grand Line. Finally, they were brought to a pure white circular room. In the center of the room was a raised platform, surrounded by several rings of floating light screens through which endless streams of data flowed. The room had no obvious entrance or exit. They had been teleported in. "This is the stasis evaluation room," the monitor leader said. "The central brain will scan and analyze your physical structure, energy spectrum, information structure, and rule imprints. During the scan, you will be in a state of sluggish time perception. You will not feel discomfort or the passage of time. Once the scan is complete, the next step will be decided based on the results. Release to a temporary residential area to await a summons from the counselors or transfer to deeper control. Please step onto the platform." Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon did as told and stepped onto the central platform. The platform beneath their feet lit up with a gentle white light. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt his thoughts, perceptions, and even the flow of energy in his body as if they had been placed into an extremely viscous medium, becoming incredibly slow. However, his consciousness itself remained clear, with no pain or grogginess. He saw countless invisible and intangible scanning beams, whose presence he could nevertheless feel, penetrate from all parts of the room, covering every inch of their bodies, reaching deep into their energy cores, and even touching the edge of his sea of consciousness and that dormant paradox imprint. The imprint stirred slightly. It didn't activate, but it seemed to cause one of the scanning beams to produce an extremely subtle disturbance akin to a data overflow, which was quickly covered and corrected by a more powerful scanning program. After an unknown amount of time, subjectively it might have been only an instant, or it might have been incredibly long, the white light faded, and perception returned to normal. On the surrounding circular light screens, the waterfall-like data stream had stopped, replaced by several constantly changing 3D models, spectrograms, topological diagrams, and a large amount of scrolling analytical conclusion text, many of the terms of which Jiang Yu could not understand at all. However, the final bolded conclusions that settled on the largest light screen used a more universal information language. Evaluation subject A, humanoid individual. Physical structure optimization level extremely high, integrated with multidimensional energy adaptability modifications. Core energy source is primordial source of Gixu, high concentration, preliminary regularization achieved. Soul structure stable. carrying multiple encrypted information packages, rule affinity contradictory, possesses both high-order adaptability and chaos inclusivity. Carries Vortex of Paradox secondary mark, imprint code. Theta 7 activity, low correlation, to be further investigated. Comprehensive threat rating, yellow zone observation grade, possesses high-value research potential and potential for cooperation, requires cautious managed contact. Evaluation subject B, draconic individual, non-standard biological template, manifestation of a spatial rule lifeform, origin deeply bound with subject A, sharing primordial source of Gixu and paradox imprint, spatial manipulation capability rating. S, theoretically possesses potential to break through the current city-state's seven-fold filters. Information processing and rule analysis capabilities outstanding. Comprehensive threat rating, yellow zone observation grade, same as subject A. Correlation analysis. Both subjects have a high causal correlation with the recent large-scale rule collapse in Sea Area G1174, vicinity of former Amazon Lily, the disappearance of purifier activity, and brief high-dimensional interference from the Vortex of Paradox. Recommendation: initiate high-level dialogue procedures. The agenda should include exchange of event details, assessment of the paradox imprints, potential impact, and exploration of possibilities for technology knowledge resource complementarity. Final disposal recommendation: transfer to foreign guest observation area, grant level 3 passage and information access rights, restricted, and schedule a preliminary contact with high-level counselor tech side. The conclusions on the light screen clearly displayed Steel Dome City's terrifying monitoring and analysis capabilities. They had been seen through almost completely. Even their connection to the Amazon Lily incident had been deduced. But precisely because of this capability, the other party had made a relatively rational and pragmatic evaluation, not seeing them as threats that must be eliminated, but as anomalous variables worth observing and talking to. The monitor leader had obviously received the conclusions as well. He spoke to the air. Central command received. Transfer procedure initiated. The wall on one side of the room slid open silently, and two personnel wearing silver-gray uniforms with a more composed and restrained temperament appeared. On their chests were emblems resembling a combination of a gear and a brain. "Gentlemen, please follow us to the foreign guest area. Under Dr. Vegapunk's command, the third counselor of the Technology Council, Dr. Frankenstein, will conduct a preliminary meeting with you in 2 standard hours. Please seize the opportunity." Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon looked at each other, the gravity in their eyes not yet dissipated, but there was also a glimmer of things having settled. Contact in the most unexpected way was about to begin. Council talks. The place known as the Foreign Guest Observation Area was a suite with a minimalist, futuristic style. Walls constructed of metal and synthetic materials were smooth and cold, with built-in light sources simulating the rhythm of natural daylight. Through a transparent barrier occupying an entire wall, not glass, but a stable force field, a meticulously arranged courtyard landscape with a tiny ecological cycle could be seen. However, their senses told Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon that it was merely an extremely realistic holographic projection. They were still deep underground. The room was fully equipped, even featuring a small multifunctional analysis table. Their personal items, which were actually very few, had been placed on a platform at the entrance, including that snake-shaped jade pendant. Apparently, the other party had scanned them and returned them after confirming there was no immediate threat. Level 3 access allowed them to use the terminal in the room for limited access to Steel Dome City's public information network. The content was strictly filtered, mostly consisting of city-state history, a highly summarized and idealized version, basic laws, and introductions to public services. Jiang Yu browsed quickly. Steel Dome City, calling itself the Grand Line Neutral Technology City-State, was created by the legendary scientist Vegapunk, who led the core Brain Council. It was dedicated to maintaining the stability of local sea area rules with pure rationality and advanced technology, and exploring the truth of the world. On the surface, it did not belong to the world government, but the information vaguely hinted at the existence of certain cooperative projects and understandings. The main body of the city-state was located in a naturally formed, staggeringly large seafloor crustal cavity, which had undergone large-scale modification. Its location was extremely secret, connected to a few safety nodes in the outside world through multiple spatial stabilization technologies. Its technology tree was clearly skewed, or rather, advanced to an unbelievable degree, especially in the fields of energy conversion, matter reorganization, rule observation, and limited interference. Pure rationality and technocracy, a neutral city-state. The silver dragon was coiled in a corner of the room, its consciousness fluctuating with thought. It's completely different from the ecological island nation of Amazon Lily or the warrior culture of the Kuja. Their attitude toward rules and anomalies is closer to that of researchers and engineers. Perhaps they can be communicated with. Exactly 2 standard hours later, a gentle prompt sounded in the room. A wall flowed like mercury, revealing the outline of a door, which then solidified and opened. Outside the door stood a serious, middle-aged man dressed in silver-gray robes, his hair combed meticulously. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, and the gaze behind the lenses was as sharp as a scalpel. The emblem on his chest was the same as that of the previous reception personnel. "I am Frankenstein, 3rd Director of the Technology Council Department, responsible for unconventional phenomena and cross-border technology research." His voice was steady, without much emotional fluctuation, as if he were reading a report. "Based on the Central Brains Assessment and the Council Department's resolution, I will conduct the initial contact meeting with you. Please follow me." Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon followed Frankenstein through several similarly clean and silent corridors to a more private meeting room. In the center of the room was a streamlined metal table and 3 ergonomic chairs. The walls were deep blue, adorned with slowly flowing data streams of starlight. The 3 of them took their seats. A light screen automatically rose in front of Frankenstein, listing an outline. "First, let us confirm the basic facts." He looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. "You come from the central area of the Sea Area G1174, formerly Amazon Lily and its surroundings, where a violent rule conflict occurred 1 month ago. The conflict involved at least 2 high-dimensional or rule-level entities, the Purifier, an extreme entity on the side of order, and the Vortex of Paradox, of unknown attributes, suspected to be a higher-dimensional interference body. You were key participants and survivors of the conflict, with remnants of both powers' imprints in your bodies, and you have obtained some kind of secondary mark from the Vortex of Paradox. Is there any major discrepancy in the above information?" Jiang Yu felt a slight chill in his heart. The other party's intelligence was terrifyingly accurate. He shook his head. "It is basically true. However, the term survivor is not entirely accurate. We resisted and, to a certain extent, influenced the outcome." He cautiously avoided mentioning the specific details of Hancock and the final slumber protocol. Frankenstein recorded quickly on the light screen. "Understood. Influenced the outcome. What specifically does that mean?" Monitoring shows that the Purifier's activity signal decayed sharply in the later stages of the conflict. It wasn't simply repelled or expelled, but rather seemed to be neutralized or banished to the rule level by some force. Meanwhile, the interference peak of the Vortex of Paradox highly overlapped with the Purifier's decay point, subsequently leaving behind stable spatial trauma, the void, and the marks within your bodies. The central brain speculates that you may have utilized some kind of rule lever or paradox property to complete the disposal of the Purifier during the brief window of the Vortex of Paradox. Yes or no? Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged looks. The other party's speculation was already close to the core. The Silver Dragon spoke up. "Yes, we utilized the properties of Gixu and specific battlefield conditions to use their own strength against them. The specific methods involve the mysteries of our origins and are not convenient to detail." Understandable. Frankenstein did not press for details, instead asking, "Then, the mark left by the Vortex of Paradox, which you call a seed, what is its current state? Are there any specific effects or potential risks?" The imprint is dormant, like an unactivated rune. "Currently, there are no direct negative effects, nor has it granted any clear abilities. However, its existence itself may become a focal point for attracting other anomalies or triggering unknown changes, Jiang Yu said truthfully, while also asking in return, does Steel Dome City seem to know something about the Vortex of Paradox? Frankenstein was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the information's confidentiality level. The Vortex of Paradox is on the city-state's top threat observation list, but records are extremely scarce, with a rating of unsolvable class. It is not a life form or entity in the usual sense, but rather more like a projection of some kind of singularity or error at the level of natural laws within the information dimension. Its behavioral patterns are difficult to predict with conventional logic. The act of leaving a mark is itself a massive paradox. Dr. Vegapunk once proposed several hypotheses, but they lack empirical evidence. You are the most direct related cases currently known. He changed the subject. This is also one of the reasons we are willing to talk. Cooperative research on this mark could be beneficial to both parties. Of course, this would be under the premise of ensuring safety and controllability. Cooperative research, Jiang Yu caught the keyword. Yes, Steel Dome City can provide top-tier rule observation equipment, a safe experimental environment, and a relevant theoretical knowledge base. In exchange, you provide living samples and direct experiential data. Research results will be shared. Frankenstein's tone remained calm. As a reward, the city-state can provide you with necessary resources within a reasonable range, including but not limited to energy, special materials, medical technical support, and some theoretical guidance on how to stabilize or control the power of Gixu and the paradox imprint. The terms sounded fair, even generous. But Jiang Yu knew well that cooperating with such a highly technical and rational city-state also carried immense risks. What are the specific forms and limits of the research, and how will our freedom and safety be guaranteed? The specific terms need to be further drafted, but the basic principles can be shared, primarily non-invasive observation, with limited active testing conducted under your full supervision and consent when necessary. During your stay in the city-state, you will enjoy observation-level foreign guest treatment. Your range of activity will be restricted but reasonable, and your personal will be respected. If either party deems the cooperation risk to exceed their tolerance, they may propose termination, though a necessary safety isolation observation period must be completed. Frankenstein pushed up his glasses. This is the best plan available based on your current yellow zone observation level rating. If your rating drops, the conditions will be harsher. If it rises, perhaps you will have more autonomy. We need time to consider and to communicate with our home, Jiang Yu said. Very well, you have 72 standard hours. Please submit your intent through the room terminal by then. Before that, you may learn about the city-state to a limited extent, and you may also propose other requirements, such as a resource list. Frankenstein stood up, as the meeting seemed to be nearing its end. But he suddenly stopped and added, additionally, based on the principle of information sharing, I should remind you of one thing. When the central brain was tracing data around the time of the C area G1174 incident, it captured another set of faint, non-associative abnormal spatial fluctuation signals. They appeared during the final stages of the purifier's activity, at the edge of the conflict area, and then vanished. The signal characteristics do not completely match any known faction and carry an ancient, ritualistic bloody aura. Although we cannot determine if it is directly related to you, I suggest you remain vigilant. Anomalies in the Grand Line never act alone. After speaking, he gave a slight nod and left straight away. The meeting room returned to silence. An ancient, ritualistic bloody aura, the silver dragon whispered. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. The crisis of Amazon Lily did not seem to have truly ended, and Steel Dome City was both a possible ally and resource site, as well as a refined and dangerous observation cage. They needed to clear their thoughts and make a choice as soon as possible. The blood tide is coming. The final warning left by Frankenstein cast a new shadow over the hearts of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, an ancient, ritualistic scent of blood. This immediately reminded them of certain more primitive, mysterious, and dangerous forces in the Grand Line. Perhaps some tribes or nations that worshipped ancient evil gods, or sought the power of blood sacrifice had been attracted by the informational afterglow emitted by the conflict of rules at the level of the purifiers and the Vortex of Paradox, like sharks scenting blood. This forced them to add an urgent time limit when considering cooperation with Steel Dome City. Amazon Lily might be facing a new, unknown threat. Returning to the foreign guest observation area, the two quickly used the room terminal to retrieve public information from Steel Dome City regarding forces or phenomena related to ancient bloody rituals. The information was limited and mostly vague, but several keywords appeared repeatedly: Crimson Dawn Cult, Covenant of Blood and Bone, Sacrifice of the Ancients, and rumors of certain uncivilized giant islands in the New World. There was no direct evidence pointing to Amazon Lily, but it was enough to cause high alert. "We cannot delay here for too long," Jiang Yu said in a heavy voice. "Whether or not we cooperate with Steel Dome City, we must send this news back to Amazon Lily as soon as possible and strengthen our defenses." The Silver Dragon nodded. "Indeed. Regarding cooperation, we can set a short-term framework with clear goals to exchange for much-needed resources, especially defensive technology or early warning devices. At the same time, we must ensure we have the ability and passage to return to Amazon Lily at any time." The two quickly drafted a preliminary letter of intent for cooperation and a list of resource requirements. The cooperation intent mainly involved short-term information sharing, preliminary observation data on paradox imprints, partial records of rule conflicts, in exchange for specific materials and technical support, while clearly reserving the right to terminate cooperation and leave at any time. Resource requirements focused on high-efficiency energy crystals to power defensive arrays or the final slumber protocol, spatial stability anchors to reinforce the fragile space around Amazon Lily, advanced medical and purification technical data, targeting rule-based disabilities, and temporary spatial beacon technology or devices that could be used for rapid round trips. They submitted this intent and list through the terminal, attaching an urgent request to contact Amazon Lily. A reply arrived quickly from Frankenstein. "The Council understands your urgency. In principle, we agree to the short-term cooperation framework. Some resources, crystals, basic stability anchors, some medical data can be allocated immediately as a down payment. The temporary spatial beacon is a highly sensitive technology that requires approval from Dr. Vegapunk himself or the Chief Counselor and must be used under strict monitoring. We can first provide an encrypted long-range communication device. Although it will experience delays and interference due to spatial turbulence, it can achieve basic information transmission. Please provide the receiver coordinates or signature code." Although the encrypted communication device was not as good as returning directly, it was a timely help. Jiang Yu immediately provided the signature code of an encrypted rune sequence preset in a secret communication room in the Amazon Lily Imperial City. The device needs 1 hour for preparation and debugging. During this time, please prepare the preliminary observation data you promised. In 1 hour, data handover and material reception will take place in the third laboratory. Meanwhile, we will attempt to apply for the use permit of the temporary spatial beacon for you. Please note that even if approved, the usage location will be strictly limited to a specific teleportation room, and there will be energy tracking records. The conditions were acceptable. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon immediately began organizing the data. They filtered out some energy fluctuation patterns of the paradox imprint in its passive state, reaction records when in contact with the power of Gixu, and a small amount of macro-observation records of the purifier's order beams and chaos belt pollution, excluding core details involving Hancock's abilities and the final slumber protocol. This data would not harm them, but should be of considerable value to Steel Dome City's research. An hour later, the two were guided to the third laboratory. This was a space filled with various precision instruments, soft lighting, and a strong sense of sterility. Frankenstein was already waiting there, alongside several researchers and several automated transport machines. The handover process was efficient and quiet. Jiang Yu handed the encrypted storage core containing the data, a disposable device provided by Steel Dome City, to Frankenstein. After verification, The other party nodded. Mechanical arms transported several sealed metal boxes and a suitcase-sized, complex device covered in runes and interfaces. Inside the boxes are 500 standard high-purity energy crystals, 10 sets of basic spatial stability, anchor components and deployment guides, and an encrypted database access key containing 37,000 technical entry summaries. Frankenstein introduced. This is a Hydro-III long-range communicator, which has been preliminarily paired with the signature code you provided. Due to the extremely high spatial background noise in the current sea area, the expected one-way information transmission delay is between 6 to 12 hours, and some data packets may be lost. It is recommended to keep information concise and repeat key content. He paused and continued, regarding the temporary spatial beacon. The application has been submitted, but the Chief Council is currently deliberating. Some counselors have raised concerns that the paradox imprints in your bodies might cause unpredictable interference with the beacon during high-precision spatial jumps, which poses a risk. The result will be notified to you in 12 hours at the latest. During this time, please remain in the designated area. Obtaining the communicator was already a key breakthrough. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon gave their thanks and returned to the foreign guest area with the supplies. They first activated the communicator and attempted to contact Amazon Lily. Once the device started, it emitted a low hum and runes flowed across its surface. Jiang Yu condensed and encrypted the information that needed to be conveyed: the basic situation of Steel Dome City, the cooperation intent, the upcoming delivery of resources via a hidden transport channel that might be arranged later, and the warning about the ancient bloody sent force, and injected it into the device. After the information was sent, the status light showed sending, estimated feedback wait time, 8-15 hours. Next was the wait. The two used this time to carefully study the medical data provided by Steel Dome City. Some of the ideas regarding rule-based trauma, neural remodeling, and information pollution isolation technology gave Jiang Yu great inspiration. The Silver Dragon focused on analyzing the design principles of the spatial stability anchors, thinking about how to combine them with Amazon Lily's existing arrays. Time passed in a mix of anxiety and learning. About 10 hours later, the communicator's indicator light suddenly flashed urgently, receiving a segment of encrypted information from Amazon Lily that was extremely unstable and filled with static. After a difficult decoding process, the fragmented information was pieced together. Received, warning, north-northwest, sea area discovered, unknown fleet, flag, blood-colored crescent and bone, heading, suspected main island, speed not fast but, route strange, avoiding conventional scouting, alert level raised, Her Majesty Hancock orders immediate return, if possible. The information cut off there. The latter half seemed completely lost. A blood-colored crescent and bone. This matched the symbol of the covenant of blood and bone mentioned in the records. The threat had manifested and was approaching Amazon Lily. Almost simultaneously, the communication light in the room lit up, and Frankenstein's voice came through. Jiang Yu, Silver Dragon, please come to the teleportation control center immediately. The application for the temporary spatial beacon has been conditionally approved, but the situation has changed. We have monitored a large-scale abnormal bioenergy gathering reaction in the direction of the signature code you provided, Amazon Lily, with an 87% match to the energy characteristics of ancient bloody rituals. Dr. Vegapunk has personally instructed. You are permitted to use the beacon for an emergency return, but you must carry a set of observation equipment and keep the communication link open so we can remotely record event data as a basis for evaluating deeper future cooperation. Please make a decision within 3 minutes. The crisis had arrived suddenly, and conditions came with it. Carrying observation equipment meant their whereabouts would be partially exposed, and keeping communication open would more likely allow Steel Dome City to glimpse more of Amazon Lily's secrets. But at this moment, every second of delay meant another second of danger for Amazon Lily. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon reached a consensus instantly. We agree to the conditions. Let's go immediately. 3 minutes later, at the teleportation control center. In the center of a room filled with complex circular mechanical structures, a fist-sized, crystal-clear polyhedral crystal was suspended. This was the temporary spatial beacon. Beside it, a silver suitcase containing observation equipment was ready. Frankenstein's speaking speed increased. The beacon has locked onto the approximate area of the signature code you provided, but due to the spatial instability of the target location, the drop point may have a deviation of up to 500 meters. The observation equipment will automatically record surrounding energy, rules, and life reactions, and the data will be encrypted and transmitted back in real time. Remember, keep the communication open. I wish you success in dealing with this. There was no more nonsense. Jiang Yu picked up the case, and the silver dragon shrank in size to coil around his shoulder. The two stood beneath the beacon. The light flared intensely. The familiar sense of tearing and spatial displacement struck again, but it was more violent and blunt than when crossing unstable ocean currents. Steel Dome City's technology seemed to gouge through the spatial barrier in a more direct and powerful way. A few seconds later, accompanied by a violent tremor and the boom of air imploding, the two abruptly fell out of midair, landing on a damp rocky beach. The salty, fishy sea breeze hit their faces, and the familiar sound of waves filled their ears. The night was deep, but in the direction of Amazon Lily in the distance, firelight was faintly visible, along with an extremely unsettling, faint blood-colored glow, mixed with frantic whispers and the sound of drum beats drifting over with the wind. They were back, but their home seemed to have fallen to the edge of blood and fire. Blood Moon approaches island. The moment Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon landed on the reef beach, a thick scent of blood and waves of crazed, chaotic mental fluctuations surged toward them like a tide. In the distance, along the coast of Amazon Lily, firelight flickered, reflecting dense, ghost-like silhouettes of ships. Those ships were primitive and hideous in design, looking as if they were crudely pieced together from giant beast skeletons and rusted metal, with sails depicting that piercing blood-colored crescent moon and crossed bones pattern. Even more heart-wrenching was that the seawater around each ship glowed with an ominous dark red, as if soaked in blood, with countless twisted, non-fish, non-human shadows churning beneath the surface. Low, raspy, and sacrilegious chanting and drum beats echoed in the air, the sound seeming to bore directly into the mind, stirring up instinctive disgust and restlessness. It was a primitive, ritualistic power that worshipped blood and destruction, currently attempting to taint the land of Amazon Lily. Jiang Yu picked up the observation equipment case and exchanged a look with Silver Dragon. Without a word, their bodies simultaneously turned into streaks of light, racing toward the Imperial City Harbor, where the firelight and blood-red hue were most intense. As Silver Dragon flew, he expanded his perception to its full extent. 27 enemy vessels surrounding the western and southern harbors in a crescent formation. The energy reactions of the personnel on board are chaotic and fanatical. Individual strength varies, but they generally carry blood sacrifice enhancement characteristics. Beneath the sea surface are a large number of driven mutant sea beasts or semi-transformed kin. The coastal defense line is currently engaged in battle, with Kuja warriors forming ranks to resist, but the enemy has the advantage in numbers, and that blood-colored energy has a strange corrosive effect on conventional armament haki. Jiang Yu saw it too. On the outskirts of the harbor, the warriors of Amazon Lily relied on repaired defensive works, arrows falling like rain, and haki-infused attacks constantly repelling the red-skinned enemies whose eyes burned with crazed light as they tried to land. But these enemies seemed oblivious to pain. Even when wounded, what flowed from their wounds was not normal blood, but viscous dark red energy that could even continue to squirm and attack after hitting the ground. Even more troublesome were those shadows beneath the sea surface that constantly climbed onto the reefs and docks. Their forms were even more bizarre, some still retaining partial fish-like features, while others resembled bloated, rotting humanoids, emitting a foul stench and chaotic mental fluctuations. The battle line was slowly, but firmly compressing inward. "Where is Hancock?" Jiang Yu was anxious. He could feel several powerful auras in the center of the island contending against something, one of which was the proud and sharp aura belonging to Hancock, but she seemed to be held back. Above the Imperial City, Silver Dragon's eyes flashed with silver light. There is a powerful enemy. The two increased their speed further, soaring over the battlefield. Below, some enemies tried to attack with spears or blood-colored energy beams, but they were all deflected by the spatial fold's Silver Dragon, casually deployed or annihilated by Jiangyu's power of Gixu. They were like sharp arrows, shooting straight for the Imperial City. On the plaza in front of the Imperial City, the scene was even more terrifying. The defensive runes inscribed on the ground flickered erratically, clearly under immense pressure. Sandersonia and Marigold were leading a squad of the most elite Kuja guards, engaged in a fierce battle with 3 enemies dressed in tattered blood-red robes and wearing bone crowns. The auras of these 3 far exceeded those of ordinary cultists. With every movement, blood-colored energy flowed like a physical substance, transforming into hideous beast heads or sharp blades, managing to fight the hacky-wrapped Gorgon sisters to a standstill, even faintly suppressing them. And directly above the plaza, Hancock floated in the air, her long hair and dress fluttering loudly. Before her, an exceptionally tall, almost non-human being stood suspended in the air. He, or it, was entirely covered in dark red armor that seemed to be a mixture of living muscle and bone, with a full skull mask on his face, 2 clusters of eerie green soul fire burning in the mask's eye sockets. In his hand, he held a twisted giant scythe that looked as if it were pieced together from countless vertebrae, with viscous dark red liquid dripping from the blade, emitting an aura of curses. Most striking was behind him, where a phantom, blood-colored crescent moon, over 10 meters in diameter, composed entirely of viscous blood light, slowly rotated, emitting a nauseatingly sweet scent and a powerful suppression of rules. This phantom resonated with the power of the ships and cultists below, forming a blood moon domain that enveloped the entire battlefield. Within this domain, the strength of the Amazon Lily side was invisibly weakened, while the enemy's attacks became more violent and their healing speed faster. Blood Moon High Priest, Hancock's voice was cold, carrying suppressed anger and a trace of imperceptible fatigue. How dare your blood-bone cult invade my kingdom? Hiss, Amazon Lily, an ancient and pure island of life, what a perfect sacrifice. A raspy, overlapping voice came from beneath the skull mask, as if countless people were whispering at once. Offer your blood and souls to my lord to become the new blood moon seeds. This is a supreme honor. In your dreams, Hancock's eyes widened in anger, her conqueror's haki mixed with the charm of the Miro Miro, Nomi erupting violently as a pink shockwave swept toward the high priest. However, that blood moon phantom trembled slightly and shed a patch of blood light, actually neutralizing most of Hancock's haki impact. The remaining power hit the high priest, only causing ripples on his blood-colored armor without dealing substantial damage. It is useless. Under the shine of the blood moon, all resistance is but nourishment for my lord. The high priest raised the bone scythe, about to swing it down. Just then, 2 figures fell onto the plaza like meteors, landing not far from Hancock's side. It was Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Dragon Lord, Sandersonia cried out in pleasant surprise. A sharp light also flashed in Hancock's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by solemnity. You've returned just in time. But be careful, this monster and his domain are extremely wicked. Jiang Yu quickly scanned the scene, placed the observation equipment case on the ground. The case automatically unfolded, and several probes rose silently to begin recording, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, first break the domain, then decapitate their leader." Silver Dragon's body grew with the wind, returning to a combat form of about 10 meters. His dragon might was vast, temporarily dispersing the uncomfortable bloody scent nearby. Leave it to me. A mere fake moon dares to show off its light. He gave a long roar, and his brilliant silver dragon body soared into the sky, not directly attacking the high priest, but lunging straight for that high-hanging, blood moon phantom. Dragon claws extended, their tips swirling with the dark light of Gixu and the subtle spatial distortions triggered by the paradox imprint, clawing fiercely at the core of the blood moon. The high priest seemingly didn't expect the opponent to play so unconventionally, nor did he expect Silver Dragon's aura to be so peculiar that it could even trigger spatial rules. He immediately swung the bone scythe. a massive blood-colored blade light slashing toward Silver Dragon, while simultaneously trying to manipulate the Blood Moon Phantom to change its defense. But how could Jiang Yu let him have his way? He took a step forward, the power of Gixu rippling beneath his feet, instantly dragging parts of the plaza into the range of Gixu's rule influence. Although the range was far less than being inside Gixu itself, the intent of all things returning to silence and the dissolution of all laws still produced strong interference with the blood-colored domain that relied on external energy resonance. The blood-colored blade light the High Priest slashed out actually dissolved and dimmed rapidly upon entering the range of the Gixu force field, like ice and snow meeting boiling oil. What power is this? The soul fire beneath the High Priest's skull mask jumped violently. Taking advantage of this gap, Silver Dragon's claws had already touched the Blood Moon Phantom. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron plunging into grease, the Blood Moon Phantom shook and twisted violently, letting out a piercing sound as if countless people were wailing. The viscous blood light composing the Phantom was rapidly eroded and stripped away by Silver Dragon's power of Gixu and spatial tearing force. My Lord's Moon! The High Priest let out a furious roar, wanting to turn back to help, but was caught by Hancock. Slave Arrow! Countless pink heart-shaped arrows poured down like a rainstorm, containing the dual powers of petrification and mental shock, firmly entangling him. Jiang Yu also moved. He held his fingers like a sword, the true words of Gui Su flowing in his heart, as a point of profound black light condensed at his fingertip. He pointed it from a distance at the core of the Blood Moon Phantom. Return to silence. The black light shot out silently, sinking into the center of the turbulent Blood Moon Phantom. In the next moment, that massive Blood Moon Phantom suddenly collapsed inward, then erupted with silent black ripples. All the blood light, evil whispers, and domain suppression disappeared without a trace the moment the ripples swept past, as if wiped away by an eraser. The High Priest's body shook violently, black smoke overflowing from beneath the skull mask, his aura suddenly dropping significantly. The breaking of the Blood Moon Phantom had clearly caused a backlash against him. Now, Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light, her entire body's haki condensed to the extreme. Her figure turned into a pink flash, instantly appearing before the High Priest, her slender fingers wrapped in top-tier armament haki and the rule power of the Miro Miro no Mi, pointing a finger at his skull mask. Perfume femur. Cracked. A crisp shattering sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the skull mask, and the High Priest let out a shrill scream of mixed pain and fury. His body retreated violently, the bone scythe in his hand swinging wildly, as streaks of blood-colored blade light scattered, forcing back Hancock's pursuit and plowing deep furrows into the ground. And without the support of the Blood Moon domain, the three blood-robed priests struggling with Sandersonia and the others immediately felt the pressure increase. The Gorgon sisters caught a flaw and heavily wounded one of them. In the direction of the harbor, the cult fleet and mutant sea beasts that originally held the advantage also seemed to lose their backbone, their offensive slowing down. The Kuja warriors' morale surged, and they began to organize a counterattack. The battle situation had undergone a reversal in just a few rounds since Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon's return. But Jiang Yu felt little joy in his heart. He looked up at the High Priest, who, although wounded, still emitted a dangerous aura, and at the ships on the distant sea that had not retreated, but instead became even more crazed because their leader was hurt. He knew that repelling this attack might be possible, but to completely resolve the blood-bone cult, this hidden tumor, would likely not be so simple. Meanwhile, the indicator light on the silver briefcase flickered slightly at a fixed frequency, quietly transmitting every detail of this battle to the distant Steel Dome city. Aftermath and Undercurrents. The Blood Moon domain shattered, the High Priest was wounded, and the scales of battle suddenly tilted. How could Hancock let such a golden opportunity slip by? A veteran of 100 battles, she knew well that to capture the bandits, one must first capture their leader. In the instant, the High Priest's aura became chaotic, and his mind wavered due to the backlash. Pink radiance erupted around her. The power of the Miro Miro no Mi was pushed to its limit, blending with top-tier Heishoku and armament haki to transform into a pink flash that pierced through heaven and earth. Grand Perfume Femur. This strike was no longer a mere localized kick, but a conceptual impact condensed from all her current strength and fury. Everywhere it passed, space distorted slightly, and the residual blood-colored energy evaporated instantly, as if meeting its natural enemy. The high priest let out an unwilling roar and hurriedly raised his bone scythe to parry. Bloodlight boiled upon the scythe, and countless painfully twisted faces emerged and wailed within the light, attempting to construct a defense. But in such haste, how could he block Hancock's long-prepared, full-power strike? Crack boom! The bone scythe snapped, and shattered bone fragments splattered along with foul blood. The pink flash continued unabated, slamming violently into the dark red armor on the high priest's chest. The armor instantly became riddled with cracks and caved inward, as broken bone shards stabbed deep into his body. Arg, the high priest let out a shrill scream, his tall body flying backward like a tattered sack, smashing through several half-destroyed buildings and kicking up a cloud of dust. His aura rapidly declined, and the two clusters of eerie green soul fire grew much dimmer. Elder sister, Sandersonia and Marigold were greatly heartened and took the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, completely routing the 3 blood-robed priests. 2 died on the spot, and 1 was captured while heavily wounded. Over at the harbor, deprived of the domain's enhancement and high-level commands, the cult fleet's offensive became visibly chaotic and weak. The Kuja warriors seized the chance to counterattack. Led by several captains, they cleared out the landing enemies one by one and used coastal defense weapons to shell the ships at sea. Several smaller enemy vessels were sunk, and the remainder began to retreat in panic. The silver dragon did not pursue the high priest. Instead, with a flick of its tail, it circled above the imperial city. Dragon might, mixed with spatial fluctuations, swept across the entire island, dispelling residual evil auras and intimidating the mutated sea beasts trying to approach. Pharmacist Jiang Yu quickly reached Hancock's side, the power of Gixu flowing as he brushed her somewhat pale cheek. That last strike had been extremely taxing, and she seemed to have been strained even before that. "Your Majesty, how are you?" "It's nothing." Hancock took a deep breath, steadying her slightly hurried breathing, her gaze still sharply fixed on where the high priest had fallen. "Let us finish him off first." As the dust settled, the high priest struggled to stand among the ruins. His chest armor was shattered, revealing a withered body covered in eerie black patterns beneath. He stared deathly at Hancock and the silver dragon in the sky, as well as the approaching Jiang Yu. His skull mask had completely split in half, revealing half of a twisted, inhuman face. Amazon Lily and the anomaly. His voice was hoarse and broken, yet filled with bone-deep malice. "My lord, will not let you go. The seed of the blood moon has already been sown. It will eventually bloom and devour everything." With that, he suddenly plunged the half-broken bone scythe into his own heart. Thick, dark red blood, emitting a strong curse and an ominous aura, gushed out. Instead of falling to the ground, it quickly condensed in the air, forming an extremely complex blood-colored rune that made one dizzy just by looking at it. "By my blood, I summon the eye of my lord to mark this domain." The blood-colored rune shone brilliantly, then suddenly contracted into an imperceptible speck of red light. It instantly pierced through space, branding itself upon a certain conceptual layer above Amazon Lily. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon simultaneously felt an extremely obscure but high-level mark fluctuation sweep past and fix itself. This mark was not a physical attack, but rather a coordinate anchoring or a curse mark on the level of fate. "Stop him!" The silver dragon's claw reached out, and a spatial lockdown descended, but it was a step too late. Having completed this, the high priest's body withered and weathered at a visible rate, eventually turning into a cloud of drifting ash. Only the half-shattered skull mask fell to the ground with a clang. Outside the harbor, the remaining cult fleet, as if receiving a signal, disregarded casualties and pushed their ships to the limit, fleeing in panic into the deep sea mist and quickly vanishing. The mutated sea beasts beneath the surface also dove into the deep sea, disappearing from sight. The battle ended abruptly. Amazon Lily was saved, but the residual scent of blood and madness in the air, along with the invisibly left blood moon mark, hung over everyone's hearts like a lingering haze. Hancock's face was icy. She looked at where the high priest had vanished, then looked up at the sky. Although nothing could be seen with the naked eye, at her level, she could vaguely sense a strange feeling of being watched. Clean the battlefield, treat the wounded, heighten the alert, and repair the defenses. She quickly issued a series of orders, her voice regaining its usual majesty, though a hint of exhaustion and heaviness could be heard upon closer listening. Jiang Yu walked over and picked up the half-shattered skull mask. It was ice gold to the touch, retaining a dense, evil mental imprint and a faint spatial coordinate pointing to a distant, unknown location. This mask might provide some clues about the blood-bone cult's lair. He looked toward Hancock, and that mark. Hancock waved her hand, indicating they would discuss it later. Her gaze turned to the silver briefcase that was still automatically recording with its indicator lights flashing, her brow furrowing slightly. What is that? Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon then remembered the observation equipment from Steel Dome City. The Silver Dragon waved its claw to set up a soundproofing and interference barrier, and Jiang Yu briefly recounted their encounter in Steel Dome City, the short-term cooperation they had reached, and the function of this observation equipment. It was an emergency. To return quickly and obtain support, we agreed to their terms. This device recorded the battle just now, and the data has been transmitted back to Steel Dome City. They promised to share some of the analysis results, and currently, their attitude leans more toward research and observation rather than direct hostility. Jiang Yu summarized, while also explaining the resource list they brought back and the situation with the encrypted communicator. After listening, Hancock remained silent for a moment. She was not one to be inflexible, especially now when Amazon Lily had been heavily damaged and was surrounded by powerful enemies. The technological prowess and understanding of anomalies shown by Steel Dome City were indeed the assistance Amazon Lily desperately needed, even if such cooperation came with risks. To deal with a tiger, one must grip the hilt tightly, Hancock said slowly. They provide resources and intelligence. We provide anomaly cases and data. Agreed. However, core secrets, especially the final slumber protocol and the fundamental origins of the Dragon Lord and pharmacist Jiang Yu, must be strictly guarded. You two will be fully responsible for subsequent contact, with Sandersonia assisting. As for this mark, she looked up at the sky, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. If that so-called Lord truly dares to come, Queen will ensure he never returns. The priority now is to use the resources from Steel Dome City to restore and enhance Amazon Lily's defensive strength as quickly as possible. Those spatial stability anchors and energy crystals arrived just in time. She made her decision. Soon, the war machine of Amazon Lily was operating efficiently once again. The wounded were sent to the Tranquility and Healing Institute and temporary medical points. The medical data brought back by Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon was immediately copied and studied for treating conceptual disabilities and the curse injuries from this battle. Sandersonia led a team to receive and deploy the spatial stability anchors, beginning to reinforce the island's perimeter, especially the fragile spatial structures near that massive the void. Energy crystals were quickly replenished in defensive arrays and key facilities. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon remained in the Imperial City, assisting with post-war matters on one hand, and having a brief conversation with Steel Dome City via the encrypted communicator on the other. Frankenstein's voice came through, as calm as ever. Data received and preliminary analysis complete. The Blood-Bone Cult is an ancient blood sacrifice worship organization, suspected of having links to a fallen old god or conceptual entity, specializing in ritualistic attacks and pollution using life and soul energy. Its blood moon mark is a high-dimensional curse coordinate that will continuously attract the attention of the cult's high-ranking members and may slowly erode the conceptual foundation of the marked area, gradually transforming it into an environment suitable for the cult's power. Suggestion: deploy conceptual purification devices or establish reverse information shielding as soon as possible. Steel Dome City can provide the relevant technical blueprints. Exchange required. Additionally, a faint activity response from the Paradox imprint was observed during the battle, showing a brief mutual exclusion phenomenon with the Blood Moon rules. Data has been recorded. Regarding the subsequent usage rights of the temporary spatial beacon, It will be discussed after evaluating the impact of this incident. Please synchronize island status and mark change data via the communicator regularly. The call ended. Steel Dome City's attitude was clear. Provide technical solutions for a price, continue researching phenomena of interest, paradox imprint, and maintain a cautious cooperative relationship. A few days later, Amazon Lily had preliminarily restored order, but the atmosphere remained tense. Everyone knew that the crisis had only temporarily receded and a greater storm might be brewing. One evening, Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon were in the valley studying the residual aura of the half-shattered skull mask and the blood moon mark, trying to find more specific clues. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon's body jolted, its dragon eyes looking toward the distant sea, a flash of surprise and suspicion crossing them. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu asked. "The mark has been touched," the Silver Dragon said in a low voice. "It's not from the direction of the Bloodbone cult. It's another, more distant, more obscure, but seemingly higher-level existence that has cast a glance through this mark. Although it was only for an instant, that feeling." "What feeling?" The Silver Dragon fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 2 words. "Gixu." Jiang Yu's pupils shrank. Almost simultaneously, the paradox imprint deep within both their consciousnesses sent out an extremely faint, yet incredibly clear throb. A fragmented stream of information, seemingly crossing endless time and space, appeared out of thin air. Coordinates confirmed, return path, watcher, trial, beginning. The information stopped abruptly, and the imprint returned to silence. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon looked at each other, both seeing shock and confusion in the other's eyes. The blood moon mark had actually attracted an existence related to Gixu, and the paradox imprint had responded in turn, issuing new, cryptic information. The return path beneath their feet seemed to have become even more blurred and fraught with danger. Choice and departure, Gixu, trial. These 4 words exploded like thunder in the hearts of Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. The higher existence that had momentarily cast its gaze through the blood moon mark was actually from Gixu. The response of the paradox imprint further indicated that none of this was a coincidence. The blood moon mark was like an ominous bait, attracting not only bloodthirsty sharks, the blood bone cult, but also a giant whale from the deep sea entities related to Gixu. The paradox imprint within them was the key to opening an unknown trial. The crisis of Amazon Lily was far from over. Instead, it seemed to be drawn into a larger, more unpredictable vortex. We must clarify the meaning of the trial as soon as possible. Silver Dragon's claws traced through the air, trying to capture the extremely weak sense of direction that came with the information flow. The information points, not to the surface Gixu fragment we once entered, but to a more distant, deeper coordinate. However, this coordinate is blurred, shielded by multiple dimensional folds. Jiang Yu forced himself to calm down and quickly analyzed. When the Vortex of Paradox left the imprint, it said the return path is not yet finished. Now that the trial has begun, does it mean that to truly understand and control Gixu, or even solve the mystery of the Vortex of Paradox, one must pass some kind of test? And this test was unexpectedly activated or located because of the blood moon mark's disturbance of Amazon Lily's rules. It's highly likely. Silver Dragon nodded. The blood moon mark polluted the information background here, like throwing a stone into a calm sea of rules. The ripples spread and might have happened to resonate with some trigger mechanism of the trial. The high priest who left the mark probably never expected his deathbed counterattack to bring about such a variable. The two realized they faced an urgent choice. Stay on Amazon Lily to deal with the blood bone cult's possible subsequent revenge and find a way to clear or seal the blood moon mark, or respond to the call of the trial and head to that unknown Gixu coordinate. The latter was clearly full of danger and would likely take a considerable amount of time, but it might concern the root of their power and the truth of their return path. We can't have it both ways. Silver Dragon got straight to the point. The trial information clearly states coordinate confirmed and opened, meaning it might have a time-sensitive or unique window. If we miss it this time, it might be hard to find again. As for Amazon Lily, even if we stay, we might not be able to eradicate the blood moon mark. the technical blueprints provided by Steel Dome City might temporarily suppress it. Jiang Yu pondered. Silver Dragon was right. Staying would enhance Amazon Lily's high-end combat power, but the Blood Moon Mark was a curse at the rule level. Eradicating it required specific knowledge and technology, not just pure force. Steel Dome City could provide help in this regard, though it would come at a price. We need to talk to Her Majesty Hancock and also contact Steel Dome City. Soon, the three gathered again in the Snake Princess Palace. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon laid out their latest findings and the dilemma. After listening, Hancock remained silent for a long time. Her beautiful face looked somewhat cold in the candlelight. Amazon Lily was everything to her. She wanted to completely eliminate the threat and protect her people more than anyone. But she also understood the power and uniqueness of Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. Their return path was not only about themselves, but could also become an important reliance for Amazon Lily in the future. How much certainty do you have regarding that so-called trial? Hancock asked. It's impossible to estimate, Jiang Yu said honestly. Gixu is unpredictable, and the Vortex of Paradox is even harder to understand. But since the imprint responded, this might be a step we must take. If we pass, our understanding and control over rules might reach a new level, and we will have more means to deal with threats like the Blood Moon Mark or the Purifiers in the future. Hancock looked at Silver Dragon again. Silver Dragon said solemnly, I can leave behind an avatar containing part of my spatial authority and origin. This avatar has about 30% of my strength and is connected to my main consciousness. If Amazon Lily encounters an irresistible danger, I can use the avatar as a coordinate and try an emergency return. However, this will consume my origin, and there are delays and risks in cross-dimensional response. This was the limit of what Silver Dragon could do. Creating an avatar would weaken his strength for the trial, and the avatar could not maintain high-intensity combat for long. Hancock closed her eyes, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. The hall was silent, with only the occasional crackle of the candles. Finally, she opened her eyes, a light of decisiveness flashing within them. Go, Hancock's voice was clear and firm. Queen's Amazon Lily will not collapse instantly just because the two of you are gone. The Blood Bone cult suffered heavy losses this time and may not be able to organize an attack of the same scale in the short term. Steel Dome City's technology, combined with the bravery of my Kuja warriors, is enough to hold the line. As for that Blood Moon Mark, she snorted coldly. Since it's a curse, it might as well be turned into a warning whistle. Queen will personally oversee it and monitor its changes. She stood up and walked over to Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon. You must remember, Amazon Lily is your support and your home. No matter the outcome of the trial, you must return alive. Queen still needs your strength to completely eradicate those filthy vermin. This was the Empress's promise and trust. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon nodded solemnly. We will not fail our mission. Next came the intense preparations. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon first contacted Steel Dome City via an encrypted communicator to request a trade. Using more detailed data from this battle, including details of the paradox, imprint's reaction to the Blood Moon rules, and possible future trial information, without endangering themselves, in exchange for the complete technical blueprints of the rule purification information shielding device, and a batch of urgently needed special materials for stabilizing the avatar and maintaining communication. Frankenstein's response was quick. After a brief central brain assessment, the trade was approved. The blueprints and materials would be delivered via an encrypted data stream and a one-time small spatial delivery device. As an additional condition, Steel Dome City requested the general direction, not precise location, of the trial coordinates and data on macroenergy changes related to Gixu that might be observed later. The deal was struck. The blueprint data was quickly decoded and handed over to Amazon Lily's technicians, who combined ancient Kuja knowledge with newly learned Steel Dome technology principles to begin research and replication. Once the materials arrived, Silver Dragon spent a day stripping away part of his origin and spatial insights to condense a solid silver dragon shadow. The dragon shadow coiled atop a newly built watchtower in the royal city, connected to the core of the island's defensive array, remaining silent normally but awakening in danger. Jiang Yu took the time to refine a batch of special elixirs for dealing with rule pollution and curses using the information provided by Steel Dome City and his own insights, leaving them for Hancock and the Tranquility and Healing Institute. At the same time, he deeply sealed several of the most active information residue samples collected near the Void as bargaining chips for possible future trades with Steel Dome City. 3 days later, everything was ready. In the night, Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon came to the rocky beach where they had originally returned. Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and others came to see them off. Without many words, Hancock handed Jiang Yu a small amulet inlaid with the Kuja emblem. Take it. If you encounter a desperate situation, perhaps, it can transmit a trace of aura. Jiang Yu took it solemnly. Silver Dragon's main body spiraled up, his body flowing with silver light under the moonlight. He looked at his avatar, which nodded slightly. Then, Silver Dragon fully activated the paradox imprint within him, using it as a guide to resonate with Jiang Yu. Their power of Gixu intertwined as they jointly sensed the faint and distant coordinate pull coming from the unknown. Space began to distort, and with them at the center, a slowly rotating vortex with a dark and deep interior gradually took shape. This spatial tunnel was different from any previous one, filled with the unique return to silence of all things and void of all laws essence of Gixu, while also mixed with the contradictory and elusive fluctuations brought by the paradox imprint. Take care. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon took one last look at the people of Amazon Lily, turned resolutely, and plunged into the dark vortex. The vortex quickly shrank and disappeared. Only the sea breeze and the sound of waves remained on the rocky beach. Hancock gazed at the empty sea for a long time, silent. She knew the road ahead was destined to be even more dangerous and unpredictable. What she could do was guard her home, wait, and become stronger. Sandersonia whispered, "Elder sister, they will be fine." Of course, Hancock withdrew her gaze and turned, her skirt cutting a sharp arc, back to the city. "We also have much to do." At the same moment, Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon stepped into the Gixu tunnel. Deep within a bizarre region composed of broken rules, frozen spacetime, and endless chaotic colors in a distant, unknowable dimensional gap. A pair of non-human eyes, seemingly composed of the birth and death of billions of stars and the flow of endless knowledge, slowly opened a crack. An indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of countless dimensions, falling on the newly formed, tiny Gixu tunnel. An extremely faint, almost illusory ripple of thought arose. Seed has entered the preset trajectory, trial ground, place where all laws return to silence, activated, observation protocol, continue. The eyes closed again, and the bizarre region fell back into a seemingly eternal silence and chaos, the place where all things return to stillness. Unlike the violent tearing or weightlessness of previous spatial traversals, this journey was a more thorough, more fundamental stripping and falling. It was as if sinking from the noisy surface world into a silent deep sea. Light, shadow, color, and sound no longer surrounded them. Even the concepts of space and time became blurred and thin, eventually leaving only a pure artistic conception where existence and passing were intertwined. This was Gixu, the end of all things, yet also the starting point of certain unspeakable things. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon felt everything about themselves, body, energy, soul, and memory, becoming transparent under the washing of this artistic conception, as if they were about to melt into this beginningless and endless void. Only the paradox imprint deep within their consciousness, and the connection they had established through the power of Gixu and their soul contract, anchored their sense of self like unquenchable twin stars in the darkness. An unknown amount of time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps eternity. Sensation returned once more. They fell onto a ground that could not be accurately described in words. Beneath their feet was not solid earth, but rather something solidified, a substrate carrying the concept of the end. Looking out, the field of vision was an endless expanse of various shades of gray. There was no sky, no clear boundary of the earth. All directions seemed to be the same monotonous and deep gloom. Light came from nowhere, falling evenly and coldly, illuminating everything without producing shadows. An absolute stillness permeated the air. It wasn't that there was no sound, but that even the concept of sound seemed to have been returned to silence. Energy here was extremely inert, as if frozen. Conventional perception and spiritual power extended outward only to sink into a thick gel, rapidly decaying and dissipating. Most peculiar were the rules. Here, Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon could clearly feel that the various physical rules and energy laws they were familiar with and relied upon, and even some basic spatial and temporal rules, had become extremely thin, distorted, or even non-existent. Replacing them was a more primitive, more fundamental rule of dissolution and reversion that was everywhere, slowly and firmly erasing everything heterogeneous that did not belong here. Jiang Yu tried to mobilize a trace of the power of Gixu. Here, the power of Gixu appeared exceptionally active, like a traveler returning home, but at the same time, it was more pure and domineering, spontaneously beginning to assimilate and dissolve the other types of energy Jiang Yu tried to mix with it. The Silver Dragon also found that his spatial abilities were greatly suppressed, as if this area itself refused to be defined or divided. "Is this the place where all laws return to silence?" Jiang Yu whispered. After his voice was emitted, it did not travel far before being mostly swallowed by the surrounding stillness. The Silver Dragon shrank in size and coiled on Jiang Yu's shoulder, his dragon eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Indeed, a highly purified Gixu fragment, or rather, a manifestation area of certain core rules of Gixu. In this place, all powers without the return to silence attribute will be suppressed and slowly assimilated and dissolved. Our paradox imprint seems to be guiding us in a certain direction. Sure enough, the imprints in their consciousness were emitting a faint pulse, pointing toward a direction in this gray world. Though the sense of direction here was also extremely blurred, the guidance of the imprints was clear and unmistakable. Without hesitation, they began to move in the direction guided by the imprints. Walking on this gray land, every step felt heavy, as if fighting against the inertia of the entire world. Occasionally, strange scenes could be seen. The outline of an ancient weapon half frozen in the gray ground, its material neither metal nor stone, slowly weathering into gray dust. A mass of twisted light and shadow like solidified smoke, which seemed to contain the final terrified face of some creature, also gradually fading. There was even an area where countless small, dim rune fragments floated, colliding with each other without making any sound, only splashing tiny gray ripples before dissipating. These were the remains of all things swallowed by Gixu and being returned to silence, the visualization of the process of termination. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sense of time was equally chaotic here. Something different appeared on the gray horizon ahead. That was a tower constructed entirely of countless end images. The base of the tower was piled with heaps of white bones, but not physical, more like a concept. The tower body sometimes appeared as collapsing city walls, sometimes turned into decaying giant trees, and sometimes looked like melting glaciers, its form constantly shifting and changing, but the core essence was always decay and termination. The spire vanished into the endless gloom above, its end nowhere in sight. Around the tower, the gray seemed even denser, and the rule pressure of return to silence was also stronger. The destination guided by the paradox imprint within them was precisely the entrance of this tower, a dark doorway that constantly opened and closed like the mouth of a giant beast. Is the trial inside the tower? Jiang Yu looked intently, sensing even more complex and dangerous rule fluctuations coming from within the tower. It seems so. The Silver Dragon's whiskers twitched slightly. The tower itself is likely a rule node of this place, or some kind of screening device. The two arrived before the tower gate. The doorway was dark and lightless. Even the uniform and cold light of the gray world could not penetrate it. A suction force came, not strong, but carrying an irresistible implication. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged looks, and simultaneously stepped into the tower. Darkness swallowed their vision. Then, instead of the expected scene inside the tower, they felt as if they were in a state of absolute nothingness. Countless images, sounds, sensations, and knowledge. A vast and chaotic flow of information, like a bursting flood, frantically poured into their consciousness. This information was not an attack, but a display. It showed the moments when billions of creatures, civilizations, stars, and even rules themselves in the endless worlds reach their end. The last glimmer of a dying star, the final sigh of a civilization collapsing in the flames of war, the unwilling roar of a powerful being falling, the heartbreaking echo of love being extinguished, the mournful cry of order as laws crumbled. Countless ends were layered together, forming a boundless and majestic torrent containing the purest essence of extinction. This was the display of the true meaning of return of all laws to silence, a direct impact from the core rules of Gixu. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon instantly felt their consciousness shake violently, as if they were about to be assimilated and drowned by this endless end information. Their own significance of existence seemed so small and insignificant before this vast finality, as if following it to an end was the only destination. Hold fast to your heart. The Silver Dragon let out a dragon roar that echoed in their sea of consciousness. His soul essence was resilient, and the characteristics of his spatial attribute gave him a deep understanding of existence and definition, allowing him to struggle to maintain his self-coordinates in the torrent of information. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and fully operated the power of Gixu. At this moment, the power of Gixu he practiced was of the same origin as the information torrent from the outside world, yet it was also different. His Gixu was the starting point of control and inclusion, not a pure destination of termination. He was like a man steering a boat in stormy waves, striving to distinguish and guide, letting those impacting end essences flow through him without being completely assimilated by them. This was a severe test of will, of the Tao heart, and of the understanding of the essence of one's own power. Time lost its meaning here. Perhaps it was only an instant, perhaps tens of millions of years. Just as Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon felt their consciousness reaching its limit and their soul fires beginning to flicker and dim, the silent paradox imprint moved again. It trembled slightly, releasing an unspeakable fluctuation. This fluctuation did not resist the external end information, but rather included it and then transformed it. Like something being born out of absolute nothingness, like a possibility being forcibly carved out of an inevitable end. The torrent of information pouring into their consciousness underwent an extremely subtle change the moment it touched this paradox fluctuation. Within those pure, desperate essences of termination, a tiny yet real possibility of change, continuation, and even new life was forcibly inserted by the paradox. Although this possibility was so weak it could almost be ignored, and was full of contradictions and uncertainty, its appearance itself was a paradoxical impact on the absoluteness of the return of all laws to silence. The pressure on Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragons suddenly lightened. They seized this fleeting opportunity, condensed all their will, and combined their beliefs in existence, protection, and exploration with that weak, but tenacious paradoxical possibility, building an indestructible dam in their sea of consciousness. The information torrent remained majestic, but it could no longer shake their foundation. After an unknown amount of time, the torrent gradually receded, and the darkness dissipated. They were still standing at the entrance of the tower, as if they had never moved, but both clearly knew that everything they had just experienced was incredibly real. Their souls felt as if they had been tempered, becoming more solid and transparent. Their understanding of Gixu and termination reached an unprecedented depth, and that paradox imprint seemed to have undergone some unspeakable changes, becoming more closely integrated with their souls. Inside the tower gate, it was still dark, but there was no longer any suction. A staircase extending upward, composed of countless dim points of light, appeared before them, leading to the depths of the tower. An indifferent voice, neither male nor female, sounding as if it resonated directly at the level of rules, rang out in both of their consciousnesses simultaneously. First trial, witnessing the silence of all laws, understanding the true meaning of the end. Past. Paradox trait compatibility, preliminary verification. Permission to enter the second floor, corridor of reversion to silence. Hint, return to silence is not nothingness. Within the corridor hides the forgotten seed of new life. Find it, and you may glimpse another side of Gixu. The voice disappeared. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragons slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. their eyes flashing with lingering fear and a hint of realization. The first trial was already so perilous, and this tower clearly had more than one floor. The trials of Gixu had only just begun, and what exactly was that so-called seed of new life? There was no way back. They adjusted their breathing, stepped onto the staircase of light points, and entered the deeper layers of the tower. Quiet corridor. The staircase of light points seemed endless, stretching upward and vanishing into the deeper darkness within the tower's body. With every step, the light points beneath their feet rippled slightly before returning to normal. The end imagery flowing along the surrounding tower walls became clearer and more pressing, as if it could activate at any moment and sweep them into that endless decay. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon dared not relax for a moment. The residual power of the mental shock from witnessing the silence of all laws still lingered, their souls seemingly haunted by the cold echoes of the curtain falling on billions of lives. Walking on these stairs now, they had to resist not only the pervasive erosion of the return to silence rules, but also remain vigilant against the next trial that could descend at any time. Finally, the stairs reached their end. Ahead was not another platform or hall as expected, but a corridor that could not be understood by conventional spatial concepts. It floated in the void, composed of countless gray fragments that were constantly collapsing and recombining. Some of these fragments were like frozen slices of time, reflecting still frames of a world's moment of destruction. Some were like the wreckage of rules, flickering with the dim and dangerous radiance of laws, and others were pure condensations of concepts, the materialization of abstract meanings such as oblivion, fading, and the void. The corridor itself was not straight but winding and twisted, sometimes branching and sometimes converging, like a dynamic, living labyrinth. The spatial scale within it was also extremely bizarre. A single step could cross hundreds or thousands of times the corridor's own length, or one might remain stationary. The flow of time was equally chaotic. Corridor of reversion to silence, a transition zone that contains and dissolves the possibilities of being forgotten and ended. To find the seed of new life, one must traverse its folds and face the echo of the ruin of return. The indifferent voice from the level of rules rang out in their consciousness again, providing a brief guide and pointing out the danger, the echo of the ruin of return. The space and time rules here are completely chaotic. Logic is invalid. We can only rely on the subtle sensing of the imprint and our own intuition for change and continuity. The Silver Dragon said in a deep voice, silver light swirling in his dragon eyes as he tried to analyze the corridor's chaotic dimensional structure, only to feel a sharp pain. The rules here rejected any external attempt to define them. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, tried to mobilize the power of Gixu to sense. Unlike the pure return to silence pressure outside, within this corridor, his power of Gixu seemed able to capture faint, fleeting abnormal fluctuations. It wasn't new life, but rather an unfinished end, an interrupted vanishing, like an abrupt rest in a musical movement or a torn page in a story. These points of fluctuation might be the so-called folds, places where clues to the seed of new life might be hidden. This way, Jiang Yu pointed to a fork suddenly extending from the left side of the corridor, composed of countless fragments like broken mirrors. The reflections shown in those fragments were not of themselves, but of countless blurred versions of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon slowly dissolving. Stepping into this fork, the return to silence intent intensified abruptly. The dissolving reflections in the broken mirrors seemed to come alive, roaring silently and reaching out with arms to grab them, trying to drag them into that eternal state of dissolution. This was no illusion, but a malicious erosion and imitation of existence itself by the rules of this place. HMPH, the Silver Dragon's body shook, and spatial ripples spread out, shattering the approaching dissolving hands, but the shattered mirror pieces immediately recombined, and more surged forth. Jiang Yu traced the true words of Guisu with his fingers, black patterns spreading through the air. Wherever they passed, the dissolving reflections were wiped away as if by an eraser, yet the mirror fragments themselves continued to regenerate. This was a war of attrition, a battle against the rules of the corridor itself. They could not afford to be held back. Find the core fluctuation point, quickly. The Silver Dragon barked, his dragon claws tearing open a brief spatial rift to temporarily block the siege of most mirror fragments. Jiang Yu focused his perception, the power of Gixu reaching out like threads, searching laboriously through the chaotic rules. Suddenly, he caught an extremely subtle fluctuation. It wasn't dissolving, but solidifying, a sudden stagnation point within the dissolving rules of this area. There, a mirror fragment slightly larger than the others reflected a dissolving Jiang Yu whose dissolution process was stuck halfway, his expression frozen in a bizarre state between struggle and bewilderment. There, Jiang Yu's figure blurred. Ignoring the dissolving hands grabbing at him, he condensed black light of Gixu at his fingertip and tapped that special mirror fragment. The moment his fingertip touched the mirror, it didn't shatter but instead felt like sinking into the surface of water. Ripples spread across the mirror, sucking Jiang Yu in. The silver dragon followed without hesitation. The scenery before them changed. They weren't inside the mirror, but in a cramped space made entirely of grayish-white, lifeless rock. In the center of the space floated a dim, crack-covered phantom of a seed. It was only the size of a thumb, and its shape was hard to describe, as if it condensed concepts like sprouting, growth, and blooming. But these concepts themselves appeared extremely weak and on the verge of breaking, tightly entwined and suppressed by the more powerful intents of petrification, withering, and ending. Was this the seed of new life? Or was it a resonance left behind by a seed of new life that had been eroded by the rules of return to silence and was about to be completely annihilated? Just as the two were observing intently, the cracked phantom of the seed suddenly trembled violently. A wave of mental fluctuations, a mix of faint unwillingness, desperate struggle, and a trace of crazed malice exploded from it. Why must I be forgot? My blooming could clearly have changed everything. Unwilling, I refuse to end like this, even if I have to take everything down with me. Gixu, even you cannot completely digest me. I will leave my imprint. This intent was not directed at Jiang Yu and the silver dragon. It was more like a frantic venting of the seed resonance's own obsession. However, its explosion triggered a rule-based backlash from the fold space itself. The surrounding grayish-white rocks suddenly activated, turning into countless sharp stone spikes. Carrying intense rules of petrification and annihilation, they shot toward them from all directions. Simultaneously, the seed phantom itself began to unstably expand and distort, emitting destructive energy fluctuations, threatening to blow itself up along with this space. This was the echo of the ruin of return. It was the final and most destructive counterattack triggered under specific conditions by those possibilities or obsessions that had been swallowed by return to silence, but were not yet completely dead. Retreat, the silver dragon instantly opened a spatial barrier, but the rules attached to the stone spikes were exceptionally stubborn, even managing to slowly erode the barrier. Jiang Yu tried to use the power of Gixu to soothe and dissolve the seed phantom's frenzy, only to find that its obsession and malice were deeply embedded in its very essence, akin to a rule curse. Forcing a dissolution could trigger an even more violent chain collapse. Neither brute force nor forced resolution was a wise move. In a flash, the characteristics shown by the paradox imprint in the information flood flickered through Jiang Yu's mind, opening a sliver of possibility within an absolute end. He no longer tried to dissolve or oppose the seed resonance's frenzy. Instead, he circulated the power of Gixu, simulating fluctuations similar to the faint new life intent within that resonance. At the same time, he fully activated the paradox imprint deep in his consciousness, carefully and with extreme precision injecting that strange fluctuation, which embraced contradictions and nurtured possibilities, into the most chaotic storm of obsession at the core of the seed phantom. This was not healing, nor was it purification, but accepting its madness, acknowledging its existence, and on the basis of this acknowledgement, using the paradox characteristics to forcibly graft a tiny new branch of possibility based on its own new life obsession, yet directed toward peaceful dissipation or transformation. This operation was extremely risky, like using a single hair to guide and change the internal chemical reaction path of a powder keg about to explode. The expansion of the seed phantom stopped abruptly, and the frantic mental fluctuations experienced an extremely brief moment of confusion and stagnation. It seemed to perceive an option that was both familiar, the desire for new life, and strange, peaceful transformation. The petrification and annihilation rules surrounding it also loosened slightly as a result. Now, the silver dragon keenly caught this fleeting opening. His dragon claws shot out like lightning, not to attack, but using exquisite spatial peeling techniques to cut the confused seed phantom, along with a small area of frantic but loosened rules around it, out of the entire fold space, forming an independent, small, enclosed space bubble. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Yu's power of Gixu turned into countless threads and surged into the space bubble. Not to dissolve, but to weave, using the power of Gixu as the warp and the paradox fluctuations as the weft. He quickly constructed a temporary miniature rule cage emphasizing stasis and isolation, sealing the temporarily confused and isolated seed resonance within. The space bubble shrank rapidly, eventually turning into an unstable light sphere the size of a walnut, with grayish-white and dark light alternating on its surface, and landed in Jiang Yu's palm. Inside the sphere, the seed phantom was still trembling slightly, but the frenzy had been temporarily suppressed. The stone spike attacks from outside stopped abruptly as the core was peeled away, and then the entire fold space began to flicker and collapse unstably. Go, the silver dragon swept up Jiang Yu, tore through space, and charged out from this gap that was about to be annihilated, landing back on the main corridor. Looking back, the fork of broken mirrors was rapidly fading and disappearing, as if it had never existed. The sealed light sphere in his palm sent outbursts of unstable throbbing, showing that the spoils within were far from truly calm. Successfully peeled away and sealed a wisp of distorted resonance of new life. It can be regarded as an extreme aberration sample of the seed of new life. Cognition of Gixu's devouring and transformation process achieved. Interference and guidance effects of paradox rules recorded. Initially meets trial expectations. The indifferent voice evaluated once more. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon were still catching their breath as they looked at the dangerous sample in their hands, then toward the more numerous and complex forks and folds ahead in the corridor. It seems the seed of new life might not necessarily be a perfect hope. It could also be a poisonous fruit distorted during the process of return to silence, Jiang Yu said with a bitter smile. Gixu itself contains all possibilities, including aberration and madness, the silver dragon said solemnly. Let's continue. The true seed might need to be pieced together from more echoes, or even by facing a more complete echo of the ruin of return. The cruelty and depth of the trial far exceeded their imagination. They adjusted their states, gripped the sealed light sphere, and once again stepped toward the even more bizarre areas deeper in the corridor. And in a higher dimension they could not perceive, those eyes composed of stars and knowledge still gazed indifferently at everything. An almost imperceptible stream of data was recorded. Sample recovery behavior conforms to the paradox intervention model. Efficiency of handling Gixu digestion anomalies, above average. Seed aberration tolerance, initially verified. Continue observation. Echoes and choices. The corridor of reversion to silence seemed endless. Every step into a new fold meant a life-and-death struggle against different forms of echoes of the ruin of return. They encountered memory echoes that froze the final death wails of billions of living beings, attempting to drag their consciousness into eternal despair. They also faced law echoes condensed from pure rules of extinction, resembling living black holes that greedily devoured every trace of their dissipating power and presence. Each time, Jiang Yu and the silver dragon survived by the narrowest of margins, relying on the adaptability of the power of Gixu, the possibilities for turning the tide granted by the paradox imprint, and their unreserved trust and cooperation. The sealing light spheres in their hands gradually grew in number, containing various distorted, violent, or sorrowful samples of echoes, which were less like seeds of new life, and more like indelible, spiritual stones or rule tumors produced during Gixu's digestive process. However, amidst these fragments of madness and despair, they were not entirely without gain. Through the stripping and sealing of different echoes, they gained a more intuitive and brutal understanding of the specific process of Gixu devouring and transforming all things. They saw that even the most brilliant civilizations, the most powerful individuals, and the most profound laws would eventually have all external layers stripped away before Gixu, reduced to the most fundamental information and rule fragments. Then, during the long return to silence, they would be rearranged, combined, completely dissolved, or become part of the construction of Gixu itself. A tiny few would transform into these echoes filled with obsession. The Paradox imprint demonstrated an increasingly clear role during this process. It wasn't a direct power amplifier, but rather a rule deviator or a possibility injection point. It could forcibly maintain or carve out a sliver of illogical change within an environment of seemingly absolute termination, thereby buying time for Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon to react or transform. Finally, after undergoing the baptism of countless folds, they arrived at the depths of the corridor. There were no forks here, no maze composed of fragments. Before them was a relatively calm gray void. In the void, three things were suspended. On the left was a ball of slowly rotating soft white light that seemed to contain the birth and death of stars within it. It emitted a pure aura of sprouting and beginning, appearing out of place with the surrounding dead gray, yet strangely harmonious and stable. It looked like a truly healthy seed of new life. On the right was a thick, constantly writhing dark red blood droplet that emitted thoughts of greed and hunger. Its aura was somewhat similar to the blood moonmark, but more pure and primal, as if it were the concentration of all concepts of blood sacrifice and life plunder. This was clearly some kind of extremely negative echo or curse core. And in the center floated an ancient bronze mirror, its edges covered in cracks. The mirror's surface did not reflect reality, but instead showed ever-changing scenes. At times, it was a vibrant Amazon lily suffering a blood-colored invasion more terrifying than before. At times, it was Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon themselves, heading toward vastly different either glorious or miserable futures based on different choices. And at times, it was fragments of completely unfamiliar, yet seemingly vital scenes. End of the corridor of reversion to silence. Choices. 1. Accept the pure seed of new life. Can initially purify and strengthen one's own Gixu origin, increasing affinity and control over life and creation side rules. Price. Temporary loss of deep perception and control over termination and extinction rules, and the beginning rules contained within the seed may have unknown rejection with the paradox imprint in your body. 2. Devour the Bloodlust Curse Core. Can greatly strengthen life plunder and rule pollution abilities, gaining explosive combat power in the short term and resisting curses of the same origin, such as the Blood Moonmark. Price. The mind will inevitably suffer erosion, tending toward chaos and bloodthirst, and it may permanently change the nature of your power, creating a fundamental conflict with Gixu's essence of inclusion and dissolution. 3. Touch the Fragmented Mirror of Fate. Can glimpse a hidden or possible fate fragment closely related to oneself, obtaining key information or warnings. Price. Peering into fate will incur a corresponding backlash of unknown form, and the seen future is uncertain, potentially causing cognitive confusion or leading to deeper karmic entanglement. Choices are irreversible. Time limit, 30 breaths. Hint, the choice itself is also a trial. That indifferent voice revealed the final test. There was no combat, yet it was more nerve-wracking than any battle. 3 options, 3 paths, pointing toward vastly different futures, each accompanied by clear risks and prices. The pure seed could enhance our understanding of life-side rules, perhaps helping to treat Amazon Lily's rule-based injuries in the future or even counteracting the poison of order. But it might reject the paradox imprint and temporarily weaken our control over the core termination rules of Gixu. Jiang Yu analyzed quickly. The Bloodlust Core offers great power and targets the immediate threat blood-bone cult, but the price is mental pollution and a shift in the essence of our power. It goes against our path, the risk is too high. The Silver Dragon's gaze was cold, clearly not favoring this option. The Fragmented Mirror of Fate? Information might be priceless, but the backlash is unknown and the future is full of variables. What we see might not be true, or it could trigger an even worse chain reaction. Jiang Yu looked at the ever-changing ancient mirror, his heart filled with wariness. Time was slipping away rapidly. How would the paradox imprint guide us here? The silver dragon suddenly asked. With a thought, Jiang Yu tried to actively communicate with the imprint deep in his consciousness. The imprint sent back a faint, non-directional throb, seeming interested in all three options, yet maintaining a transcendent distance from them all. It gave no clear guidance, as if saying, "The choice is yours, any choice will create a new interaction with the paradox." This didn't help. Instead, it made the decision even more agonizing. 15 breaths passed. The silver dragon suddenly spoke, her voice low and firm. "Jiang Yu, why have we come all this way? Is it simply for an increase in power? Is it for revenge or self-preservation at any cost? Or is it to understand the truth, control our own destiny, and protect what is worth protecting?" Jiang Yu was startled, then came to a sudden realization. Their exploration of Gixu and acceptance of the trials weren't for the sake of becoming pure Gixu walkers or obtaining a single powerful ability. It was to understand the source of their own power, to carve out their own path in a world full of anomalies, to protect Amazon Lily, and to discover the truth of the return path. The pure seed leaned toward life and creation, potentially deviating from the essence of Gixu. The bloodlust core was a shortcut to corruption, running counter to protection. The fragmented mirror of fate seemed like a clever shortcut, but it would place them at the mercy of an unknown destiny. None of them were what they truly wanted. What they wanted was a unique path based on their own hearts, one that fused the characteristics of Gixu and Paradox. 10 breaths. A flash of determination crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. "We choose none of them." "What?" Even the silver dragon was slightly surprised. "The trial is named Finding the Seed of New Life. We found it, but it doesn't only exist in these three forms. These echo samples in our hands, though distorted, aren't they also different forms of the seed of new life under the pressure of return to silence? The paradox imprint allows us to see the opening of possibility within termination. Perhaps true new life doesn't lie in accepting an external pure seed, nor in devouring a curse core or peering at fate, but in whether we can use what we already have to gestate our own aura of new life, within ourselves." 5 breaths. Jiang Yu held up the light spheres sealing the different echoes and simultaneously pushed his power of Gixu to its limit. He wasn't trying to dissolve them, but to communicate with and understand the distorted yet still existing obsession with existence or desire for change within them. At the same time, he guided the fluctuations of the paradox imprint into these spheres, not to forcibly transform them, but to provide a field that allowed contradictory obsessions to coexist and find some strange balance or transformation interface through their collision. The silver dragon instantly understood Jiang Yu's intention. He also immediately injected his own profound understanding of space and stability, attempting to construct a stable pivot or framework within these chaotic rule fragments. It was an incredibly bold, almost insane attempt. Instead of choosing an existing path, they were trying to use themselves as a furnace in a desperate situation, using the collected echoes as materials and the power of Gixu and Paradox imprint as catalysts to forge their own possibility. 3 breaths. The light spheres vibrated violently. The sealed, distorted echoes inside crashed frantically, with various extreme thoughts, despair, greed, resentment, unwillingness, and fragments of weak hope, clashing and mixing within the paradox field. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon's souls also endured immense impact and the risk of pollution. 2 breaths. A tiny speck of light was born from the most chaotic core. It was not pure white light, nor was it foul blood light, but a chaotic, ever-changing speck of gray, silver, black, and subtle colors that were hard to define. It seemed to encompass all the extremes within those echoes, yet strangely achieved a dynamic, fragile balance, containing a bizarre aura of gestating from destruction and new life within contradiction. 1 breath. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Yu and the silver dragon cast their most fundamental imprints of will, the pursuit of protection, exploration, understanding, and transcendence into that speck of chaotic light. Time was up. The gray void shook, and the 3 suspended objects, pure seed, bloodlust core, fragmented mirror of fate, abruptly vanished. The indifferent voice seemed to pause for a moment before speaking again. Refused established choices, attempted to smelt echoes of the ruin of return, using paradox characteristics to condense the embryo of chaos rebirth. Behavior conforms to the hidden path of high-level trials, the path of self. Embryo of chaos rebirth possesses the inclusion of Giksu, the possibility of paradox, and the traits of multiple extreme echoes. Highly growth-oriented and uncertain. Can slowly absorb, transform, and balance various rule conflicts and information pollution, providing a slow, nourishing, and assimilating effect on the host's soul and origin, while also potentially triggering unknown changes. Evaluation, innovation, risk, and potential are all at the highest level. Trial passed. Reward, corridor of reversion to silence authority, temporary, allows departure at any time. Permanent increase in rule resistance to the land of return to silence of all laws. Deepen synchronization between paradox imprint and host. The voice faded. That speck of chaotic light automatically flew into Jiang Yu's forehead, establishing a subtle connection with his soul origin and paradox imprint, then fell silent, beginning to exert its influence slowly and imperceptibly. Both Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon felt a wave of soul-deep fatigue, but also an indescribable sense of fulfillment and enlightenment. They had found an unprecedented path, even though the road ahead was still shrouded in mist and full of unknowns. It's time to go back. The Silver Dragon looked toward the way they came. A stable passage leading out of the tower had already opened. Amazon Lily was still waiting. The threat of the Blood Moon mark had not been lifted, and the cooperation with Steel Dome City needed to be pushed forward. And they, carrying new power and insights, were ready to face the storms of the outside world once again. Return Voyage and Undercurrents. The exit of the Giksu corridor was not the way they had come, but a rippling gate that appeared out of thin air in the gray void. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon stepped into it. After a familiar sensation of being peeled away, they once again felt the chaotic atmosphere of the normal world. Sea breezes, moisture, sunlight, and the smell of gunpowder and blood. They appeared in the sky above the outer waters of Amazon Lily. Below them was the surging sea, and the silhouette of the island was clearly visible in the distance. Not much time seemed to have passed, but both of them knew that in a place like Giksu, where the flow of time was chaotic, it was difficult to estimate exactly how much time had passed in the outside world. As soon as he appeared, Jiang Yu felt the embryo of chaos rebirth at his brow stir slightly. Like a sensitive detector, it immediately captured the familiar, unsettling aura of the Blood Moon mark permeating the air around Amazon Lily. This aura seemed more solid and invasive than when they had left, like invisible vines, slowly and stubbornly entwining the island's regulatory boundaries. At the same time, he felt the chaos germ produce an instinctive urge to analyze and balance this aura. Though faint, it was continuous, seemingly slowly digesting or neutralizing the mark's pollution that had intruded into his own aura's range. It seems the technology of Steel Dome City couldn't completely stop the erosion of the mark. The Silver Dragon scanned with its dragon eyes and immediately discovered new traces of battle near the western and southern coastlines of Amazon Lily, scorched earth, damaged defensive fortifications, and some dark red stains that hadn't been completely cleaned. However, the overall defensive formation was still operating, and there were no signs of large-scale chaos in the direction of the Imperial City. The two quickly flew toward the Imperial City. Along the way, they saw patrols of Kuja warriors more frequently, their expressions wary. Several new high towers had been built on the outskirts of the Imperial City, their peaks embedded with crystals emitting a soft white light. They formed a faint light membrane with a style completely different from Amazon Lily's original formation. This was clearly the work of the Rule Purification Information Shielding device provided by Steel Dome City. The light membrane fluctuated constantly, neutralizing and annihilating the blood-colored aura in the air with a faint sizzling sound. Landing in the Imperial City Plaza, Hancock seemed to have sensed their return long ago and was already waiting in front of the palace. She looked a bit better than before, but a deep solemnity still lingered between her brows. "You're back," Hancock's gaze swept over Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, keenly perceiving an indescribable, deeper, and more restrained aura on them. Especially with Jiang Yu, He gave off a contradictory yet harmonious feeling. It seems this trip has yielded some gains. Your Majesty, what is the situation on the island? Jiang Yu asked directly. On the 7th day after you left, the trash from the Blood Bone cult came again, Hancock said coldly. The scale was smaller than last time, but they were more cunning, dividing into several small boats and harassing us from different directions. They seemed intent on testing and deepening that damned mark. Thanks to the early warning from the shadow avatar left by the Dragon Lord, and those. She glanced at the distant light towers. The devices from Steel Dome City played a role and repelled them. However, the erosion of the mark has been slowly deepening. Those devices can only slow it down, not eradicate it. 17 warriors were wounded by a strange curse during the harassment battles. Although they have been treated, their recovery is slow. She paused and looked at Jiang Yu. There has been some progress in studying the medical data and those information residue samples you brought back. Combined with the technology from Steel Dome City, we might be able to develop a more effective purification potion, but it will take time. Jiang Yu nodded and briefly explained their experiences in the place where all laws return to silence, highlighting how the embryo of chaos rebirth seemed to have a special balancing effect on rule pollution. He also brought out several relatively pure rule echo fragments related to concepts like blood, curse, and life stealing that they had collected in the corridor, which had undergone preliminary stabilization treatment. These fragments might help reverse engineer the construction principles of the Blood Moon Mark and find a more precise method of removal. Jiang Yu handed the fragments to Hancock. Additionally, we may need to have a more in-depth exchange with Steel Dome City. The analysis technology they possess for rules and information layers, combined with our gains this time, might lead to a breakthrough. Hancock took the fragments, and sensing the strange and dangerous rule information within them, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes before she nodded. Very well. Sandersonia will cooperate with you. Furthermore, she looked toward the silver dragon's shadow avatar. The power of your shadow avatar has been greatly consumed and needs replenishment. The silver dragon's main body flew toward the watchtower and merged with the shadow avatar. A moment later, the light of the shadow avatar became significantly more solid, while the aura of the silver dragon's main body dropped slightly, clearly showing the significant consumption. Just then, a Kuja warrior rushed in to report. Your Majesty, Steel Dome City has sent an emergency encrypted communication, specifically for pharmacist Jiang Yu and the Dragon Lord to receive. The three immediately went to the communication room. On the encrypted communicator, Frankenstein's image appeared, his expression even more serious and rigid than usual. Jiang Yu, Silver Dragon, I'll be brief. Based on the data continuously sent back after you left via observation equipment, combined with our macro monitoring of the Blood Moon Mark and Sea Area G1174, the central brain has deduced a high probability, 78.3% crisis model. An energy flow map, resembling a dynamic star map, popped up on the light screen in front of him. The model shows that the Blood Moon Mark is not an isolated curse. It has a deep connection with the source of the Bloodbone cults, worship, a certain sleeping ancient god, or high-dimensional rule entity, codenamed the Lord of Crimson. The continuous erosion of the mark is not just polluting Amazon Lily, but is also accumulating coordinate anchors and blood sacrifice nutrients for some kind of descent or interference by the Lord of Crimson. Based on calculations of the erosion rate and energy resonance curves, it is estimated that there are 45 to 60 days left before it reaches the critical point that could trigger a substantial rule projection or apostle descent. At that time, Amazon Lily will face a direct attack on the rule level of a scale far exceeding previous ones. Conventional defensive measures will be extremely limited. The screen switched, showing several complex device blueprints and a list of materials. Based on this, Steel Dome City proposes a draft collaborative defense protocol. Our side will provide 1 core components and technical support for an advanced rule barrier generator to be constructed on the island. 2, a targeted information jammer to disrupt the connection between the ancient god and the mark. 3 formulas and raw materials for a stabilizing serum used to urgently strengthen individual rule resistance. In exchange, we require Want a complete data report of your Gixu trial? Confidential parts can be encrypted. 2. Priority research rights to the residual rule matter or information of the Lord of Crimson after the event concludes. 3. A commitment from Amazon Lily to prioritize intelligence sharing and technical cooperation with Steel Dome City in events involving major rule anomalies for the next 50 years. The conditions were clear, even somewhat harsh, especially the last one, which carried a certain level of binding commitment. But the support provided indeed addressed the core of the problem. Furthermore, Frankenstein added, we observed that the spatial fluctuations upon your return were different from before, carrying highly specific rule information. The central brain's analysis suggests you may have obtained a key ability or item in Gixu to counter such rule erosion. We suggest that while deploying our devices, you combine them with your new abilities to build a composite defense system, which could significantly increase the success rate. The draft protocol and detailed technical data have been sent. You have 24 hours to consider and consult with the King of Amazon Lily. If you agree, the first batch of core components and expert teams will arrive via a secure channel within 48 hours. Please note, time is of the essence. The communication ended. A brief silence fell over the hall. Steel Dome City's analysis had raised the crisis to a new, more terrifying level, ancient god interference. And their solution was both aid and a deeper form of binding and extraction. Hancock looked at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. Your opinions? Jiang Yu thought quickly. Their technical support is indeed urgently needed right now, especially that information jammer, which might be more effective than simple purification. The data sharing and future cooperation terms need to be refined to ensure Amazon Lily's independence and core interests. As for the new ability we've gained, he felt the embryo of chaos rebirth at his brow. Perhaps we can try to use it as a core to construct an internal, active balance and conversion layer. Working with the external barrier and jammer, it could form a multi-layered defense. The Silver Dragon also said, it's acceptable, but the permissions and boundaries must be clear. Steel Dome City's goal is always research and the acquisition of knowledge. We must be wary of overexposing our own secrets during cooperation, especially the essence of the paradox imprint and the chaos germ. Hancock pondered for a moment before deciding. We can negotiate with them. The bottom line is, Amazon Lily's sovereignty and final decision-making power are not to be interfered with. The final slumber protocol and related core inheritances must never be part of the trade. The cooperation period is to be shortened to 20 years, and clauses for technical transfer and personnel training for Amazon Lily must be added. You two and Sandersonia will lead the negotiations on the specific details. She stood up and walked to the window, looking at the faint, blood-colored phantom of the mark on the distant sea that seemed as if it would never dissipate. 60 days, that's enough. This queen would like to see what kind of ancient god dares to stretch its claws toward Amazon Lily. The crisis was approaching, but with a clear direction and potential powerful aid, hope for breaking the deadlock emerged from the pressure. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon knew that the coming days would be a tense time where technology and rules, cooperation and maneuvering, and defense and counterattack would be intertwined. And in that deep, inscrutable Gixu dimension, those eyes of stellar knowledge continued to indifferently record everything. In the data stream, a new annotation was added. External variable intervention, Steel Dome City. Probability of Lord of Crimson interference increased. Paradox seed, holder response mode enters, cooperation defense phase. Observation focus, interaction effects between chaos germ and external technological construct rules. Return path disturbance intensifying, hidden stakes and preparations. The negotiations with Steel Dome City were more efficient than expected. Perhaps because time was of the essence, or perhaps because their threat assessment of the Lord of Crimson was high enough, the other party made concessions on core terms. The cooperation period was set at 20 years, with added clauses for training Amazon Lily's technical personnel. Amazon Lily's final decision-making power over its own affairs was clarified, and respect for core secrets like the final slumber protocol was expressed by promising not to touch them. In exchange, Amazon Lily was required to provide the highest level of safe passage and limited site access during the event, and Steel Dome City would have priority right to information and consultation in future events involving rule anomalies. The agreement was signed and took effect via an encrypted channel. 48 hours later, 3 streamlined, silver-gray, small aircraft without any visible markings appeared like ghosts over the designated area of Amazon Lily, landing silently after verifying complex spatial passwords. About 30 silent and capable Steel Dome City engineering personnel in uniform stepped out, along with several multifunctional engineering machines. The leader was a senior female engineer named Ivy, who had a cold demeanor and spoke extremely fast, wasting no words and going straight into work mode. Under Sandersonia's coordination, the engineering team quickly set to work. They first began constructing the basic structures of high-level rule barrier generators at 4 key energy nodes on the outskirts of Amazon Lily. These devices looked like giant polyhedrons composed of countless silver metal plates. The internal core components were personally installed and tuned by Steel Dome City personnel, exuding a sense of future technology. Meanwhile, another group of people secretly set up that crucial information jammer deep beneath the Imperial City. It looked more like a complex brain covered in crystal pipes and flowing fiber optic cables, constantly emitting low-frequency fluctuations on a rule level that humans could not directly perceive, aimed at interfering with and severing the resonance between the Blood Moon Mark and the distant Lord of Crimson. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon were not idle either. Combining the technical blueprints provided by Steel Dome City, partially, and their preliminary understanding of the embryo of chaos rebirth, they began designing an internal, active defense layer. With himself as the core, Jiang Yu attempted to guide the power of the embryo, combining the true words of Guisu with selected ancient Kuja runes to outline an invisible, small-scale balance conversion field in the heart of the Imperial City. This field did not directly confront external erosion, but was dedicated to digesting and transforming the relatively weak rule pollution that seeped in, balancing out the chaos and malice within, or converting it into harmless or even slightly beneficial fragments of basic rule information. This process was extremely delicate and mentally taxing, but Jiang Yu found that as the embryo slowly digested that pollution, it seemed to be growing and evolving very slowly itself, becoming more solid and integrating more closely with his soul. The Silver Dragon focused on optimizing spatial defenses. He not only strengthened the link between the shadow transformation and the island's defensive formations, but also utilized the understanding of chaotic space gained from the corridor of Guisu to lay several layers of hidden spatial folds and traps in the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. These traps were not meant for large-scale killing, but to delay, disperse, and mislead sudden attacks or rule projections that might be launched from a spatial level. Just as the entire island was in the midst of intense preparations, an unexpected interlude occurred. It was late at night on the 3rd day of the critical tuning phase for the information jammer. A Kuja squad captain responsible for nighttime perimeter patrols discovered an extremely hidden, recently excavated small cave near a rocky area on the north side of the island, where the terrain had become complex due to previous battles. Inside the cave remained a faint, dark, bloody aura similar to the Blood Bone cult, along with some broken tools not of Amazon Lily's design, and half of a dark red crystal covered in eerie runes that had not yet been fully activated. This half crystal, after emergency testing by Jiang Yu and the newly arrived Steel Dome City engineer Ivy, was confirmed to be a secondary blood sacrifice resonator. Its function was to generate strong resonance with the primary, Blood Moon Mark, under specific conditions, briefly and significantly enhancing the mark's erosive power and signal strength, and potentially acting as a small-scale, coordinate beacon to guide precision rule strikes or small elite infiltrations. "Someone sneaked in ahead of time and set this up right under our noses," Sandersonia said, her face ashen. "Was it during the last harassment battle, or even earlier?" Engineer Ivy quickly analyzed the runes and residual energy trails on the crystal, saying calmly, "The crystal's craftsmanship is crude, but the rune structure is very ancient, containing rule logic from the same source as the blood moon mark. Activating it requires a specific ritual or energy injection. It's currently in a semi-dormant state. Backtracking from the energy decay curve, it was placed about 15 to 20 days ago, shortly after you repelled the second harassment. The person who placed it may have already left, or she looked up at the brightly lit Imperial City and the busy construction site, is lurking somewhere in some way. This news sent shivers down everyone's spines. There was a nail inside. This meant their defensive deployments might not be a complete secret to the blood-bone cult, and could even be deliberately misled or sabotaged. Upon hearing the news, Hancock immediately issued a secret search order for the entire island, specifically backtracking and checking the movements of all personnel who had recently landed, including limited trade supplies and Steel Dome City personnel, while strengthening monitoring and restrictions in all key internal areas. Steel Dome City's engineering team also tightened security measures at their own construction sites and provided several efficient internal energy field scanning solutions to detect hidden, non-native abnormal energy sources. The search was conducted in a highly confidential and tense atmosphere. 2 days later, a clue surfaced. Shortly after the second harassment battle ended, a young warrior in a logistics squad responsible for clearing battlefield remains along the coastline had briefly gone missing for about half an hour while clearing a remote rocky area, claiming upon return that she had accidentally slipped and knocked herself out. At the time, the war was intense and personnel were exhausted, so it wasn't scrutinized. The cave where the secondary resonator was found happened to be in that rocky area. This warrior was immediately taken into secret custody. After Hancock personally interrogated her, combining observation hacky and some mental probing, it was discovered that her memory contained subtle, unnatural blurs and grafting marks, clearly the result of sophisticated mental suggestion or manipulation. Deep within her consciousness, there also remained a very obscure, profane, blood-colored imprint. She was temporarily seated with a suggestion, and in an unconscious state, following a preset command, she hid that half-crystal in the designated location, after which the relevant memory was distorted and overwritten, Jiang Yu concluded after an examination. The practitioner's level is very high, and they have a certain understanding of the mental structure of Kyuja warriors to be able to do this so precisely without leaving obvious flaws. Most likely, it was a high-ranking priest mixed in with the ordinary cultists during the last harassment battle, or perhaps even a final move left by that high priest before his death. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, the crystal had not been activated, and the hidden danger was eliminated. But this incident sounded an alarm. The enemy was more cunning than imagined, and their methods were more eerie, not only applying pressure from the outside, but also trying to disintegrate them from within. Strengthen internal spiritual sense defense training, especially regarding mental erosion, Hancock ordered. Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Dragon Lord, can you design some targeted soul protection charms or formations? Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon agreed. This was a perfect opportunity to test the potential of the embryo of chaos rebirth in soul protection and information purification. Combining some mental power shielding technology provided by Steel Dome City with the guardian totems of the Kyuja, they began developing a new type of soul imprint capable of actively identifying and balancing external malicious mental suggestions. Amidst the intense war preparations and internal searches, days passed. Steel Dome City's devices gradually took shape, and the giant silver polyhedrons began to emit a stable rule field, invisible to the naked eye but clearly perceptible, slowly merging with Amazon Lily's original formations to build a more solid and targeted barrier. The underground information jammer also began low-frequency operation, and the oppressive feeling brought by the ubiquitous blood moon mark in the air seemed to truly weaken slightly. Jiang Yu's internal balance conversion field also began to take its initial shape. Although its range was limited to the core of the Imperial City, the effect was significant. Several warriors suffering from slight curse erosion recovered significantly faster after entering the field for rest. However, everyone knew this was just the calm before the storm. Steel Dome City's monitoring models were constantly updated, and the interference energy readings of the Lord of Crimson were climbing slowly but steadily, like a rising tide. There were 30 days left until the predicted critical point. On this day, Engineer Ivy found Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, her expression carrying a rare gravity. The monitoring buoys we deployed near the void area have sent back abnormal data. She pulled up an energy spectrum. The residual rule turbulence and the information debris left by the Vortex of Paradox inside the void have shown 3 abnormal regular pulsations in the past 72 hours. The pulsation frequency has a 0.87 mathematical correlation with the erosion fluctuations of the blood moon mark. She pointed to several intersecting curves on the spectrum. This is no coincidence. The power of the Lord of Crimson or the rituals of the blood bone cult might be trying to use the void, using the highly unstable rules and paradox information remaining there as a kind of amplifier or catalyst to strengthen the coming interference. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon's hearts sank. The void was already a massive hidden danger, and now it might actually be used by the enemy. We must strengthen monitoring of the void, and ideally clean up or stabilize the key unstable points inside it ahead of time, Ivy suggested. But this is very dangerous. That place is a disaster zone of rules. The Silver Dragon's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. If the other side wants to use the void, can we, in turn, use the characteristics of the void to set a trap? Jiang Yu looked at the Silver Dragon, and a thoughtful light flashed in both their eyes. Crisis and opportunity often coexist. The final stage of war preparation had entered deeper, more complex, and more dangerous waters. Hollow trap. The data Ivy brought regarding the connection between the void and the blood moon mark was like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, instantly making the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. That massive spatial scar was originally the most unstable time bomb around Amazon Lily, and now it might be exploited by the enemy to become a springboard or amplifier for their enhanced attacks. We must take action immediately, Hancock said decisively after hearing the report. We cannot sit by and watch them turn that void into a cannon barrel aimed at our heart. Jiang Yu mused, Engineer AI Wei, can Steel Dome City's monitoring more precisely locate which area's pulsation within the void has the strongest connection to the mark? Or can you determine the specific way they might utilize the void? Is it as an energy channel, a rule resonator, or an information distortion field? Ivy quickly pulled up a more detailed data model. On the light screen, several areas were highlighted in the 3-dimensional structural diagram representing the void. There are 3 areas with the strongest connection, all located in the wrinkle zones where the rule structure of the void's inner wall is weakest and the concentration of information residue is highest. According to energy flow simulations, the most likely method the opponent will use is resonance drainage. Using the specific frequency of the blood moon marks erosive fluctuations to resonate with these highly active unstable areas within the void. Draining out the accumulated chaotic rule energy or paradox information to attach to their attacks, creating a rule pollution bomb effect that is difficult for conventional defenses to resist. In other words, they want to kill with a borrowed knife, using the power of the void itself to attack us. Sandersonia's brow furrowed. That's one way to understand it, Ivy nodded. Moreover, this method is highly efficient and difficult to defend against. The rule barriers we've deployed are mainly targeted at external direct attacks and the continuous erosion of the blood moon mark. For this kind of chaotic rule torrent detonated and guided from internal unstable structures, the interception efficiency will be greatly reduced. The Silver Dragon's whiskers twitched slightly, silver light swirling in its eyes. Since they want to drain it, can we divert or block it in advance, or even use it against them, beating them at their own game? A specific plan, Hancock looked at the Silver Dragon. We cannot completely stabilize the entire void, but perhaps we can target those key unstable wrinkle points, the Silver Dragon said. Jiang Yu's embryo of chaos rebirth has the property of balancing and transforming extreme rule conflicts. Combined with my spatial abilities, we can try to pre-deploy small rule balance anchors, or space buffer layers, near these wrinkle points. When the opponent tries to trigger resonance drainage, these preset anchors can serve to buffer, disperse, or even partially transform the drained energy. If we design it ingeniously enough, we might even be able to guide part of the drained, chaotic energy through preset spatial corridors in the direction we want. For example, reflecting it back or harmlessly dissipating it into deep space. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. This approach is feasible. The chaos germ itself is slowly digesting the erosion of the blood moon mark. It might also play a role in neutralizing and guiding this homologous but more violent rule chaotic energy. We can combine some characteristics of the germ with Steel Dome City's stability rune technology and my true words of Gui Su to engrave them into the core of the specialized anchors. Ivy quickly recorded this, her fingers sliding across the light screen as she performed a preliminary feasibility simulation. Theoretically, there's a 38% success rate. But the risks are extremely high. First, entering the edge of the void is itself extremely dangerous, as the rule turbulence there is enough to tear apart most protections. Second, the process of deploying the anchors will disturb the unstable areas and might prematurely trigger an uncontrollable energy eruption. Third, if the opponent notices our arrangement, they might change their strategy or even use our anchors to cause even greater destruction. Risk and opportunity coexist. Hancock stood up, her skirt fluttering without wind. Do it. Sandersonia, select the most elite warriors with the keenest energy perception to form an assault team responsible for outer perimeter security and backup. Dragon Lord, Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Engineer AI Wei, the three of you shall immediately draft the specific deployment plan and safety measures. We need to complete the setup of this trap or buffer zone before the enemy acts. Time is running out. With the order given, the high-efficiency machinery of all of Amazon Lily began to run at full speed once again. For the next 3 days, Jiang Yu, the Silver Dragon, and Ivy went almost without sleep. Ivy provided the design for Steel Dome City's most advanced anti-roll interference protective suits, which needed to be quickly manufactured using Kuja-rune craftsmanship, and special alloys and energy circuits for stabilizing the anchor cores. Jiang Yu was responsible for combining the essence of the chaos germ with the true words of Gui Su to design a core rune array capable of carrying and operating this special balancing and transforming power. The Silver Dragon focused on designing the spatial interfaces and buffer drainage channels for the anchors, ensuring that when activated, they could guide the energy towards safe directions or counterattack paths according to the plan. Before dawn on the 4th day, everything was ready. 20 specialized protective suits were distributed. 20 of the most elite Kuja warriors personally selected by Sandersonia were fully geared up. They would carry high-intensity energy shield generators and emergency transmission beacons, responsible for establishing a defensive line on the periphery of the void and standing by to provide support. Jiang Yu, the Silver Dragon, and Ivy, who insisted on going personally for technical tuning, carried 3 meticulously crafted rule balance anchor cores and deployment tools. Using the Silver Dragon's spatial teleportation, the group silently appeared at a relatively stable point on the periphery of the void. Even through the protective suits and their own powerful energy shields, everyone could still feel the heart-palpitating rule turbulence and information pressure emanating from the massive scar ahead. It spanned between the sea and sky. Its interior was not pitch black, but constantly churning with various incomprehensible colors and light shadows, with occasional lightning-like rule fissures flashing by, emitting a silent roar. First target area, front left, about 5 miles away, a space curvature anomaly point. Ivy's voice came through the encrypted communication channel, calmly giving directions. The Silver Dragon led the way, its dragon body emitting a silver glow, carefully opening a relatively stable path forward and avoiding those obvious turbulent vortices. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, the power of Gixu circulating around him to smooth out minor rule disturbances. Ivy and the warriors followed cautiously along the path opened by the Silver Dragon. The closer they got to the inner wall of the void, the harsher the environment became. Various shattered rule fragments were like sharp, invisible blades, constantly cutting at the energy layers of the protective suits. The chaotic information flow bombarded everyone's perception, as if countless people were whispering crazily in their ears. Space itself became viscous and multidimensionally distorted, requiring immense effort for every step forward. They encountered a small-scale rule energy eruption on the way. The Silver Dragon timely opened a spatial barrier to resist it, but several warriors' protective suits still suffered light overloads. Jiangyu acted quickly, using the power of Gixu to guide and dissipate part of the impact energy. After enduring hardships, they finally reached the first target wrinkle point. It was like a huge, ugly sore on the inner wall of the void, with dark red energy threads resembling the aura of the blood moon mark and grayish-black information flows filled with a sense of chaotic paradox, constantly seeping out, intertwining, and annihilating, making an ear-piercing sizzling sound. This is the place. Begin deployment. Ivy directed the engineering machinery in a relatively safe distance to set up a stable platform. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon stepped forward personally. Jiang Yu carefully placed the anchor core, covered in runes, onto a key node where the wrinkle energy overflowed. Simultaneously, the Silver Dragon performed space imprisonment to temporarily stabilize the violent energy around the core. Jiang Yu then fully activated the rune array within the core and guided a trace of the chaos germs, balancing essence into it. Hum. The moment the core was activated, it emitted a low hum. The surrounding dark red and grayish-black energy flows visibly stalled, then began to rotate slowly around the core as if drawn by an invisible vortex. The runes on the core's surface lit up one by one, emitting a chaotic yet stable faint light, beginning to attempt to balance and divert these violent energies. The first anchor has been successfully deployed. Operating status, initially stable. Ivy monitored the data, her voice revealing a hint of tense relief. There was no time to celebrate. They immediately rushed to the second and third target points. The process was equally perilous, especially at the third point, where they were attacked by a semi-activated information residue aggregate within the void. It was shaped like a twisted shadow with an eerie attack style. The Silver Dragon had to use the paradox imprint to draw upon a trace of spatial paradox characteristics to barely repel and seal it. When the last anchor was deployed and activated, everyone was nearly exhausted. But looking at the three anchors stubbornly operating amidst the violent energy and emitting a stable faint light, a sense of accomplishment welled up. The three anchors have formed an initial linkage network. Ivy looked at the data on the light screen. When the erosive fluctuations of an external specific frequency trigger the wrinkle resonance, the anchor network will automatically activate, forming a buffer, diversion, and limited guidance. The preset counterattack channels are also ready, but the energy guidance control precision is only 67%, so there is some uncertainty. It's enough, the Silver Dragon said deeply. This at least adds a layer of insurance for us and gives us another counterattack option. The group dragged their weary bodies back to Amazon Lily under the Silver Dragon's escort. Less than 12 hours after their return, Steel Dome City's global monitoring network and Amazon Lily's defensive array simultaneously detected an anomaly. The erosive fluctuations of the blood moon mark suddenly intensified several times, and a strong, rhythmic resonance began to come from the direction of the void. The enemy had moved earlier than predicted. The sky seemed to be painted by an invisible force, beginning to be covered in an ominous dark red layer. Beneath the sea surface, an unsettling, dense sound, like a giant beast crawling, could be heard. The final battle seemed set to begin ahead of schedule, in a manner more intense than expected. Blood moon approaches. That ominous dark red was not clouds, but the manifestation of some substantial rule pollution in the material world. Like thick ink dropped into clear water, it rapidly stained the sky above Amazon Lily. The terrifying sounds coming from beneath the sea grew closer, and the entire island seemed to tremble slightly. In the Imperial City Square, all high-level officials and combat-ready personnel gathered. Hancock stood on the high platform, her Kuja battle robes fluttering in the wind. Her Conqueror's haki was released without reservation, acting like a stabilizing pillar that dispersed the fear and oppression permeating the air. It's here. The Silver Dragon circled in the sky, his dragon eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. He could clearly feel that there was more than just something beneath the sea. A violent rule disturbance was coming from the direction of the void, creating an extremely dangerous harmonic resonance with the strengthening blood moon mark in the sky. Barriers at full power, disruptors at maximum output, all warriors to your designated positions. Sandersonia's roar spread across the island through the amplification devices. Buzz! The silver polyhedral light surrounding the island flared brilliantly, and a semi-transparent rule barrier flowing with data-like streams quickly rose, enveloping all of Amazon Lily. The underground information disruptors also emitted a low roar, spreading invisible interference waves at full force in an attempt to sever the strengthening resonance. However, the enemy's offensive was swifter and more bizarre than expected. The first to strike was not the enemy beneath the sea, but the sky. The phantom of the blood-red crescent moon that had been hanging high as a marker suddenly expanded and elongated, like a bleeding wound torn open in the sky. Deep within the wound, a dark red light, so thick it was almost liquid, gathered. Accompanied by the screams of countless twisted and suffering souls, it transformed into a foul beam of light over 100 meters in diameter, condensed purely from the rules of blood sacrifice and extinction. Ignoring most of the rule barrier's obstruction, as the barrier was primarily designed for physical and energy attacks and had low interception efficiency against such highly condensed rule entities, it crashed down toward the center of the Imperial City. If this strike landed, it would be enough to severely damage or even pollute the core ley lines of Amazon Lily on a rule level. Don't even think about it. Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed with chilling intent as she soared into the sky. She pressed her hands together, pushing the power of her love fruit, Conqueror's Hacky, and Armament Hacky to their absolute limits. Above her head, she condensed an immense, pink heart-shaped energy shield. The shield's surface shimmered with light, containing the powerful composite rules of charm, petrification, and rejection. Slave Arrow, absolute defense. The foul beam of light and the pink giant shield collided violently. There was no deafening explosion, only the soul-shuddering hissing sound of rule annihilation and erosion. The pink giant shield vibrated violently, its surface quickly stained with dark red rust, but Hancock gritted her teeth and held on, forcefully blocking the rule beam, which was enough to destroy a city in midair. Almost simultaneously, the sea surface exploded. Thousands of mutated sea beasts with even more hideous and terrifying forms, along with a large number of blood-bone cult elite followers with crimson skin and the fire of fanaticism burning in their eyes, swarmed onto the shore like locusts. They were no longer charging mindlessly. Instead, they formed an evil battle array. The bloodlight around them merged into a mobile crimson domain with powerful corrosive and regenerative properties, which they used to weather the Kuja warriors' rain of arrows and hacky attacks as they frantically charged the coastal defense line. Even more terrifyingly, behind the enemy swarm, 3 giant ships far larger than the previous ones, constructed from some kind of living bone and dark red metal, broke through the waves. At the bow of each ship stood a figure with an overwhelming aura, 2 new blood-robed high priests and a blood lord clad in blood-red heavy armor, wielding a serrated greatsword, with only 2 points of scarlet light visible beneath his helmet. The aura of each one was no weaker than the high priest killed previously. The blood lord's pressure, in particular, faintly touched an even higher level. It seems the last time was just a probe. This is the true main force. The silver dragon's roar shook the heavens. I'll go stop those 3 leaders. We can't let them strike the barrier directly. Before his words finished, he had already turned into a bolt of silver lightning and lunged toward the 3 giant ships. With dragon claws tearing and spatial blades flying, he instantly engaged the 3 powerful enemies, pulling the battlefield away from the coast. Jiang Yu did not go out with the silver dragon. He stood at the high point of the Imperial City, his power of Gixu operating at full capacity, his consciousness tightly connected to the underground information disruptors and the network of peripheral rule balance anchors. He keenly felt that although Hancock had blocked the main rule beam and the silver dragon was stalling the enemy leaders, the crisis was far from over. The resonance from the direction of the void was intensifying rapidly. The enemy was indeed trying to draw upon the power of the void. Engineer AI Wei, status of the anchor network. Jiang Yu asked urgently through the communicator. All 3 anchors are under high-intensity resonance impact. They are buffering and diverting according to the preset plan, but the diverted energy far exceeds estimates. The load on the preset counterattack channel has reached critical levels. Ivy's voice carried obvious tension. Jiang Yu made an immediate decision. Activate the counterattack channel. Direct the overload energy to the sea area behind the enemy fleet. Simultaneously, increase the output of the Imperial City area's balance conversion field and prepare to handle any leaking rule pollution. Understood. The next second, a blinding explosion of light, mixed with dark red and grayish-black, erupted from the distant void. An indescribable, terrifying torrent of energy, filled with a sense of chaos, finality, and paradox, was forcibly diverted out. Like a roaring chaos dragon, part of it was painstakingly diverted and buffered by the 3 anchors, while the other part of the overloaded energy was guided along a preset, hidden spatial tunnel toward the deep sea behind the blood-bone cult fleet. Rumbled. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the targeted sea area. It wasn't just ordinary waves, but a violent distortion of space and a collapse on the rule level. A temporary, small chaos vortex formed there, instantly swallowing several enemy ships that couldn't dodge in time, along with a large number of sea beasts. The wild rule turbulence even interfered with the nearby enemy's crimson domain. This sudden backstab disrupted the cult's offensive rhythm and caused them to pay a heavy price. Beautifully done, Sandersonia's spirits rose as she saw this from the coastal defense line. Warriors counterattack. However, the enemy's reaction was also extremely fast. The Blood Lord seemed to have anticipated this. He took a hit from the Silver Dragon, used the force to retreat, and raised his serrated greatsword, letting out an inhuman roar. The blood-red wound in the sky fluctuated violently again, and more foul light gathered. But this time, instead of attacking, it poured down like a waterfall, infusing into all the cult followers and mutated sea beasts below. Blood God's blessing. The enemies receiving the infusion visibly expanded and mutated. Their strength, speed, and recovery abilities surged, and their eyes were completely filled with a frenzied red light. Their offensive instantly became more violent and suicidal. The pressure on the coastal defense line increased sharply, and danger appeared in multiple locations. What made Jiang Yu's heart sink even more was that after the Blood Lord finished bestowing the blessing, his scarlet gaze locked directly onto the Imperial City, specifically onto Jiang Yu, who was currently putting all his effort into maintaining the balance conversion field and coordinating the overall situation. "I've found you, the core of the anomaly." A raspy and malicious whisper seemed to ring directly in Jiang Yu's mind. The Blood Lord suddenly threw the serrated greatsword in his hand. Once it left his hand, the greatsword grew as it caught the wind, transforming into a scarlet meteor that tore through space, entwined with countless wailing blood souls. At a speed beyond perception, it ignored the weakening from some rule barriers and shot straight at Jiang Yu. This strike contained the Blood Lord's killing intent and a massive amount of blood sacrifice energy. It was pure and extreme, carrying a powerful instant death curse and rule-locking properties. The hair on Jiang Yu's body stood on end as the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He immediately cut off his control over the other nodes, his power of Gixu erupting at full force. He constructed layers of Gixu vortexes and True Words shields in front of him, while the embryo of chaos rebirth at his brow was also stimulated to its limit, emitting a chaotic glimmer in an attempt to balance and transform that terrifying instant death rule. But the energy level gap between the two sides was obvious. Boom, crack. The Gixu shields shattered layer by layer, and the True Words were annihilated. Although the scarlet meteor was mostly weakened, it still carried a terrifying residual force as it slammed into Jiang Yu's final defense, the chaotic force field formed by the chaos germ. Sizzle. Like a hot iron entering water, a violent rule conflict erupted. Jiang Yu let out a muffled groan, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth as his body was violently thrown back by the massive impact, crashing through half a wall behind him. He felt a cold, greedy, and predatory bloody rule frantically eroding his body and soul. Even attempting to pollute the Gixu origin within him, and that fragile chaos germ. Jiang Yu, the silver dragon, currently entangled with the two high priests in the distance, was shaken to the core, his dragon eyes instantly turning blood red. Pharmacist Jiang Yu. Hancock also saw this scene, but she was pinned down by the foul beam of light from the sky and could not pull away. The Blood Lord let out a triumphant roar, his body turning into a streak of bloodlight as he lunged toward the wounded Jiang Yu to deliver the fatal blow. At this critical moment, inside Jiang Yu's robe, the amulet given to him by Hancock, inlaid with the Kuja emblem, suddenly erupted with a warm and resilient golden light. Within the light, a faint shadow of a snake coiled, and a pure and ancient protective will emerged, temporarily holding off the further erosion of the bloody rule. Simultaneously, deep within Jiang Yu's consciousness, the dormant paradox imprint seemed to be triggered by the host's life-or-death crisis and the strong stimulation of external extreme rules. For the first time, it actively and clearly transmitted a complete piece of information along with a majestic, unstoppable, and strange power that transcended the current dimension. Detection of high-level predatory rule erosion matches paradox trial stress clause. Temporary permissions unlocked. Calling Gixu Archive number 7, all things return to Gizeng basic application module. Instruction, using Embryo of Chaos Rebirth as the base and paradox, as the guide, execute, rule negentropy assimilation. Buzz. Jiang Yu's entire body was suddenly enveloped in a strange radiance that was as deep as the starry sky, yet flowed with chaotic colors. Under this radiance, the bloody rule that was eroding him seemed to meet its natural enemy, letting out a sizzling wail. It actually began to be forcibly decomposed, its predatory and cursing essence stripped away and converted into the most basic, disordered rule information stream, which was then swallowed and absorbed by the now active chaos germ in Jiang Yu's body like a whale swallowing water. Not only that, but this strange radiance also spread out with Jiang Yu as the center, acting like a miniature rule purification field. Wherever it passed, the blood pollution permeating the air was rapidly purified, and several nearby Kuja warriors who were suffering from rule erosion felt their pain sharply decrease. The Blood Lord, who was about to pounce, came to a sudden halt, his scarlet eyes showing a look of shock and uncertainty for the first time. What power is this? Jiang Yu slowly stood up from the ruins and wiped the blood from his mouth. Deep within his eyes, the starry sky and chaos seemed to be flowing. Although his aura was somewhat weak, the lingering sense of bloody erosion had completely vanished. Instead, the chaos germ transmitted a subtle feeling of satiety and growth. He looked at the wary Blood Lord, then at Hancock, who was struggling to hold on in the sky, and finally at the silver dragon, fighting powerful enemies on the distant sea. His heart became crystal clear. It seems my way home has unlocked a new page. He raised his hand, his fingertips wreathed in that deep and chaotic radiance, and locked onto the Blood Lord. Now it's our turn to counterattack, anti-entropy assimilation. The deep, chaotic radiance swirling at Jiang Yu's fingertips was not a simple release of energy, but a qualitative change resulting from the combination of the power of the Gixu archives mobilized by the paradox imprint and the embryo of chaos rebirth. Wherever that radiance reached, it seemed to forcibly inject a sliver of order into the chaotic and violent laws, not the rigid, exclusionary order of a purifier, but a dynamic order based on gizeng and balance that allowed contradictions to coexist. The Blood Lord instinctively sensed a massive threat, and the shock in his crimson gaze was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Playing God, blood sea overwhelming, he let out a mad roar, no longer holding back. His entire body erupted with blood-colored light flames as thick as substance. Countless pained faces struggled and shrieked within that light, converging into the phantom of a churning sea of blood. Carrying a terrifying intent to devour the life force of all things and defile all laws, it came pressing down toward Jiang Yu, covering the sky and earth. This strike was already his ultimate origin move, containing the true intent of the laws bestowed by the Lord of Crimson. An ordinary admiral-level powerhouse would be eroded and assimilated upon contact, turning into nourishment for the Blood Sea. Jiang Yu did not dodge or evade. The chaos of the starry sky swirled in his eyes as he held his hands in a hollow embrace before his chest. The chaos germ at his brow throbbed violently, resonating with the radiance at his fingertips. Gizang, negentropy. He gave a low shout, and the deep, chaotic radiance suddenly spread out. It did not confront the roaring sea of blood, but instead acted like an invisible, gentle pocket, actively welcoming it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the blood sea made contact with the chaotic radiance, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a sound like cold water being poured onto a red-hot iron plate rang out. The violent laws of plunder, erosion, and defilement within the blood sea seemed to fall into a quagmire the instant they touched the chaotic radiance, their speed dropping sharply. Their internal tendencies toward extreme entropy increase and disorder were forcibly combed and disassembled by a deeper, more inclusive power. That radiance was like the most precise scalpel and the most inclusive furnace. It slowly stripped away and isolated the desecrated and maddened divine imprint unique to the Lord of Crimson within the blood sea. It decomposed its pure energy and law information into more basic fragments. Then, the chaos germ, like thirsty roots, actively absorbed and devoured that neutralized law information and energy, converting it into nourishment to sustain itself. It then fed back an even more stable and restrained chaotic glimmer, which in turn strengthened Jiang Yu's negentropy domain. This was a scene that defied common sense. The Blood Lord's ultimate move, capable of destroying a city, not only failed to kill Jiang Yu, but was instead being rapidly digested, becoming the resources for his opponent's growth. Impossible, this violates the Lord's laws. The Blood Lord let out an unbelievable roar. He could feel his connection with the blood sea being rapidly weakened, and his origin power was draining away. The laws of Gixu inherently encompass all laws, even, including paradoxes. Jiang Yu's voice was calm, but it carried a certainty as if he held the truth. His understanding of Gixu and the paradox imprint had leaped to a new level during this life-and-death crisis and ability awakening. Gixu was not only the end, but also the starting point. A paradox was not just a contradiction, but also a possibility. Your plunder, in the face of gizang and balance, is nothing more than a tree without roots. He took a step forward, and the chaotic radiance advanced with him. The phantom of the blood sea withered and dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Blood Lord finally felt fear. He realized that the power held by this anomaly before him might, on a level of laws, restrain or even surpass the manifestation of the Lord he served in this dimension. The thought of retreat had just arisen when Jiang Yu gave him no chance. Silver Dragon, Jiang Yu sent a message through their soul link with a thought. The Silver Dragon, who had been tangled with the two high priests but was actually distracted by the battle here, understood instantly. He gave a long cry, his dragon body erupting with brilliant silver light. He tanked a blood blade from the high priest on the left, and his dragon tail swept through a profound arc at an incredible angle and speed, slamming hard against the protective bloodlight of the high priest on the right. Spatial stripping. This was not an attack on the physical body, but was aimed at the energy connection between the priest, the blood moon mark, and the battle formation below. Wherever the dragon tail passed, space produced eerie folds, like sharp blades, briefly and violently cutting off the energy channel between that high priest and the external blood domain. That high priest's aura suddenly stalled, and a flaw appeared in his offensive. The silver dragon seized this lightning-fast opportunity, thrusting out a dragon claw. The silver light at the tips of his claws condensed to the extreme, containing a hint of the negation intent aimed at existence itself, something he had comprehended from the Gixu corridor, and stabbed it fiercely into the priest's chest. Arg, that high priest screamed. His chest was pierced, and it wasn't just simple physical damage. The silver light erupted inside him, crazily destroying his life structure and the foundation of his laws. The blood light around him instantly extinguished for the most part, and his aura plummeted. At the same time, Jiang Yu's negentropy domain had completely suppressed the Blood Lord's blood sea and spread near his main body. The chaotic radiance, like maggots on a bone, began to erode his blood-colored heavy armor and that jagged greatsword. "No, my lord, save." The Blood Lord shrieked in despair, attempting to pray to the blood-colored wound in the sky for one last bit of strength. However, Hancock had been waiting for this exact moment. Now is the time. She had been struggling to hold on, resisting the defiled pillar of light falling from the sky, but she was also constantly accumulating power and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. At this moment, seeing the Blood Lord suppressed by Jiang Yu and losing his composure, while the wound in the sky seemed to produce a microscopic fluctuation due to the Blood Lord's crisis, she erupted fiercely. The pink heart-shaped giant shield suddenly exploded, turning into countless streaks of pink light. They did not dissipate, but instead, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, instantly converged onto Hancock's raised right fist. Her fist condensed the hope of the entire island, her own pride, the majesty of her Heishoku, and the most primal rules of charm and rejection from the Miro no Mi. It became crystal clear, looking like the most perfect work of art in the world, yet containing power that could destroy heaven and earth. Miro Mello, Emperor's Fist. A punch struck toward the heavens. There was no grand spectacle, only a streak of pink fist force condensed to the extreme. It surged upward, accurately crashing into the core of that blood-colored wound in the sky, into the phantom of the blood-colored crescent moon that served as the source of the mark. Cracked. The crisp sound of shattering glass spread across the entire battlefield, even drowning out the sounds of slaughter. The blood-colored wound in the sky twisted and trembled violently. Countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of that crescent moon phantom. The power maintaining the output of the defiled light pillar was instantly interrupted and thrown into chaos. The mark has been shaken. Below, engineer AI Wei, who had been tensely monitoring the data, cried out. The data showed that the stability of the blood moon mark was dropping sharply, and the connection strength with the Lord of Crimson had also fluctuated significantly. Well done, elder sister. On the coastal defense line, the morale of Sandersonia and the warrior's sword as the pressure on them was suddenly reduced. The anomaly in the sky directly affected the ground battlefield. All the cultists and mutated sea beasts who had received the blood god's blessing saw the blood light on their bodies suddenly dim. Their strength, speed, and recovery abilities dropped noticeably, and their frenzied momentum stalled. In contrast, the Kuja warriors fighting them felt as if their opponents had suddenly become much weaker, making their counterattacks more powerful. The sole remaining high priest fighting the silver dragon, the other was already heavily injured and dying, and the blood lords suppressed by Jiang Yu's negentropy domain were hit even harder. Their auras showed varying degrees of chaos and decline. Their connection with the Lord had been temporarily weakened or even partially cut off by Hancock's earth-shattering punch. An opportunity. The silver dragon and Jiang Yu seized this chance almost simultaneously. The silver dragon opened his mouth, and a silver breath, with what looked like a rotating galaxy inside, surged out, aimed straight at the shaken high priest. This breath contained the silence of Gixu and spatial cutting, its power far exceeding what he had shown before. Jiang Yu clenched his 5 fingers. The chaotic radiance no longer spread, but instead suddenly contracted, condensing in his palm into a point of extreme, deep blackness, as if it could even devour light. He pressed it toward the suppressed and weakening blood lord from a distance. Gizeng, silent point. The black point shot out silently, sinking into the blood lord's chest. There was no explosion, no light. The blood lord's ferocious expression instantly froze. His blood-colored heavy armor, the jagged greatsword in his hand, and even his entire body were like they were being wiped away by an invisible eraser. Starting from the point of contact with the black point, they rapidly disappeared, turning into the most basic, disordered particles that dispersed into the surrounding negentropy domain, and were then completely absorbed and balanced by the chaos germ. This powerful bloodlord couldn't even let out a scream before he was completely annihilated, becoming another portion of nourishment for Jiang Yu's new ability. On the other side, the silver dragon's galaxy breath also completely engulfed and decomposed the other high priest. The blood-colored wound in the sky did not collapse immediately after Hancock's punch, but it was covered in cracks, and its light flickered uncertainly, clearly having taken a heavy blow. The continuously falling defiled light pillar had long since stopped. Having lost their high-level command and the strong empowerment from their lord, the cultist army on the ground was instantly thrown into a leaderless state of declining power. Full army counterattack. Drive these defiled things completely out of Amazon Lily. Hancock's majestic voice rang through the clouds. Although her aura was fluctuating slightly from that punch, her majesty was even greater. Kill, the Kuja warriors erupted with a sky-shaking roar. Led by Sandersonia and Marigold, they launched a full-scale counteroffensive. The enemies, who had lost their domain advantage and frenzied empowerment, began to retreat steadily before the well-trained, well-coordinated, and high-spirited Kuja warriors. The silver dragon circled in the air, his dragon might enveloping the battlefield, intimidating the remaining powerful enemies and standing ready to clear out any troublesome spots. Jiang Yu stood in place, recovering his breath while continuing to maintain a certain range of the negentropy domain, purifying the lingering blood pollution in the air and providing temporary rule protection for the injured warriors. The tide of battle had completely turned. Half an hour later, the last group of cultist remnants putting up a desperate struggle was wiped out, and the remaining mutated sea beasts either were killed or fled into the deep sea. A large amount of enemy ship wreckage and corpses floated on the sea surface, and the water was dyed red. However, under the effect of the rule barriers and the information jammer, that blood color was slowly fading and no longer possessed strong polluting properties. Although the blood-colored wound in the sky had not yet fully dissipated, it had shrunk several times. Its light was extremely dim and cracks were everywhere, looking as if it could completely shatter at any moment. The aura of the blood moon mark had also weakened to an almost undetectable level. Amazon Lily had been held. The afterglow of the setting sun pierced through the gradually thinning dark red canopy, spilling onto the ravaged but still standing island. The warriors began to clear the battlefield and treat the wounded. Every face carried the exhaustion of surviving a disaster, as well as the joy of victory. Hancock slowly landed in the Royal City Plaza. Looking at the returning Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, her gaze was complex, filled with relief, gratitude, and an unspeakable shock. She knew clearly that if Jiang Yu hadn't awakened that inconceivable negentropy ability at the critical moment, and if the Silver Dragon hadn't provided precise coordination and distraction, she might not have caught the opportunity to heavily damage the Mark's core. The outcome of this war might have been a completely different story. You have worked hard. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon shook their heads. The Silver Dragon said, "This battle was won through the combined efforts of everyone. The devices of Steel Dome City, the bravery of the warriors, and your Majesty's decisiveness were all indispensable." Engineer AI Wei also walked over. Although her face was pale, being on the front lines and maintaining high-load monitoring had taken a huge toll on her, her eyes were shining. The data has been recorded. The negentropy assimilation phenomenon, the interference effect of the Emperor's fist on the high-dimensional mark, and the performance of our devices in actual combat are all extremely valuable first-hand materials. Steel Dome City will fulfill the agreement, share the analysis results, and provide follow-up technical support to help clear the remaining marks and repair the rule environment. She paused and looked at Jiang Yu, her tone carrying the fervor and caution of a researcher. "Mr. Jiang Yu, regarding the new ability you displayed. If possible, I hope to have a limited exchange at an appropriate time. Of course, I completely respect your wishes." Jiang Yu nodded, but did not immediately agree. This ability concerned the core secrets of the Paradox imprint and required careful consideration. Just then, a Kuja communication soldier ran over in a hurry, holding an urgent announcement just received from the Supreme Council of Steel Dome City via an encrypted communicator. "Your Majesty, Pharmacist Jiang Yu, Dragon Lord, Engineer AI Wei." The soldier's tone was hurried. "Steel Dome City has sent a highest-level alert, while monitoring the energy decay data of Sea Area G1174, around our island and the Void. They captured an anomaly. Inside the Void, under the energy impact and marked disturbance of the battle just now, the unstable structure in its deepest part has undergone an unpredictable collapse and reorganization. A new, more stable but unknown rule singularity is forming, and there is an extremely weak observation signal from a higher dimension that has locked onto that singularity, as well as our sea area." Everyone's expression turned grim. They had just repelled the calamity of the blood moon, yet a new, possibly even more unpredictable change was already quietly brewing. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon looked at each other, both seeing the same suspicion in the other's eyes. Gixu, the Vortex of Paradox, or something else. Their journey home seemed destined to be anything but peaceful. And Amazon Lily, having experienced the baptism of blood and fire, would also face a broader and more dangerous future in a new posture. Singularity Vortex. The emergency alarm of Steel Dome City was like ice water poured over their heads, instantly freezing the joy of their recent victory. A new rule singularity of unknown nature had formed in the depths of the void, and it was even locked onto by a higher dimensional observation signal. This threat was far more eerie and unpredictable than the blood moon mark. Withdraw all peripheral patrol and reconnaissance units immediately, fully activate all defense arrays, and enter level 1 alert status. Hancock ordered without the slightest hesitation. She knew well that when facing this level of the unknown, any fluke mentality could bring destruction. Engineer AI Wei was already quickly operating her portable terminal, retrieving the latest monitoring data synchronized from Steel Dome City. The formation process of the singularity is extremely fast, and the structure is preliminary stabilized. The energy readings cannot be categorized. It is neither pure chaos nor order, but closer to a collection of unfixed possibilities. The source of the observation signal cannot be traced, but its locked status is confirmed beyond doubt. Steel Dome City suggests, immediately dispatch high rule adaptability units to the edge of the void for close-range detection, but strictly avoid going deep. Meanwhile, prepare for any sudden rule manifestation events. High rule adaptability units. The eyes of everyone present fell simultaneously upon Jiang Yu and the silver dragon. Jiang Yu felt the vibrant embryo of chaos rebirth at his brow, which was still slowly digesting the previous nutrients, and recalled the words, "The return path is not yet finished, and trial begins from the last message sent by the Paradox imprint." Could this newborn singularity also be related to Gixu or the Vortex of Paradox? Could that observation signal be the same eye made of stellar knowledge he had caught a glimpse of before? "We'll go." Jiang Yu looked at Hancock and the silver dragon. The chaos germ and paradox imprint might help us understand or even deal with the changes there. At the very least, we can try to establish preliminary observation and early warning. The silver dragon nodded. "Indeed, only we can handle this matter here. But we must agree, limited to edge reconnaissance only. If the situation changes, we evacuate immediately." Hancock knew this was the optimal solution and could not stop them. She gazed at the two of them and said only one thing: be careful. If there is any anomaly, use the shadow as a signal, and Queen will personally lead the army to support you. There was no more time to waste. Jiang Yu and the silver dragon didn't even have time to rest before the silver dragon performed a spatial teleportation, instantly arriving at the outer area of the void. The scene before them was vastly different from when they had previously deployed the anchors. That massive spatial scar still existed, but the surging chaotic colors and light within it were now being stirred by an invisible force, frantically rotating and collapsing toward a single point in the center. A massive vortex, several kilometers in diameter, and composed of countless distorted light rays, shattered rule symbols, and indescribable colors, was slowly taking shape inside the void. The center of the vortex was dark and deep, as if connecting to an unknowable elsewhere, emitting a heart-palpitating aura where nothingness and gestation coexisted. This was exactly the process of the rule singularity, forming that Steel Dome City had monitored. Even more unsettling was that Jiang Yu and the silver dragon could clearly feel more than one gaze falling upon the vortex. One came from an extremely high and distant dimension, indifferent and non-human, like observing a chemical reaction in a petri dish. The other seemed to faintly emanate from deep within the vortex, carrying an ancient, indifferent stare that felt like someone waking from a long slumber. "There's more than one observer." The silver dragon's body tensed. The gaze from the depths of the vortex feels closer to Gixu itself, but not entirely like any part we've encountered before. Jiang Yu operated the power of Gixu at full strength and carefully extended the perception of the chaos germ, attempting to analyze the rule information, fragments dissipating from the edge of the vortex. The fragments were disorganized and full of contradictions. There was the sense of silence from the end of all things, yet also the agitation of something new about to be born. There were phantom geometric structures of high order, alongside turbulent flows of total chaos. He even captured a faint fluctuation of the same origin as the paradox imprint, one that allowed contradictions to coexist. This singularity is merging multiple extreme rules, trying to form some kind of new balance or state of existence. The process is highly unstable and is being watched by multiple parties. Jiang Yu concluded, his heart growing heavier. This was like a forming new rule source full of variables, attracting the eyes of various entities. Amazon Lily was right next to it. If the singularity erupted or solidified, heaven knows what impact it would have on the surrounding area. Just as they were cautiously observing, a sudden change occurred. The rotation speed of the vortex suddenly increased, and a piercing, pure white light abruptly lit up in the dark center. That light was not warm, but carried a cold, absolute sense of existence, as if it wanted to forcibly define and solidify everything around it. Immediately following, another viscous, dark red light stream was forcibly extracted from the remnants of the blood-colored wound in the sky that had not yet fully dissipated. It let out a wail as it was sucked into the vortex, colliding and intertwining with that pure white light. It's the order residue of the purifier and the blood moon rule residue of the Lord of Crimson. The silver dragon exclaimed in surprise. These two extreme rule powers, which should have repelled or even annihilated each other, were being forcibly kneaded together in the unique fusion field of the vortex. Pure white and dark red twisted and coiled around each other, producing a jarring rule friction sound, gradually forming an eerie, gray-pink light cluster that flickered constantly. Inside the light cluster, the conflict between the two rules had not subsided. Instead, under the constraint of some higher-level power, the vortex itself, it formed an extremely unstable and dangerous trend of implosion. The vortex seemed satisfied with this new batch of material. Its rotation slowed slightly as it pushed the gray-pink light cluster toward the center, seemingly intending to use it as the core to complete the final shaping of the singularity. We can't let it take shape. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon instantly reached a consensus. Regardless of what this singularity would eventually become, having an unknown rule source that merged the Purifier's order and the Lord of Crimson's filth born at their doorstep, while being watched by multiple parties, was absolutely catastrophic. But how to stop it? Attack the vortex directly? That might trigger an uncontrollable rule explosion. Attack the gray-pink light cluster? It was already extremely unstable. Any external force could become the spark that detonated it. At this critical moment, the paradox imprint deep in Jiang Yu's consciousness actively sent a clear throb and information flow for the third time. This time, the information was more complete, even carrying a trace of imperceptible urgency. Detected generation of unnatural rule fusion experimental field. Threat level high, touching the secondary authority bottom line of return watcher. Enabling temporary response protocol. Paradox interference, directional induction. Target, guide the unfixed fusion entity, Seed of Ash, to the preset buffer dimension, coordinates marked. Method, use embryo of chaos rebirth as a bridge to inject high concentration, paradox possibility, disrupting its fusion process and inducing a brief imbalance in its internal conflict. Utilize the rule rift generated during the moment of imbalance, combined with spatial guidance, to complete the deployment. Warning, the execution process will expose the activity of the paradox imprint, which may attract higher attention. Execute. The imprint provided a plan that seemed feasible, but carried enormous risk. Jiang Yu had no time to hesitate. He immediately shared the information with the Silver Dragon. Execute, the Silver Dragon said decisively. Exposing the imprint's activity is already inevitable, and it's better than having a monster at our doorstep. I'll handle the spatial guidance and rift capture. Good, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, concentrated all his mental energy on the chaos germ at his brow, and actively sent the intent to confirm execution to the Paradox imprint. Buzz, a fluctuation far more profound and indescribable than the previous negative entropy assimilation, spread out from Jiangyu. This time, the fluctuation was no longer restrained, but carried a vivid, unignorable trait. It was the aura of paradox itself, the rule-warping power that allowed the impossible to happen, allowed contradictions to coexist, and overturned common logic. This fluctuation, like invisible tentacles, bypassed the violent turbulence of the vortex and precisely entwined itself around the forming gray-pink light cluster, the seed of ash. The light cluster shuddered violently. The conflict between order and filth, which had been forcibly constrained to a delicate balance, was instantly shattered by the injection of paradox possibility. The pure white light surged, attempting to purify and expel the dark red. The dark red light counterattacked frantically, trying to contaminate and devour the pure white. The two extreme rules engaged in a fierce internal war within the cluster. The shape of the light cluster began to distort, expand, and flicker, becoming extremely unstable as if it could explode at any second. Now, the silver dragon let out a long cry and slashed his claw through the void. It wasn't tearing space, but in an extremely exquisite manner, he pried open a tiny spatial rift at the point of the most intense rule fluctuation caused by the internal conflict of the gray-pink light cluster. A rift connected to the buffer dimension coordinates provided by the imprint. Guide it, Jiangyu roared, fully activating the chaos germ and the power of Gixu. Like guiding a flood, he pushed the seed of ash, which had temporarily lost its direction due to internal conflict and was venting energy wildly toward that spatial rift. The gray-pink light cluster, carrying unwilling and violent fluctuations, plunged headlong into the spatial rift. The rift closed instantly, banishing the light cluster along with its internal violent conflict to the unknown buffer dimension. The vortex seemed to stall for a moment due to the sudden disappearance of its core material. Its rotation became disordered, and the light at the center flickered. The invisible force attempting to shape the singularity seemed to fall into confusion. Meanwhile, Jiangyu and the silver dragon were nearly exhausted after completing this thrilling strike. Jiangyu, in particular, had expended a massive amount of mental energy and origin power by consecutively using negative entropy assimilation and paradox interference. But what chilled their hearts even more was that at the moment, the paradox imprint's fluctuation was fully released, and the seed of ash was banished. They clearly felt the two gazes, watching the vortex fluctuate significantly at the same time. The indifferent gaze from the high dimension seemed to record something and became more focused. And the ancient stare from the depths of the vortex conveyed, for the first time, an understandable, faint but clear intent that echoed directly in the consciousness of Jiangyu and the silver dragon. Paradox, the key to the return path. Seeds have been sown, the stage shall open. Waiting for you all to walk into the endgame. The intent vanished, and the ancient stare from the depths of the vortex faded away as if it had never existed. Only the indifferent gaze from the high dimension remained, along with the vortex that was gradually calming down but whose internal structure had already changed. It seemed to have lost its shaping target and fallen into a standby state. It was talking to us. Jiangyu looked at the silver dragon in disbelief. The silver dragon's eyes were incredibly solemn. It wasn't talking, it was an information broadcast. That entity is very likely related to the Vortex of Paradox or even the deepest secrets of Gixu. It called us keys and said the stage shall open. They realized that banishing the seed of ash might have solved an imminent crisis, but it had also drawn them deeper into a massive, cross-dimensional chess game beyond imagination. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's go back first. The silver dragon swept up the weakened Jiangyu and activated a spatial teleportation, leaving instantly. After they left, the massive vortex slowly stopped rotating. Its colors gradually settled, turning into a relatively stable but internally eerie and complex dark silver area, like a giant cocoon embedded in the spatial scar. And the gaze from the extremely high dimension, after observing for a few more moments, also slowly withdrew. only a new, highly encrypted data stream was sent to an unknowable address. Experimental field G1174 Singularity, shaping interrupted. Intervener, paradox key holder. Ability used, paradox interference primary. Result achieved, high-risk fusion entity seed of ash banished. Deep level will of Gixu suspected was triggered and broadcasted information. Assessment, key activity and growth potential exceed expectations, has officially entered the return path orbit. Recommendation, increase observation level and prepare for potential chain, anomaly events triggered by the opening of the stage. The crisis at Amazon Lily had come to a temporary close, but the return path for Jiangyu and the Silver Dragon, as well as the hidden undercurrents of the entire Grand Line, had officially sailed into even more unpredictable and turbulent waters after this soul-stirring battle. Eye of the Storm. Upon returning to Amazon Lily, Jiangyu and the Silver Dragon were immediately ushered into the heavily guarded core medical room. Jiangyu's exhaustion far exceeded expectations. It wasn't just a depletion of energy and spirit. Consecutively utilizing negentropy assimilation and paradox interference had touched the level of fundamental rules, causing a deep-seated burden on both his body and soul. The Silver Dragon was in slightly better condition, but also needed to meditate and recover. Hancock, Sandersonia, Engineer AI Wei, and others were already waiting there, their expressions solemn. Seeing the pair's pale faces and withered auras, they could guess that this journey had been anything but easy. "What's the situation, that Singularity?" Hancock asked directly. The Silver Dragon briefly recounted what they had seen: the Rule Vortex, the Seed of Ash, the Dual Gaze, and finally the message from that ancient consciousness. He omitted the specific operational details of the Paradox imprint, but highlighted its key role and the consequences it triggered. "So, we've temporarily prevented a dangerous fusion monster from being born in the void, but we seem to have disturbed something even more troublesome. We've even been labeled as some kind of key, with a warning that the stage is set," Jiangyu summarized with a bitter smile as he leaned back in the treatment chair. Additionally, the void itself has turned into a cocoon zone temporarily calm, but with extremely bizarre rules that requires long-term monitoring. A heavy silence fell over the Great Hall. The gloom of the Blood Moon calamity had not yet fully dispersed, and now a corner of an even more eerie and unpredictable higher-dimensional game had been revealed. Amazon Lily felt as if it had been placed at the center of a massive storm. One wrong move and it would be torn to shreds. Engineer AI Wei was the first to break the silence. She quickly operated her terminal, pulling up limited data synchronized from Steel Dome City regarding the buffer dimension and the deep will of Gixu. The so-called buffer dimension is a subspace prison used by certain top-tier powers or entities in the Grand Line to seal or isolate high-risk anomalies. Their coordinates are usually top secret and extremely unstable. Banishing the Seed of Ash into it has indeed removed the immediate threat for the short term, but in the long run, it might continue to evolve within or even be discovered and exploited by other entities, AI Wei analyzed. As for the deep will of Gixu, that is a top-secret matter of which even Steel Dome City has only sporadic records. Gixu is not a dead thing. It has inclinations, and there might even be some form of collective consciousness or rule-based instinct. The fact that it actively projected information and referred to you as keys is a momentous event in itself. She looked at Jiangyu and the Silver Dragon, her tone more serious than ever. According to the newly updated directives from the High Council of Steel Dome City, the threat, no, the value assessment, of the two of you has been raised to Crimson Observation Level, the highest non-hostile observation level. The city-state wishes to establish a more comprehensive and deeper cooperative relationship with you. This isn't just about technology exchange. It includes information sharing and joint responses to major events related to Gixu and Paradox that may arise in the future. Of course, in return, Steel Dome City will do its utmost to assist Amazon Lily with post-war reconstruction, rule environment purification, and provide permanent, upgraded external defense and early warning support. The terms were extremely generous, perhaps even excessively so. This fully demonstrated the high level of importance Steel Dome City placed on the Paradox Key and its related events. Hancock pondered for a moment before looking at Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. What are your thoughts? Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon quickly exchanged looks. They needed the technology and intelligence support of Steel Dome City, especially when facing threats that exceeded conventional understanding. However, deeper cooperation also meant deeper binding and a greater risk of exposing secrets. Cooperation can be deepened, but there must be clear boundaries and independent sovereignty. The Silver Dragon spoke on their behalf. We will share macro information and some non-core data related to Gixu, Singularity, and the Observer, but the nature and specific ability details of the Paradox imprint and the Chaos Germ are absolute secrets. Amazon Lily remains an independent kingdom. Any action by Steel Dome City must obtain prior permission. Furthermore, we require all non-classified data Steel Dome City has regarding the deep will of Gixu, buffer dimension, and known higher dimensional observers. AI Wei immediately transmitted the conditions back. A moment later, she received a reply. The Council agrees in principle. Specific terms will be negotiated in detail by a diplomatic mission arriving within 3 days. The tone for the diplomatic game was temporarily set, but the crisis at hand had not been resolved. We must immediately address that cocoon, zone, and any other anomalies it might attract, Sandersonia reminded them. Casualty statistics for the warriors and the cleanup of the battlefield also need to be completed as soon as possible. Hancock nodded and quickly assigned tasks. Sandersonia and Marigold were responsible for internal reorganization, treating the wounded, and comforting the populace. AI Wei and her team would continue to monitor the cocoon zone and provide technical support. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon would take the time to recover and prepare for the meeting with the upcoming Steel Dome City mission. Over the next 3 days, Amazon Lily began a difficult but efficient reconstruction amidst the devastation. The first batch of heavy engineering machinery and special construction materials promised by Steel Dome City arrived through secret channels, greatly accelerating the repair process. New purification devices were deployed, slowly but steadily purging the residual blood pollution and rule toxins from the land and air. During his recuperation, Jiang Yu carefully contemplated the changes brought about by the battle and paradox interference. After absorbing the conflicting energy from the Blood Lord and parts of the Seed of Ash, the embryo of chaos rebirth had visibly grown. Its integration with his soul was tighter, and its ability to digest and balance rule information had significantly enhanced. He could even feel a vague form gestating within the germ, though it was not yet clear. The paradox imprint had fallen silent again, but Jiang Yu could feel that it had established a deeper connection with himself, the chaos germ, and even the mysterious Gixu. The title of Watcher of the Return and the identity of the key felt like a heavy crown, foretelling unavoidable responsibilities and challenges. The Silver Dragon's gains were mostly reflected in his understanding of spatial rules. Personally experiencing the formation of the Singularity and the deployment of the buffer dimension gave him a subversive understanding of higher dimensional spatial structures and rule flows. While his raw power hadn't skyrocketed, his realm and mastery over his strength had become much more refined. On the 3rd day, the mission from Steel Dome City arrived as scheduled. The scale was small, only a small airship and about a dozen members, but the leader surprised both Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon. It was one of the chief directors of the Technological Council who had previously been heard of but never seen, Dr. Whisk, codenamed the Thinker. He was a man who looked very young, even somewhat frail, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and always carrying a smile. However, the eyes behind the lenses were as deep as an abyss, as if they could see through everything. The meeting was held under high secrecy. Dr. Whisk displayed surprising candor and efficiency. He directly provided a vast amount of data regarding the deep will of Gixu hypothesis, explored buffer dimension characteristics, and a list of known and suspected higher dimensional observers in the Grand Line, highly abbreviated. Much of this information left both Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon deeply shocked. So, the Grand Line itself might be a massive, anomalous stability zone located in the crack between the surface of Gixu and reality. Numerous higher dimensional entities or rule entities project their power here to conduct experiments or games. Dr. Whisk stated his world-shaking inferences in a calm tone. The paradox imprint within you is likely a key piece, or variable, placed on this special chessboard of Gixu by one or several such entities. Pieces, variables, Jiang Yu frowned. Yes, the term key likely means you have the ability to open the door to the deeper secrets of Gixu, or trigger some kind of chain reaction. Dr. Whisk pushed up his glasses. And the stage is set likely means that because of your activity, or rather, because of the manifestation of the paradox imprint, certain players or rules hidden behind the scenes are about to increase their level of intervention. In the future Grand Line, the frequency and intensity of anomalous events may rise sharply. It was a suffocating prediction. What is Steel Dome City's objective? What role do you want to play in this potential storm? The silver dragon cut to the core. Dr. Whisk smiled, but the smile lacked warmth. Our objective has always been the same, the pursuit of knowledge and survival. We study anomalies to understand the nature of the world and to ensure our city-state can endure through any change. We cooperate with you because you are important information sources and observation windows, and you may also become important stabilizing factors or allies. We have no intention of controlling you, nor do we intend to lead anything. We only hope to see the chessboard more clearly, and, when necessary, have the ability to protect our own corner of the world. The answer sounded pragmatic and honest, but Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon both understood that Steel Dome City was by no means an easy partner to deal with. Their thirst for knowledge and instinct for survival could sometimes lead to extremely rational yet cold-blooded decisions. The meeting ultimately resulted in a new, strategic cooperation and information-sharing framework agreement between Amazon Lily and Steel Dome City. The agreement detailed the rights and obligations of both parties, the scope of information sharing, methods of technical assistance, and joint crisis response mechanisms. Amazon Lily gained tangible promises of technology, resources, and security, while Steel Dome City obtained the long-coveted rights for continuous observation and limited research regarding top-tier anomalies. After the agreement was signed, Dr. Whisk did not stay long. He left engineer AI way behind as a permanent liaison officer and technical advisor before leading his team away. After seeing off the mission, Jiang Yu, the Silver Dragon, and Hancock stood atop the palace heights as life gradually returned to the city. They gazed out at the distant sea, where the cocoon zone had stabilized like a giant dark silver scar, and at the vast, mysterious ocean beyond. "The storm is coming," Hancock said softly, the sea breeze stirring her long hair. "But we are no longer who we once were." The Silver Dragon's eyes flashed like lightning. "The eye of the storm is certainly dangerous, but it is also where power converges." Jiang Yu felt the chaos germ pulsing at his brow and the paradox imprint resting quietly in the depths of his consciousness. His gaze was firm. "Then let us see what kind of play will be performed upon this stage. Our return journey officially begins here, from within this eye of the storm." A new era, accompanied by waves of unknown fear and opportunity, had quietly begun to lap against the rocky shores of Amazon Lily. And the travelers holding the keys would no longer be passive pawns. They would proactively walk toward that mist-shrouded path home, seeking the ultimate truth and protecting all they wished to safeguard in the great transformation to come. New navigation mark. In the days following the signing of the agreement, Amazon Lily entered a period of rapid reconstruction and deep adjustment. The technology and resources of Steel Dome City were like timely rain, not only quickly healing the wounds of war, but also bringing qualitative improvements. A new generation of composite defense arrays, an island-wide rule purification network, and the spatial fold warning system designed by Silver Dragon were completed one after another, raising Amazon Lily's defense level to an unprecedented height. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, while digesting their battle gains and stabilizing their realms, engaged in limited but in-depth cooperation with the Steel Dome technical team led by Ivy. They shared partial analysis reports on the rule characteristics of the cocoon area and the Ancient Gaze mental information in exchange for Steel Dome City's preliminary modeling of the chaos germ energy spectrum, as well as a set of advanced soul protection solutions specifically targeting high-dimensional information pollution. Both sides benefited from this cautious exploration and cooperation. One day a month later, Ivy brought the latest analysis report from Steel Dome City's central mainbrain on the continuous monitoring data, her expression carrying a rare mix of excitement and solemnity. We have had a breakthrough discovery in our monitoring of the cocoon area and the surrounding waters. She displayed a complex energy topology map on the holographic projection. The cocoon area itself is in a peculiar state of rule dormancy, but its existence is like a giant beacon, continuously and faintly radiating a specific rule frequency that we tentatively call the Gixu resonance wave. The image changed, showing a star map of part of the Grand Line C area, where several distant points of light were flashing rhythmically. More importantly, our monitoring stations set up in other, high anomaly activity zones of the Grand Line have, within the past 72 hours, captured energy pulse feedbacks highly synchronized with the Gixu resonance wave from the cocoon. These feedback points are scattered across different sea areas of the New World, with the nearest one being over 5,000 nautical miles away from us. Preliminary judgment suggests that the locations of these feedback points are very likely to have rule anomaly areas related to Gixu, or even activity traces of other keys or similar existences. This news sent a shock through Jiangyu and Silver Dragon. Other keys, other high anomaly zones related to Gixu. This meant they were not an isolated case. The marks left by the Vortex of Paradox or the attention of Gixu itself might be distributed throughout the Grand Line. The central mainbrain has constructed a preliminary model. Ivy pulled up a new image, a constantly changing network model composed of many points of light, representing feedback points and connecting lines. These feedback points and the cocoon area seem to form a loose but definitely existing resonance network. When the cocoon is activated due to specific stimuli, like the previous battles and paradox interference, other nodes also produce a faint response, and vice versa. This network might be a sleeping navigation map related to the deep secrets of Gixu, or a screening mechanism. She looked at Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, her tone solemn. Dr. Wesker and the Supreme Council believe this might be the first clear signal that the stage is about to open. This resonance network is being activated, and you, as the only keys currently known to have been clearly marked and responded to by the deep will of Gixu, are very likely to become key nodes of this network, or even the catalysts that activate more nodes. Catalyzing more nodes. This meant they might, passively or actively, trigger Gixu-related anomaly events in other parts of the Grand Line. Whether it was a blessing or a curse was hard to predict. What is Steel Dome City's recommendation? Silver Dragon asked in a deep voice. Proactive exploration, Ivy said without hesitation. Instead of passively waiting for unknown nodes to be activated by unknown factors, leading to unpredictable chain reactions, it's better for us to take the initiative and choose relatively controllable nodes for contact and investigation. Only by mastering information can we master the initiative. Steel Dome City is willing to provide the most advanced reconnaissance vessel, cross-sea communication relays, and a small team of capable experts for support. The target. The nearest feedback point, located on the edge of the Devil's Triangle in the New World, codenamed Foggy Graveyard. The Devil's Triangle, Foggy Graveyard. The names alone were full of ill omen, but Ivy had a point. Passive waiting would only make the situation more out of control. We need to discuss this with Her Majesty Hancock, Jiang Yu said. After hearing all the information and analysis, Hancock pondered for a long time. The Queen's Island is now tightly bound with you, with that so-called Gixu and Paradox. Since it's unavoidable, we might as well face it head-on. She finally made a decision. Sandersonia will stay behind to coordinate the defense. Marigold, pick a team of the most elite Kuja warriors, equipped with the latest gear to go with them. Remember, you represent Amazon Lily. Focus on investigation, do not take unnecessary risks, and keep in touch at all times. She looked at Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, her eyes deep. The Queen will be here, waiting for you to bring back more truths about this world. Preparations began quickly. Steel Dome City provided a 100-meter-long, streamlined silver reconnaissance vessel, the Deep Diver. It combined top-tier seafaring technology with spatial stealth capabilities, equipped with various rule detection and cloaking devices, sufficient to handle most harsh sea conditions and routine reconnaissance missions. Accompanying them, besides Ivy and 5 technical experts from Steel Dome City, was a group of 20 Kuja elites led by Marigold. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, as the core, carried comprehensive supplies, Steel Dome City's latest research equipment, including portable resonance wave detectors, as well as Amazon Lily's specialties and tokens for possible diplomatic contact. 7 days later, everything was ready. The deep diver quietly left Amazon Lily under the cover of night, soon activating its optical camouflage and spatial refraction systems, blending into the sea like a ghost, heading toward the dangerous sea area known as the Devil's Triangle deep in the New World. The voyage was smooth at first. With the help of Steel Dome City's advanced navigation and Silver Dragon's keen perception of spatial turbulence, they avoided many known dangerous areas and eerie climates. Along the way, they occasionally encountered fierce sea kings or small groups of blind pirates, which were easily handled by the Kuja warriors and shipboard weapons. The closer they got to the target sea area, the more abnormal the environment became. The sky was permanently shrouded in thick gray-white mist, with extremely low visibility that even powerful searchlights could not penetrate far. The seawater was a deathly lead gray, and the currents were chaotic, often featuring whirlpools and countercurrents that defied common sense. Magnetic fields were completely disordered. Conventional compasses and log poses were useless here, relying entirely on Steel Dome City's inertial navigation and star map calibration system, as well as Silver Dragon's spatial sense of direction. The energy in the air also carried a viscous inertia, as if resisting the exploration of all outsiders. The readings on the portable resonance wave detector began to become unstable, but the directivity remained clear, guiding the ship through the thick mist. We have entered the outskirts of the foggy graveyard. The energy background noise index has risen by 300%, and spatial structural stability has dropped to the yellow warning line. Ivy stared at the data stream on the console, her voice remaining steady over the communication channel. Detected large-scale non-biological energy aggregate reactions ahead, suspected. Shipwreck graveyard. Passing through a particularly thick wall of mist, the sight before them took everyone's breath away on the bridge. On the sea ahead, densely packed and layered, floating, half-submerged, or even stuck in the sea at bizarre angles, were thousands of shipwrecks spanning countless eras. From ancient wooden sailboats to modern steel steamships, to some strangely shaped warships clearly bearing the styles of different islands or factions. They were like toys discarded at will by an invisible giant hand, silently displayed on this lead gray sea surface. Most were rusted and decayed, covered in thick gray-white moss or unknown sediments, emitting a heavy aura of rot and death. Between these shipwrecks, the thick mist was even heavier, almost condensing into solid form and flowing slowly. Within it, faint blue lights, flickering like ghost fires, were visible, accompanied by vague sighs and whispers that seemed to come from the abyss. The resonance wave source is deep within this shipwreck graveyard, Ivy confirmed. The signal strength is increasing, but it's suffering from severe interference. Reduce speed, activate all-band passive detection and psionic shielding. Silver Dragon ordered, his dragon eyes staring intently at the eerie scene ahead. I have a feeling that the anomaly here is not just a naturally formed dangerous place. The deep diver moved like a cautious hunter, slowly entering this massive shipwreck graveyard. Surrounded by twisted metal, broken masts, and hollow portholes, it was as if they were among countless silent tombstones. Eerie blue ghost fires drifted in the thick mist, occasionally pressing against the portholes to reflect blurred, distorted phantom faces before suddenly darting away. The whispering sounds were sometimes far and sometimes near, plucking at people's nerves. Detected faint, rhythmic mental fluctuations, not naturally occurring like some residual collective consciousness or imprisoned thought forms. Jiang Yu closed his eyes to sense. The power of Gixu made him more sensitive to this kind of information. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from the hull, as if it had brushed against an underwater obstacle. Sonar shows a giant obstacle below. No, it's moving, the steel dome technician in charge of sonar exclaimed. Immediately after, the the sea surface not far ahead burst open. A massive ghost ship, composed entirely of some deathly white material that looked like giant bones, slowly rose from the seabed. Tattered black sails printed with eerie emblems hung from the hull, and the figurehead was a hideous skull covered in bone spikes, with 2 clusters of eerie blue flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. Even more heart-stoppingly, the skull opened its jaw and emitted a soul-piercing shriek full of malice and hunger. Warning: high concentration of negative energy and rule-distorting entities detected. Energy level: uncalculable. Ivy's voice finally carried a hint of tension. The thick mist around the white bone ship instantly boiled, and countless eerie blue ghost fires gathered into a torrent, surging toward the deep diver. At the same time, from the silent shipwrecks all around, translucent, twisted phantoms drifted up, emitting silent howls as they joined the attack. Prepare for battle. Marigold roared, and the Kuja warriors quickly took their positions, their arrows and blades wrapped in haki. Silver Dragon took to the air, his dragon body radiating silver light to disperse the approaching eerie blue ghost fires. Jiang Yu stood at the bow, the power of Gixu circulating, preparing to deal with the eerie bone ship that was clearly the master of this place. Their first proactive exploration had encountered an unexpectedly malicious welcome shortly after entering the target area. The secrets hidden within this foggy graveyard would clearly not be revealed easily. White Bone Song. The soul-piercing shriek whipped up by the White Bone ship was like a physical wave slamming hard against the psionic shield of the deep diver, triggering violent ripples. A torrent of countless ghost fires and twisted shadows followed close behind, frantically battering the hull. Fire, prepare the purification barrage. Marigold roared. The arrows fired by the Kuja warriors were entwined with armament haki and special purification runes, exploding into clusters of silver-white halos among the shadows, temporarily dispersing some of the approaching ghost fires. The shipborne weapons of the Steel Dome City also fired simultaneously, launching high-frequency energy pulses and special warheads with rule interference properties, plowing empty paths through the ghost torrent. However, that massive white bone ship was the true threat. It appeared cumbersome, yet moved with eerie speed. The ghostly blue flames in the skull's eye sockets on the bow burned fiercely, locking onto the deep diver with a death grip. It's channeling all the negative energy and residual thought forms in this area. Ivy quickly analyzed the data. This ship itself is likely a massive, psionic aggregate and a rule distortion node. Conventional energy attacks will have limited effect on it. Before her voice had even faded, viscous, dark purple energy streams suddenly seeped from the gaps in the pale bones of the ship's hull. They writhed like living things, quickly constructing twisted, blasphemous runes on the ship's surface. The moment the runes lit up, a deeper, more overbearing rule resonance of death, silence, and eternal imprisonment spread out, making even the surrounding thick fog and seawater feel as if they were frozen. It's the rule domain of the undead overture. It's trying to drag us into a state of eternal silence. The Silver Dragon's eyes narrowed. He immediately expanded his own spatial barrier and attempted to use spatial folds to distort the opponent's rule projection path. But the opponent's rule level was extremely high and perfectly integrated with the graveyard environment, so the Silver Dragon's interference was not very effective. Jiang Yu's thoughts raced as the embryo of chaos rebirths, craving for balance, was triggered. He stepped out of the bridge and onto the front of the deck, the power of Gixu operating at full capacity. The embryo at his brow throbbed, emitting a chaotic faint light. He no longer tried to oppose that rule of eternal silence, but instead, as he had in the Gixu corridor, tried to understand, embrace, and use the traits granted by the Paradox imprint to find its inherent contradictions and imbalances. Power of Gixu embraces the end of all things, but eternal silence is not the only form of ending. An overly extreme silence is itself a kind of stagnation, a paranoia that refuses change, Jiang Yu realized in his heart. His hands traced patterns in the air, and the power of Gixu simulated the resonance of eternal silence. Yet at its core, he quietly injected a trace of extremely weak possibility of change, originating from the chaos germ. This strange fluctuation, a blend of Gixu's extinction and chaotic change, was like a pebble thrown into a still, dead pool. Though tiny, it precisely disturbed the extreme stillness of the bone ship's undead overture domain. An almost imperceptible, uncoordinated ripple appeared in the domain. That single ripple was all it took. The silver dragon keenly captured this fleeting opportunity. He let out a long roar, no longer merely defending or interfering, but condensing his spatial power to the extreme. He transformed it into an incredibly refined blade of spatial peeling, which did not strike the bone ship itself, but slashed at the rule tether that had briefly appeared due to the ripple, the link connecting the bone ship to the surrounding endless shipwrecks and the ocean of negative energy. SSHHH. It was as if an invisible umbilical cord had been severed. The bone ship's massive body shuddered violently, and the dark purple energy streams seeping from the hull were abruptly cut off. Those twisted runes also dimmed instantly. Its energy connection to this graveyard environment had been temporarily severed by the silver dragon's precise and ruthless strike. Although this severing might only be temporary, it was enough to greatly reduce the power of its terrifying domain, and its own aura showed obvious fluctuations and decline. Its working marigold spirit rose, concentrate fire, attack the skull on the bow. The attacks from the Kuja warriors and the shipborne weapons immediately shifted, pouring onto the hideous skull burning with ghostly blue flames on the bone ship's bow like a violent storm. However, that skull let out an even more venomous shriek, one with a strange rhythm. This time, the shriek was mixed with broken, ancient, yet still distinguishable syllables that echoed directly in everyone's consciousness. Intruders, coveting the secrets of the graveyard, disturbing the eternal slumber. In the name of my master, the Lord of eternal silence, I grant you eternal rest. Along with this mental proclamation, the ghostly blue flames in the skull's eye sockets flared up. Two incredibly condensed blue beams, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, shot out, one toward the silver dragon and one straight for Jiang Yu. Everywhere the beams passed, even space seemed to be frozen into pale tracks. This attack contained a more pure and extreme rule of eternal silence. Clearly, the bone ship was enraged and had deployed its most fundamental power. The silver dragon dared not be careless, constructing layer upon layer of spatial defenses while dodging rapidly. Jiang Yu felt a bone-chilling cold pierce his soul, as if even his thoughts were being frozen. He exerted the chaos germ and power of Gixu to their fullest, forming a shield of circulating chaos in front of him. Just as the beams were about to hit, buzz! The portable resonance wave detector in Jiang Yu's pocket suddenly vibrated violently out of control, emitting an unprecedented high-frequency hum. Simultaneously, deep within the hull of the white bone ship, at a location buried under layers of bone and negative energy, a faint silver light also lit up in perfect synchronization with the detector's frequency. That light flashed and vanished, yet it caused an incredibly brief stagnation and disorder in the bone ship's attack that even it hadn't expected. The power of the two beams shot at Jiang Yu, and the silver dragon was inexplicably weakened by more than 30%. Boom, boom. Although the weakened beams were still powerful, they were barely blocked by the silver dragon's spatial barrier and Jiang Yu's chaos shield. Though both were shaken and their blood surged, they were not heavily injured. That's the resonance source. It's inside that ship, Ivy shouted in shock. Is this bone ship, itself a guardian of a Gixu resonance node, or a cage? This discovery instantly complicated the battle. Their goal was to find the resonance source, and it seemed to be inside this hostile, terrifying bone ship. The bone ship also seemed to become more frenzied due to the unexpected appearance of the light within itself. The hull made an overburdened creak, and more dark purple energy and ghostly blue fire poured out frantically. Its offensive became even more violent, even starting to attack the surrounding shipwrecks and shadows indiscriminately, sweeping them into the vortex of destruction. We can't let it go completely mad and destroy the resonance source. Jiang Yu shouted, we must find a way to suppress it, or get inside. I'll hold it off. Jiang Yu, you and Engineer AI Wei find a way to break in. The silver dragon made a split-second decision. His dragon body shone with silver light as he stopped holding back, lunging at the bone ship to engage it in close combat. With dragon claws, breath, and spatial cutting, he drew most of the bone ship's attention. Jiang Yu looked at Ivy. Is there a way to break through its outer defenses and locate and approach that resonance point? Ivy's fingers flew across the control console. The exterior of the bone ship is protected by high-intensity negative energy bones and a rule domain. A direct assault is extremely difficult. But when the resonance light appeared just now, I captured a brief exploit in its internal energy structure. It's located in the lower middle part of the hull. That might be a relatively weak point in its energy circulation, or caused by the resonance source's own power leaking out. She pulled up a rough structural diagram and marked a red dot. We can use the main cannon of the deep diver for an overclocked pinpoint strike. Combined with the Dragon Lord's spatial interference, we can try to briefly tear open a gap at that position. But the gap might only last for a few seconds, and the internal situation is unknown and extremely dangerous. A few seconds is enough. Jiang Yu's gaze was firm. Prepare. The main cannon of the deep diver began to charge, ghostly blue energy converging at the muzzle. The silver dragon also coordinated by launching a fierce attack, drawing the bone ship's defensive power to its upper section. Now fire, Ivy ordered. A massive energy beam with strong spatial oscillation properties pierced through the thick fog, accurately striking the marked position on the bone ship. Boom! Bone fragments flew as the dark purple energy shield flickered violently and shattered. A hole several meters in diameter, with molten bone and energy turbulence flowing at its edges, appeared in the bone ship's hull. Go, Jiang Yu nodded to Ivy, and both of them turned into streaks of light, diving through the hole just before it began to rapidly heal. Behind them came the bone ship's even more enraged shriek, and the silver dragon's more intense roar. Jiang Yu and Ivy landed inside the bone ship. This was not a cabin as imagined, but an incredibly eerie space woven from countless massive bones, like the internal cavity of some creature. The air was thick with the scent of decay and negative energy. On the walls, bone walls were embedded glowing, dark purple crystals like ganglia, providing a dim light. Beneath their feet was a viscous ground, seemingly condensed from bone meal and negative energy. The portable detector was now vibrating as if it were about to jump, pointing clearly toward the depths. This way, Jiang Yu took the lead, the power of Gixu protecting his body and resisting the omnipresent negative energy erosion. Ivy followed closely behind, holding a multifunctional scanner and constantly recording environmental data. They moved quickly through the winding bone cavity passages. Along the way, they encountered a few guardian shadows composed of pure negative energy and residual obsessions, but all were quickly purified and dispersed by Jiang Yu using the balancing power of the chaos germ. Finally, they reached the core area of the bone ship. This was a massive spherical space. In the center of the space floated a head-sized, dark gray crystal covered in strange silver patterns, throbbing slowly like a heart. Inside the crystal, a shifting, blurred light shadow seemed to be sealed. And that clear Gixu resonance wave, originating from the same source as the cocoon area, was continuously radiating from this crystal. Below the crystal, on the bony ground, was inscribed an extremely complex dark red magic circle emitting an ancient, evil aura. The lines of the magic circle were like blood vessels, constantly extracting faint silver energy, resonance wave energy, from the crystal, converting it into dark red power filled with the resonance of eternal silence and imprisonment, and injecting it into the entire bone ship. This crystal is the resonance source, but it's being imprisoned and polluted by this evil magic circle, forcibly converted into the power source maintaining this bone ship and this graveyard, Ivy said in shock. Jiang Yu stared at the dark gray crystal. He could feel a faint but clear mental fluctuation of craving freedom and resisting pollution coming from the blurred light shadow inside the crystal. At that moment, the entire bone cavity space shook violently. From outside came the silver dragon's angry roar and the creaking of the bone ship on the verge of shattering. Clearly, the battle had reached its climax, and this bone ship was about to give way. We must break this magic circle and release the resonance source. Jiang Yu made an instant judgment. Otherwise, the resonance source might be destroyed along with the bone ship or be completely polluted. The magic circle's structure is extremely stable, and its core is connected to the negative energy source of the bone ship and this sea area. Forcing its destruction might trigger a massive explosion, Ivy quickly analyzed. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the dark red magic circle and then at the constantly throbbing crystal. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. We won't destroy the magic circle. We'll replace it. He looked at Ivy. Use the balancing power of the chaos germ to temporarily cut off the magic circle's pollution extraction of the resonance source, and use the power of Gixu to simulate part of the magic circle's imprisonment function to temporarily stabilize the resonance source. Then, we take the resonance source and leave. The silver dragon will meet us outside. It was an extremely bold and risky plan, but time was tight and there was no other choice. Jiang Yu immediately sat cross-legged at the edge of the magic circle, pressing his hands onto the bony ground. The power of Gixu surged out, and the chaos germ at his brow shone brightly. He guided the power of the germ like the most precise probe, infiltrating the energy flow lines of the dark red magic circle. He wasn't destroying them, but bridging and diverting them, guiding the magic circle's extraction force away from the crystal and into a temporary, gentle, simulated imprisonment field he had constructed with the power of Gixu. This process required an extremely high level of control and understanding of rules. Jiang Yu's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. Ivy nervously monitored the energy readings from the side, ready to deal with any sudden emergencies. Outside, the sounds of the bone ship cracking became more and more frequent. The silver dragon's offensive seemed to have become even more fierce. Finally, just as Jiang Yu felt he was reaching his limit, he successfully completed the replacement. The light of the dark red magic circle suddenly dimmed, and it stopped extracting energy from the crystal. The dark gray crystal was now temporarily encased and stabilized by a transparent force field circulating with chaotic faint light and Gixu runes. Success, quick, Jiang Yu shouted weakly. Ivy immediately activated a portable force field containment unit, carefully placing the crystal, now encased in the temporary field, inside it. The moment the crystal left its original position, the entire bone cavity space, and even the entire white bone ship, let out a final, unwilling, and destructive wail. Then, starting from the inside, it began to disintegrate inch by inch. Go, Jiang Yu forced a breath, and together with Ivy, rushed toward the direction they had entered, which was now a gap in the cracking bone wall. Outside, the silver dragon had already sensed the internal changes. With a sweep of his tail, he completely cleared the cracking bone wall in front of him. His massive dragon claw reached in, firmly grabbing the rushing Jiang Yu and Ivy along with the containment unit. He then turned into a streak of silver lightning, rushing out of the bone ship area, which was now completely collapsing and triggering a violent riot in the surrounding negative energy ocean, and returned to the deep diver. Full speed evacuation, the silver dragon's voice rang through the bridge. The deep diver went to full power. With the assistance of the silver dragon's spatial power, it shot out of the boiling, foggy graveyard like an arrow from a bow. Behind them was a negative energy storm that had swept across a large area of the shipwreck graveyard, triggered by the complete annihilation of the white bone ship. On the bridge, the shaken crew looked at the dark gray crystal in Ivy's hand, which was still emitting a faint silver glow and resonance fluctuations inside the containment unit. Their first active exploration, though fraught with danger, had successfully recovered a Gixu resonance node. And the information contained within this crystal, as well as the truth behind its imprisonment and pollution, might reveal more secrets about the return path and this grand game. Fragments of memory and chapters. The deep diver was like a startled bird, fleeing the foggy graveyard at its limit speed with the boost of the silver dragon's spatial power. Behind them, the shipwreck graveyard boiled and twisted in the negative energy storm triggered by the annihilation of the white bone ship, eventually sinking slowly beneath deeper mist and chaos rules, temporarily isolated from the outside world. Only after confirming there were no pursuers behind them did the ship gradually slow down, anchoring in a relatively calm sea area still shrouded in thin gray mist. Everyone still had lingering fears. If not for Jiang Yu's substitution strategy at the critical moment, and the silver dragon's decisive support, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Inside the medical bay, Jiang Yu was meditating to recover. His overexhausted power of Gixu and spirit were slowly rising under the nourishment of the chaos germ. Meanwhile, Ivy took the dark gray crystal, sealed in a restraint device, to a laboratory reinforced with multiple layers of isolation and shielding, conducting an urgent preliminary analysis with experts from Steel Dome City. Several hours later, Ivy arrived at the lounge where Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon were, carrying a preliminary report. Her face was a mix of exhaustion, excitement, and deep confusion. "The preliminary scanning and rule decoding are complete," Ivy said, getting straight to the point as she pulled up a holographic projection. "First, the physical and rule composition of this crystal is extremely unique. Its core is indeed a pure Gixu resonance source, sharing the same origin as the resonance waves from the cocoon zone of Amazon lily, but it is more ancient and condensed. However, its outer layer is wrapped and pollution-ridden by layers of a powerful dark red rule structure filled with the essence of eternal silence and imprisonment, as if a thick layer of rule cement had been maliciously poured over it." The projection showed a cross-sectional model of the crystal, where the silver-gray core and the dark red periphery were distinctly separated, yet eerily fused. It is precisely this pollution shell that caused the resonance waves emitted by the crystal to distort and attenuate, which were then forcibly extracted by that magic circle to maintain the bone ship and the graveyard. What our previous detectors captured was mainly this distorted signal. "Can this pollution be stripped away?" Jiang Yu asked. "It's very difficult," Ivy shook her head. "The depth of the bond between the pollution and the crystal itself far exceeds our expectations. It's almost symbiotic. Forcibly stripping it could very likely lead to the collapse of the crystal's structure or the permanent destruction of the internal information. However," she changed the subject, "we made an unexpected discovery while attempting a limited information reading." The projection screen switched, showing segments of extremely broken, flickering light and shadow, along with meaningless syllables. "Sealed inside the crystal are massive amounts of chaos memory fragments," Ivy said in an incredulous tone. "These fragments seem to be the condensation of the perceptions, emotions, and obsessions of countless living beings in the final moments before they faced their end, or were swallowed by Gixu. Most of them have become completely chaos and cannot be interpreted, but a small portion, due to the relatively stable nature of the eternal silence pollution, has been solidified and preserved, though they remain incomplete." She played a relatively clear fragment. The image showed a brilliant starry sky, the perspective seemingly falling rapidly. Emotions of despair and unwillingness almost overflowed from the screen before finally returning to darkness and a long sigh. In the corner of the screen, a blurry emblem resembling a combination of a clover and stars flashed by. "This seems to be the moment of destruction of some interstellar civilization," Ivy whispered. "There are many fragments like this, coming from the end of different eras, different worlds, and even different rule environments. This crystal is like a Gixu devourment recorder," the Silver Dragon mused. "It's more like a fragment of a Gixu information sedimentation pool," Ivy corrected. "According to the theoretical models of Steel Dome City, when Gixu swallows everything, it doesn't simply erase them, but strips and settles their information and rule imprints. Under certain special conditions, these sediments might condense into something like this. This crystal might be a fragment that fallen off, or was discharged from Gixu ages ago, drifted to the Grand Line, and was then discovered and imprisoned by the power of the Lord of Eternal Silence." She paused and pointed to another set of analytical data. "More importantly, in these memory fragments, we repeatedly heard some recurring, albeit broken, but seemingly clearly pointed vocabulary or titles." The projection listed several ancient words that had been repeatedly identified: gravedigger, contract, anchor of Guizhou, key, and fragment. Gravedigger might refer to something like that white bone ship, or the existence of the Lord of Eternal Silence itself. They seem to be actively collecting and imprisoning these Gixu fragments, Ivy analyzed. Contract is unclear. Anchor of Guizhou likely refers to nodes that can stably emit Gixu resonance, like this crystal, or the cocoon zone on our Amazon lily. Qi is obviously related to you two. She looked at Jiang Yu and the silver dragon. And fragment, this word appears most frequently and is also the most vague. It seems to refer to a state, or a hidden, interrupted record or truth. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. The Paradox imprint had once mentioned that the return path was not yet finished, and the ancient gaze had mentioned that the stage is about to open. Could this fragment be that unfinished part? Was it the hidden truth? Is there any information about the Lord of Eternal Silence itself, or why it wanted to imprison these crystals? The silver dragon asked. Ivy pulled up the last and most unstable piece of decoded data. The image was distorted and the sound intermittent, barely distinguishable. Departed from, contract, stole, authority. Gixu's wrath, gravedigger, became prisoner. Fragment must complete, otherwise. The information cut off completely into garbled code here. The laboratory fell into silence. These few words sketched a terrifying outline. It seemed an ancient contract existed, involving Gixu, the gravedigger, possibly an existence like the Lord of Eternal Silence, and some kind of authority. The gravedigger might have angered Gixu because they departed from or stole something, and as a result, they became a prisoner themselves. And the fragment seemed of great importance and needed to be completed. The Paradox imprint on Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon, along with their identities as the key, were likely related to this completing the fragment. The information is too fragmented. Ivy rubbed her temples. But the value of this crystal itself is immeasurable. It is not only a resonance node, but also an information bank containing ancient secrets. I need to take it back to Steel Dome City and use a more advanced, deep consciousness decoding array for a thorough analysis. This might take some time, but it is very likely to reveal part of the truth about the deep will of Gixu, the gravedigger system, and even the entire resonance network. Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon exchanged a look. The risks of handing such an important item over to Steel Dome City were self-evident. However, with Amazon Lily's current technology, it was indeed impossible to perform a deeper analysis. Fine, the Silver Dragon finally decided on their behalf. But there are several conditions. First, the analysis must be conducted under your highest level of isolation and monitoring, and we have the right to dispatch observers. This could be Ivy or designated personnel to participate throughout the process and share the raw data. Second, all analysis results must be shared with us unconditionally. Third, before the analysis is completed and the risks are assessed, the crystal must not leave the highest security facility, and no experiments that could activate or destroy its stability are allowed. These conditions are reasonable. I will report to the Council immediately, and I believe they will agree. Ivy nodded, also understanding the stakes involved. Additionally, Jiang Yu added, before there is any breakthrough in the analysis of this crystal, we will not take the initiative to contact other nodes of the resonance network. We need to first digest the information already obtained, improve ourselves, and ensure that the defenses of Amazon Lily are foolproof. The plan was set. The deep diver adjusted its course, no longer heading deeper into the Devil's Triangle, but instead carrying this vital crystal on its return path to Amazon Lily. During the return journey, Jiang Yu spent most of his time in a quiet room, recovering while attempting to use the chaos germ to sense and contact the restrained crystal, not through forced reading, but through a gentle resonance. He found that although he couldn't obtain specific memory images, when his consciousness approached the crystal in the balanced state of the germ, he could vaguely feel a vast, compassionate, yet cold and ruthless tone, which was the aura of Gixu itself. At the same time, he could also feel a faint longing for return and completeness, suppressed by the pollution shell deep within the crystal. This sensing caused his chaos germ to seem to solidify a bit more, and his control over the power of Gixu gained an extra layer of indescribable understanding. 10 days later, the deep diver returned safely to Amazon Lily. As expected, the Supreme Council of Steel Dome City agreed to all the conditions. A high-level technical team led by Dr. Wesker himself arrived in secret. In a super laboratory located deep underground, jointly constructed by the technical teams of Amazon Lily and Steel Dome City, the deep analysis of that dark gray crystal began. Jiang Yu, the Silver Dragon, and Hancock held the highest right to be informed and limited oversight rights. Days passed in a state of surface calm and secret, intense research. The reconstruction of Amazon Lily was basically complete, the new defense system was operating well, and the cocoon zone remained stable. The strength of Jiang Yu and the Silver Dragon steadily improved through their settling and insights. Late one night a month later, Jiang Yu was communicating with the chaos germ during meditation when he suddenly felt a strange throb from the germ at his brow. It wasn't a warning, but a faint sense of tugging, pointing toward the distant southeastern sea. Almost simultaneously, deep within his consciousness, the long silent paradox imprint also sent an extremely brief but exceptionally clear message. Secondary disturbance of the resonance network detected. Source of disturbance: southeast direction, distance, approximately 12,000 nautical miles. Nature of disturbance: non-natural activation, suspected fragment, related elements manifesting. Risk assessment: medium. Suggestion: include in the next phase of exploration sequence after completing current information digestion. A new clue had appeared in the far southeast. Jiang Yu ended his meditation and looked out at the boundless starry sky and sea. The return path was long, and the curtains of the stage were being pulled back piece by unknown hands. He and the Silver Dragon, as the key holders, were destined to embark on a journey to find all the fragments and piece together the final truth. He only wondered what kind of scenery and crises would be waiting for them next time. Gale Signal. The new information transmitted by the paradox imprint was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. To the southeast, 12,000 nautical miles away, there was a disturbance suspected to be related to the fragment. This distance far exceeded the normal sailing range. Even the deep diver would require a long time, and the journey was fraught with unknown dangers. However, Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon did not wait long. Just 3 days after the imprint's information arrived, a breakthrough came from the underground super laboratory. Dr. Wesker personally contacted Jiang Yu, Silver Dragon, and Hancock. In the holographic projection, Dr. Wesker's image remained calm, but the gaze behind his lenses flickered with a rare brilliance. We have made a key breakthrough in the deep consciousness decoding of the crystal. We successfully bypassed the outer, eternal silence pollution and directly read a portion of the core. Relatively pure Gixu information stream, deciphering a set of recurring coordinate encryption sequences within it. He brought up a complex three-dimensional star map, where 2 points of light were specifically marked. One was Amazon Lily, along with the cocoon zone, and the other was located in the distant southeastern sea, with coordinates basically matching the direction Jiang Yu sensed, at a calculated distance of about 11,800 nautical miles. According to the associated information remaining in the crystal, this coordinate point is not a naturally formed resonance node, but an artificial signal tower. Dr. Wesker's words were startling. To be more precise, it is an ancient creation based on Gixu resonance, mixed with a high-intensity, directional information stream technology. The signals it emits have a high data correlation with the fragment concept mentioned in the crystal. We speculate it might be a fragment recording station or a distress beacon. Artificial signal tower, fragment recording station, distress beacon, the amount of information was massive. Memory fragments within the crystal also provide supporting evidence, Dr. Wesker continued. Several relatively coherent fragments show that, in an extremely ancient era, there seemed to exist a loose organization spanning the sea of stars, dedicated to recording the end of civilizations and studying the essence of Gixu. They were known as end times voyagers or fragment scribes. They would set up these signal towers at sites of civilization collapse or abnormal events to record fragments and transmit them to specific nodes in the Gixu resonance network, in hopes that perhaps they could be received by successors to complete the hidden historical truth. So the one to the southeast is likely an fragment signal tower that is still operational or intermittently operational. Jiang Yu grasped the key point. The probability exceeds 70%, Dr. Wesker nodded. The activation of the signal tower could be periodic or triggered by external events. The disturbance you sensed is likely because it was recently activated. This is crucial for understanding the fragment and piecing together the complete picture behind Gixu and the Grand Line. But the distance is too great. Hancock pointed out the critical issue. Even knowing the coordinates with current means, the time required and the variables faced to reach there and return safely are both too significant. Regarding this point, Dr. Wesker pushed up his glasses. Steel Dome City can provide a solution. Combining the research on the crystal with an in-depth analysis of the resonance characteristics of the cocoon zone, our spatial technology department has proposed a theoretical plan, resonance jump. He brought up a new simulation image. The principle is to use two high-purity Gixu resonance nodes, such as our crystal or the core of Amazon lilies, cocoon zone as anchors. By precisely tuning the frequency to stimulate a strong directional resonance, a relatively stable temporary resonance channel can be torn open between the two anchors in a short time. Theoretically, instantaneous or extremely short-term teleportation over ultra-long distances can be achieved through this channel. Is this technology mature? Silver Dragon immediately asked the key question. Spatial teleportation risks were extremely high. Even a slight error could mean getting lost in dimensional rifts or chaotic rules. Theoretical verification is 85% complete, but it has never undergone an actual transoceanic teleportation test, especially at such a long distance, Dr. Wesker admitted frankly. Risks certainly exist, mainly regarding channel stability, coordinate accuracy, and rule erosion during the crossing. However, if we use this crystal as the transmitting anchor, and its recorded coordinates as the receiving positioning, the success rate can be increased to about 65%. At the same time, we can provide the Voyagers with the highest specification, personal rule stabilization pods, and emergency ejection beacons. A 65% success rate was extremely tempting for such a long journey. More importantly, it could save an immeasurable amount of time. What are the requirements? Jiang Yu asked. First, a high-power resonance generator needs to be established here, which requires time and resources, but we can complete it within a week. Second, that crystal is needed as the core guide. Third, and most importantly, Dr. Wesker looked at Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon, at least one individual with extremely strong affinity and control over Gixu resonance, is needed to serve as a stabilizer and navigator during the teleportation process, adjusting any rule deviations that may appear in the channel in real time. According to data analysis, Mr. Jiang Yu, your embryo of chaos rebirth is the best choice. Jiang Yu fell silent. This meant he had to personally take the risk and enter that unverified channel. Silver Dragon was clearly uneasy about him going alone and would inevitably accompany him. Hancock also frowned. This risk was clearly greater than sailing by ship. Is there any other more secure plan? Sandersonia couldn't help but ask. There is, but time waits for no one, Dr. Wesker said. According to signal characteristic analysis, the active period of that signal tower may be limited. Once missed, who knows when the next activation will be? Furthermore, our monitoring shows that the overall activity of the resonance network has been slowly rising recently. The disturbance in the southeast is not isolated. Sporadic but abnormal clutter has appeared in other directions of the Grand Line. This means the acceleration of the stage may have already begun, and the window for information acquisition may be shortening. Time was pressing, with opportunities and risks coexisting. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon quickly exchanged views. They had walked this path accompanied by risk all along. Waiting passively might mean missing crucial clues, leaving their side vulnerable in the even greater storms of the future. We accept this plan. Jiang Yu finally made the decision on behalf of both of them. But the teleportation team cannot be just the two of us. Marigold, please select 5 of the most elite and adaptable warriors to accompany us, responsible for perimeter security and basic operations. Engineer AI Wei, we need you to join us as a technical advisor to handle any equipment or signal issues we might encounter. Marigold nodded without hesitation, and Ivy also solemnly agreed after consulting Dr. Wesker. Seeing that their minds were made up, Hancock no longer blocked them, only saying in a deep voice, "Be careful." I, the Queen, will wait here for you to bring back a new fragment. The plan was thus finalized. For the next 7 days, the technical teams of both Amazon Lily and Steel Dome City operated at high speed around the resonance jump plan. A massive generator was constructed deep beneath the Imperial City, and the dark gray crystal was carefully installed at its core. Jiang Yu and Silver Dragon underwent high-intensity adaptability training. Jiang Yu, in particular, needed to repeatedly practice how to precisely control the chaos germ to sense and guide resonance fluctuations. 7 days later, everything was ready. In the underground teleportation hall, the massive silver-white device emitted a low hum, and the dark gray crystal at its core radiated a steady silver glow. Jiang Yu, Silver Dragon, Ivy, Marigold, and 5 fully armed Kuja elite warriors entered 7 teardrop-shaped personal rule stabilization pods. Coordinates locked, resonance frequency calibration complete, energy injection peak reached. Channel opening countdown, 10, 9, 8. Dr. Wesker's voice came through the communication system. Inside the stabilization pod, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, sinking his consciousness into the chaos germ at his brow, fully sensing the resonance fluctuations emitted by the crystal that pointed toward the distant southeast. 3, 2, 1, activate. Boom! The device erupted with a blinding light, and the space ahead rippled and tore violently like water, revealing an unstable tunnel flowing with silver and chaotic colors, with strange runes constantly flashing within. The 7 stabilization pods were pulled by an invisible force and instantly plunged into the tunnel. The world spun. This teleportation felt completely different from previous ones. It wasn't a simple spatial leap, but more like being thrown into a torrent composed of pure Gixu rules and information streams. Countless blurred images, chaotic sounds, and broken fragments of knowledge washed over the stabilization pod's barriers like a storm. Even with the protection of the pods and the chaos force field balance Jiang Yu strove to maintain, everyone felt intense dizziness and a conscious impact. In another pod, Silver Dragon's eyes shone with silver light, using his spatial talent to help stabilize the pod's trajectory against the irregular spatial folds within the channel. Ivy stared intently at the instruments inside her pod, constantly reporting the status. Channel stability 78%, coordinate offset rate 0.3%, rule erosion index rising, but still within controllable range. Marigold and the warriors gritted their teeth against the discomfort, remaining vigilant. Jiang Yu faced the greatest pressure. He had to constantly adjust the output of the chaos germ to smooth out the violent rule turbulence within the channel, ensuring the course did not deviate. He could feel that at the other end of the channel, the resonance fluctuations emitted by that signal tower were like a lighthouse swaying in a storm, guiding the way. Who knew how long had passed? It might have been only a few minutes, or it might have been several hours. The light ahead suddenly changed, and a stable exit radiating a soft white light appeared at the end of the channel. Prepare to exit the channel, Ivy shouted. The 7 stabilization pods were spit out of the channel exit like cannonballs. The view suddenly opened up. They appeared above a sea under a clear, boundless sky. Below was a deep blue, clear ocean, and in the distance were the outlines of lush, green islands. The sun was bright, the sea breeze blew gently, and the air was filled with a vivid breath of life, completely different from the dead silence of the foggy graveyard and distinct from the slightly somber atmosphere of Amazon Lily after the war. This place looked like an ordinary and beautiful corner of the Grand Line. However, Jiang Yu's chaos germ and the portable detector simultaneously transmitted clear, strong directional pulses. The target was directly below, deep within that picturesque island with a towering peak in its center. Successfully reached the target sea area, coordinates confirmed, island life signals, normal, no large-scale abnormal energy reactions detected. Ivy looked at the data, somewhat incredulous. This environment was too peaceful, so peaceful it didn't look like a place hiding the secrets of a fragment. Silver Dragon scanned with his eyes, his spatial perception extending. The rules on the island's surface are stable, but underground, there are strong, shielded rule fluctuations. That signal tower should be buried extremely deep underground. Land and find the entrance, Jiang Yu said decisively. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Beneath a peaceful surface often lies deeper secrets. The stabilization pods adjusted their posture and descended toward that tranquil island. Sunlight spilled over the blue waves and the green island, yet it caused a strange chill to rise in the hearts of the explorers who had experienced many oddities. The new fragment was right beneath their feet, and the process of unveiling it would likely not be as beautiful as this scenery. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.